Good morning, everyone. Oki, Dadanastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei. Thank you for joining us on this public hearing on Treaty 7 territory. Mr. Clerk, let's please do a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I am here.
Thank you. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Dolliwell. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Walcott. Here. Oh, thank you. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Carruth. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
I am also here.
Councillor DeMong. Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will be starting with panel 69 today, but before we do that, I understand there is someone from last night from panel 68 who's here today. Shelley Lebert? That's great. Okay, so if you want to have a seat at the front there, we'll make sure we start with you. Is there anyone else in the audience that is here from yesterday? Hi, what's your name? Maura? What panel were you on? Oh, okay, great. So you're not speaking. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone that was supposed to be speaking yesterday that's here today? How about on the phone lines? Anyone? Okay, we're good. Then we are going to start with Shelley, and then let me see. Do we have Joel Lethaby?
I'm on the phone.
Thank you. Do we have Eunice Cox?
Yep, I'm on the phone.
Thank you. Do we have Alexa Briggs? What about Clyde Bueckert? And what about Jola Adeniji? Hi, you're here, great. You can come up and have a seat as well. All right, so we've got 4 people confirmed. Ms. Lebert, please go ahead.
Thank you very much and good morning. Thank you for accommodating my grandchild care conflict that I had last evening. I wanted to speak about my husband and I who moved to Calgary here from Edmonton 22 years ago with our young sons in tow. At the time they were 4 and 6 years old. I wrote a great page here about what we used to do, hanging out at the Café Lagar, eating and dining at Beans and Barley, and browsing the shelved books at the Wee Book Inn. So when we moved to Calgary, we were very interested in specific neighborhoods such as Inglewood Bridgeland and Mission. We scoured the neighborhoods for new condos, but we noticed that we were more interested in settling in a single family dwelling in Deer Run, and then ultimately in Lake Bonavista, Peter DeMong's Area 14, where our boys could walk to school instead of being bused. We bought a small home. It was a fixer-upper. The trendy neighborhoods and the restaurants, coffee shops, hip arts culture, which we love so much, they pose safety risks that we have observed, such as needles in the park, women selling their after-hour services, bottle depots at the end of the street. And we determined this was not conducive for the well-being of our children, who could not walk to school, ride bikes, meet friends at the park, walk dogs in off-leash areas, and listen to songbirds and have barbecues in our quiet backyard. Now, I know this sounds like another sob story about an entitled single-family homeowner that council must endure, but is the aspects of our lives that bring meaning to our existence, to our happiness, well-being, and for this reason, for getting up in the morning. So what is that meaning? It is how we spend our time, where we hike, meditate, meet friends, drink, smoke, pray. It is all these things, how we read, how we travel, and every decision that we make every day. So I've been asking myself, how can I get council to consider that the decision to upzone blanket upzone is wrong, a wrong decision, that our personal decisions about uniqueness and each community where we live is very, very important. But I realize this is the wrong question. After listening to 4 days of insightful presentations, some by indoctrinated woke emerging adults, decreeing that being a single-family homeowner is a privileged and entitled position, this conversation is not about affordable housing. It is about political ideology. After the death of my husband, I returned to the U of C and for another undergraduate degree, and then went on to graduate studies. I am well versed in the imposition of postmodernist theory, aka neo-Marxism, whereby the approach of all governments, including municipalities, is to impose a deconstructionist approach, where the postmodern idea of white privilege, homeowner, marriage, family, and any system perceived as being constructed need to be destroyed. This includes the destruction of our neighborhoods. On Wednesday, one gentleman described young entitled emerging adults as DEI, typically known as postmodern parlance as diversity, equity, and inclusion, but is now my new favorite colloquialism, didn't earn it. Sadly, part of the postmodern objective is to pit groups against each other, and as has happened with young academics, who I liken to Mao Zedong's young indoctrinated student soldiers known as the Red Guard, indoctrinated and trained against their elder class. In keeping with the topic of political philosophy, I am reminded of a previous social contract discussion between Mayor Gondek and a Calgary Citizen in Council in September 2023, because I believe we are still in a democracy from a Lockean perspective. Single-family homeowners have the right to own a home, as opposed to the authoritarian fascist perspective. Calgarians have rights, and with those rights come responsibilities to neighborhoods, the municipality, in the form of our taxation. We desire limited government, by which our Calgary Mayor and Council in the social contract is charged with managing the broader services such as infrastructure, social services, using the Calgary tax base. The breach of the social contract has been by the Mayor and Council, not by the homeowners. I believe the Mayor and Council have breached their fiduciary duty to Calgarians. I would encourage everyone to read and refer to the videos of James Lindsay's The Marxification of Education, to become familiar with the socialist agenda to destroy our democratic system by targeting our families and our neighborhood structures. Thank you very much for letting me speak here today. Please vote no for blanket upzoning, because I cannot believe councillors who support the upzoning are foolish enough not to understand the political war that is being waged currently. Thank you so much.
Very much for your presentation. Let's go to Joel Lethaby, please.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead, Joel.
Hello, Council. My name is Joel Lethaby, and I am speaking in favor of RCG rezoning. Please vote yes on the matter before you. I'm a lifelong Calgarian and believe Calgary is one of the best cities in the world, and I'm very proud to be from here. But I think we can be even better, more interesting, and more affordable. I work in transportation and civil engineering and see firsthand every day the costs of the roads and other infrastructure required to accommodate our sprawling suburbs. As a taxpayer, it is important to me that we make better use of these shared resources, which can be done through gentle densification. Densification does not, and in most cases should not, mean high-rise apartment towers on every block. It has been my experience that in the cities around the world I have most enjoyed visiting, the most common style of housing is townhomes or row homes. Many Calgarians will spend thousands to travel to European cities where this style of housing is most common, yet we act like it will ruin our own city if that becomes more common here. This human-scaled, mid-density housing creates more vibrant communities where you see and get to know more neighbors. It makes it easier for businesses to thrive nearby because there are more customers creating foot traffic for them. When many of our older communities were built, traditional families were more common and occupied most of our single-family homes. It is now becoming more common that a couple with no kids, single parents, or other variations of families will have one of these homes to themselves. For example, Rutland Park had 3.9 people per household when it was built, and as of 2021, was down to just 2.3 people per household, almost half. I'm not commenting on whether that is a good or bad thing, but it does mean that our communities will start to look like ghost towns if we don't find ways to get back the density these communities were designed for. I'm sure you'll remember the gentleman who was one of the final speakers last night, who we all had a hard time figuring out if he was for or against RCG rezoning. He spoke about the young couples he has helped build homes and about how much vacant land we have in our country, suggesting that we could just build further out. As a 26-year-old who was fairly recently married, I resonated with what he had to say. I'm interested in buying land with my wife and close friends, and building a duplex or a small townhome development as a more affordable alternative to a single-family home. The issue, though, for me is that I love Calgary. I don't want to just live around Calgary. I want to live in Calgary. I want to ride my bike to work along the river pathways without it taking over an hour. I want to walk down the street rather than drive 10-plus minutes to get ice cream with my kids someday. I want to soak up all the amenities our city has to offer, and frankly, these types of experiences will continue to become more rare if we just keep building the same style of sprawling suburbs. I look online sometimes to see lots in desirable neighborhoods that would be somewhat affordable if I were to split the cost 3 or 4 ways with friends and family. But then I scroll down and see that they are zoned for single-family homes, and I feel instantly deterred by the thought of going through the rezoning process. As most applications for RCG zoning are being approved anyway, I hope that we can just cut the red tape and make this incredibly reasonable dream easier to achieve. Ultimately, to me, the decision to introduce citywide RCG zoning is the most financially, socially responsible thing we can do. It is not a quick fix or a band-aid solution to the housing crisis, but rather it is positioning Calgary for a more sustainable housing market in the long term. It is also about freedom to build or live in the style of home that makes the most sense for your family in the location that makes the most sense for your family. Thank you. And unfortunately, I'm calling in from a busy day at work, so I won't be able to stay on the line for questions, but I truly appreciate this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Eunice Cox, please. Eunice, do we have you on the line?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was still on mute.
Okay, great.
My apologies. I represent myself as the view of my community association in Varsity does not align with my own. I moved to Calgary in 2015 with my husband and 3 young children. We initially lived in the University of Calgary family housing. It was a great community to live in. It was diverse, it was affordable, and it was located in a walkable location with great amenities nearby. I am in support of blanket rezoning, not because I believe that it will in of itself solve Calgary's housing crisis, but that it will be a step in the right direction. Rising inflation and cost of living are issues beyond the scope of this debate. Nevertheless, rezoning incentivizes the redevelopment of houses that are getting to the end of their intended lifespan, potentially by the homeowners themselves rather than developers. It is likely to be accomplished in a contextual, organic way rather than large-scale development. This is one solution in a free market system. Also, it promotes efficient use of land to reduce the footprint of human activities on Alberta's landscape, which is one of the goals of the Alberta Land Use Framework. By way of background, I grew up on a social housing estate in London, and prior to coming to Calgary was a property lawyer specializing in social housing development law. I am presenting today because I strongly believe that blanket rezoning without economically viable affordable housing requirements would amount to a great idea that is poorly executed and therefore indistinguishable from a bad idea. Much has been said over the last few days, so I will focus my presentation on some suggestions as to how blanket rezoning could go some way in achieving affordable housing in Calgary. Example number 1, the city could require development of 4 or more units to provide at least 25% affordable housing. This could be rental housing or for sale at affordable prices, for example, 30-40% below market value. Currently, the CMHC affordable housing rent for Calgary is, I believe, $1,738 for a one-bed apartment. I think we will all agree that that is not affordable for a one-bed apartment. Example number 2, each builder could be given a quota of affordable housing it must provide per year based on how many units it produces per annum. The benefit of this kind of approach to affordable housing is that, unlike the social housing jungle that I grew up in, affordable housing will be diversified throughout the city and therefore would avoid the social issues that concentrated affordable housing is known to create. The city could assist builders with delivering their affordable housing obligations by, for example, the city taking on the cost of connecting to deep and shallow services such as water and gas. Another example is the city could forfeit the cost of building permit, development permit, property taxes, levies, and such city fees on affordable housing units. By putting clear and explicit affordable housing requirements in place, the city would ensure that blanket rezoning not only increases housing supply, but that the supply goes a long way to bring much-needed affordable housing throughout the city. I do sympathize with the sentiment of what appears to be mostly older citizens of Calgary about their fears of what blanket rezoning may bring. I acknowledge that this is not a black and white issue. Rezoning, I believe, is a step in the right direction to tackle the housing challenges facing our city. Certainly, it is not a one-stop solution, and many concerns raised must be considered by council and creative solutions put in place to ensure that this city carries on being a great city for all its citizens. We must not throw the baby out with the bathwater by not implementing a good idea because it comes with solvable challenges. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my submission.
Thank you for your presentation. Please stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Jola Adeniji, please.
Good morning, the Mayor, Calgary City Council, fellow citizens. As I stand before you today, my heart beats not only as a proud member of this community, but also as an artist, an immigrant, and a dreamer who found hope in the promise of Calgary. My journey to this vibrant city, though filled with aspirations, has been marred by the stark reality of housing challenges that echo those of larger urban centers across Canada. As a visual artist, every stroke of my brush and every spark of inspiration is tethered to the space I inhabit. Yet, finding affordable living and studio spaces have become an odyssey fraught with uncertainty and frustration. The dream of a thriving arts community feels distant amidst the current housing landscape. Today's trends paint a sobering picture. Major cities like Toronto and Vancouver, once beacons of opportunities, have become cautionary tales of housing crisis, where the dreams of owning a home has become a luxury reserved for the privileged few. Calgary stands at a crossroad, beckoned by the promise of growth and prosperity, yet threatened by the specter of unaffordability that looms over our horizon. As hundreds flock to Calgary daily, seeking refuge from the storm of housing woes elsewhere, the need for decisive action has never been more pressing. I see in their eyes the same hopes and dreams that led me to the shores not long ago. Yet, without a home to call their own, these dreams risk withering away like petals in the wind. I envision a Calgary where homelessness is not a statistic, but a rarity, where affordable housing is not a distant mirage, but a beacon of hope for all who call this city home. To realize this vision, we must embrace the rezoning agenda as a lifeline for our community. Let us diversify our housing stock, breathing life into forgotten corners of our city with mixed-use developments that cater to the needs of all residents. Let us invest in transit-oriented development, forging communities that pulse with the rhythm of opportunity and connectivity. Let us extend a hand to developers, offering incentives to weave the fabric of affordability into the tapestry of our city skyline. And let us stand shoulder to shoulder with non-profit organizations, amplifying their voices as they champion the cause of those left behind. In closing, I implore you, esteemed members of the Calgary City Council, to heed the call of our community and embrace the rezoning agenda as a testament to our collective resolve. For in this moment lies not just the fate of a city, but the hopes and dreams of those who call it home. I moved to Calgary 10 months ago, and before I moved to Calgary, I did in-depth research. I came to Canada 3 years ago. I stayed in New Brunswick where I schooled, and I knew the housing problems that we began to have, how much rent was, even for a small town that I lived in. I wanted to move to Halifax. I wanted to move to Toronto. Vancouver. I'm a city boy, I like it. But it just doesn't make sense. I want to pursue my talent as a visual artist and focus on it full time. But there's no way to go about that if there's no affordable housing. That's why I chose Calgary. But I'll tell you for a fact, as soon as I got to Calgary, the first day I stepped here, I'd never been here before. I loved it. The community, the environment, it shows how properly planned it has been from day one, which made a lot of sense. Taxis were cheap, things were better, and I'll tell you, in my opinion, it's not as bad as it is yet, but it is getting there. I have a lot of people, a lot of immigrants who are going to move down here to Calgary, and people are coming in their hundreds. I feel the housing rezoning would help a lot. It might not solve the problem, but it will be just fine. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I do not see any questions for members of this panel in the queue, so thank you all very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. I'm going to move on to panel 70. Let's see if we have Linda Foster. We have Cheryl Munson. Thank you. Do we have Danielle Macdonald?
Yes. Where's the microphone?
Hi, who's on the line?
Yes, Linda Foster is here. I'm sorry.
That's okay, perfect. Just hang on. Thank you for being here. Do we have Gary R. Webb?
Thank you.
Gary Webb? Okay, we've got 3 people confirmed on this panel, so let's go ahead. Linda Foster, you're up first.
Your worship? Oh, first of all, can you hear me? I'm on a phone.
We can hear you.
Am I coming through clearly?
Yep, you're coming through clearly.
Your worship, Mayor Gondek, and councillors. My name is Linda Foster, and I represent myself and out of concern for 70% of Calgarians. The first part of this is addressing the current proposals, while the latter is of positive optimism. So listen up, folks, as there is a quiz at the end of this. We're all wondering, why is there only one proposal being considered? What exactly is driving the force behind this one and only proposal, and what is all the rush? In a rush to meet quotas, what quality of workmanship do you think results from a lack of tradespeople? They would be hiring every able-bodied person who could wield a shovel or bang a hammer. With shoddy workmanship, how long do you think it would take before falling apart buildings would result in slums? And where are all the required buildings inspectors going to come from? On Monday, a citizen asked about parking, and a councillor responded by, "Oh, we're waiving the parking issue." Waiving the parking issue? The fallout from this issue alone is massive. A resident shared in one town hall that since multiplexes had been erected on her residential street, citizens had engaged in fistfights over parking spots. Fistfights, folks! This shortage of parking has already incited civil unrest. Do we want to witness this behavior on a massive scale throughout our entire city? This current proposal would render our city in perpetual chaos. I'm sorry, I just have to find the next part.
That's okay.
Anyways, I'm just going to have to continue. I'm sorry. So I just think it's imperative that citizens have a parking spot directly outside their home. We're seniors, and if any complex went up anywhere near us, we would be forced to park at least half a block to a block away, trying to get groceries to our own front door and in all kinds of weather. And it's just going to cause so many issues. And the fact of senior citizens, 80 and 90 years old, being put in such a situation. Anyways, there is so much fallout, parking issue alone, that it absolutely has to be addressed. Or I see this as a failed proposal from the outset. If you cannot come up with what the solutions are, and by that comment from City Councillor, I would say that you yourselves do not even have answers to the serious parking situation. I'd like to go to positive ways of moving forward so that we can have more options on the table. I had the great opportunity in the past to be on a teaching staff that had an exceptional principal. What made this man so exceptional was his ability to listen, fully listen and engage each member of his staff. And this is how this creative process works. He would arrive with an open line, no agenda. In fact, not once in all the years did I ever attempt to persuade or coerce staff towards his single point of view. He asked for our input, and in his infinite wisdom, he understood that he alone did not have all the answers. None of us even knew what topic was to be discussed ahead of time. So one member would offer their input, then another, and then another. Well, I would be sitting there on many occasions having absolutely no idea of what I could offer. So it could have been the fifth speaker later from what was said really hit a nerve in me. A spark would arise within me, and within it, an idea would emerge that I offered as input. I had absolutely no idea before that fifth speaker spoke what would happen within me. And as more and more staff members felt that spark from another person's words, the more and more solutions we arrived at. This creative process is an absolutely magical experience because no one even knew ahead of time what ideas would emerge from all of us as a group. It was so exciting to see this in the end, all the highly creative solutions that we came up with. I used to look forward to every single staff meeting with great anticipation, and I can assure you this creative process absolutely works.
Ms. Foster,
all of us
Ms.
together.
Miss Foster, you're at time. I gave you an extra 45 seconds because I know you were looking for your place, but I'm gonna ask you to mute yourself for now, but stay on the line in case there's questions for you, okay?
I didn't even get to how this creative process can work with the city.
I know. Ms. Foster, everyone has 5 minutes, and I gave you an extra 45 seconds, so I'm just going to ask you to hang on the line if that's okay, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cheryl Munson, please.
Good morning. I came today in opposition of blanket rezoning of Calgary. I hear this council repeatedly talk about affordability as the driving force. I believe that this is simply virtue signaling without any signs of actual virtue or truth. This council has voted to raise taxes, make homeowners and renters pay for parking, and I believe we are still paying for paper bags at drive-thrus. We won't even mention the $5 million just spent to change our city slogan. Do these sound like the actions of people who are concerned with how much we can afford? Not to me. There are 2 specific new builds right near me where old, beautiful single-family homes have been torn down. One of them now has at least 6 units, and apparently that doesn't include basement suites. Beautiful lilac bushes, crabapple trees, and shrubs, all taken down. Lawns have disappeared. The privacy of the little bungalow's backyard next to them, gone. Now let's talk about affordability. Those units, a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit is renting for $17.50 a month. The basement suite, also, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, renting for $16.99 a month. This is ridiculous. One of the houses torn down used to rent to a bunch of students, probably had 5 or 6 of them living there. They'd have big neighborhood bonfires in the evening. They took care of the grass in the summer and the sidewalks in the winter. They were excellent neighbors. Now there are no trees, no grass, and potentially 12 or more people living in this one small corner. And it's ugly. It doesn't fit. It looks like the entire building was dropped in from a neighborhood somewhere else. Let's talk about lifestyle. I have 2 kids and a dog, and they are my lifestyle. In 2016, we moved into a townhouse. It didn't work for us, not our lifestyle. I'm sure it works for many people, but not us. Thank God I had a choice. I found an old 100-year-old bungalow with a yard, and I haven't left. It's not luxurious. It's about 800 square feet. It's a very humble dwelling, but it is home. How can we define what is a home for everyone? We can't. Some people want to live in a van and travel. Some like small apartments. Some like row houses. For me and my children, home is where we can grow a few vegetables in our back garden, play with our dog, and set up a trampoline in the summer. By tearing down older homes and building row houses, you are in fact eliminating a lot of rentals for people like me, single moms, lower income, and you are allowing expensive, ugly infills to be built instead that are laughably expensive. The idea that single-family homes are an antiquated notion is beyond ridiculous. And quite frankly, Madam Mayor, your words the other day sounded a lot like, "You will own nothing and be happy." I fully reject any and all ideologies that come from the current federal government. We didn't elect Trudeau to represent our needs in Calgary. We elected you. You work for us. He may be your ideological hero, but his policies are evil, and he has proven time and time again that the very last thing he stands for is the good of the people. He is the single most incompetent prime minister we've ever had. Whatever his government wants us to do, doing the opposite of that is what will be best for the people, every time. To the young man representing MRU students who claim that neighborhoods shouldn't be only middle-aged people walking their dogs, I offer a warning. Middle age comes at you faster than you can imagine. Having a dog to walk in a beautiful, well-organized community that you love to live in is a good thing to aspire to. To all the other young people who have stood up in front of council this week, thank you for being engaged. However, the utopian housing society you are here to advocate for has been tried before. We call it communism. If you wish to see change, have options, and have the future you want, I suggest you do some research on who you are voting for. The enemy of the life you feel so entitled to isn't the middle-aged and older people who have worked hard for their homes. It's the guy in Ottawa and some of our council here that say the things that make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, but in reality are doing nothing but stealing away your future with their reckless spending and immigration policies that are creating this problem. Virtue signaling without virtue. This should be an immediate referendum for the people. Say no.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Danielle Macdonald. Macdonald, please.
Good morning, Council. My name's Danielle. I reside in Southwest Calgary in an older neighborhood with my young family and our dog Grover. I don't support blanket RCG zoning, but I don't disagree with density and community renewal. I'd like to take a minute to speak about honest, clear, and respectful communication. Some vocabulary for us. Blanket or citywide is not an accurate term to describe the proposed RCG zoning. Small pockets of homes throughout the city have DC or direct control zoning, including a small portion of Upper Mount Royal and a piece of Mackenzie Town. These areas are exempt. So this is not blanket rezoning. It's not a fair and equitable application of the proposed citywide RCG zoning. Next, minor changes is a term that was used in a city mailout to describe the removal of parking requirements and inclusion of a laneway suite. That's in addition to 4 primary units and 4 basement suites. I understand that it's all about perspective, but that's not minor. Gradual and gentle. Council has said that this process will be gradual in the introduction of gentle density. 12 units, so maybe 24 people, maybe 12 to 24 cars, where there was previously 1 dwelling, is not gentle. And it will not be gradual. It will move as fast as our limited skilled trades can build, putting immense pressure on that workforce. Limited or non-existent. These words are how a UC Berkeley study described the benefits of SB 9, similar to RCG zoning, across 13 communities in California. An LA court that struck down SB 9 stated that it did not require, support, or incentivize affordable housing. Now let's talk about the word selfish. Admittedly, leading up to this hearing, There was poor behavior from all sides, some councillors too. Members of the public expressing any opposition, a wish to have more time to educate themselves, or concern about these sweeping, irrevocable changes were labelled as selfish. Hundreds of thousands of Calgarians were called selfish by Councillor Walcott, which is divisive and undermines the trust that the public may have had with Council. Mass uprisings. At the Planning Committee meeting at the beginning of March, when the plebiscite was narrowly rejected, our mayor mockingly wondered aloud why residents that live in periphery areas that were purpose-built around 2014 with RG zoning were not staging mass uprisings, suggesting that property owners in established communities were behaving irrationally in their concerns. There's a big difference between established communities built in the 50s and 60s and new greenfield neighborhoods. Each comes with pros and cons. Greenfield communities were master planned for greater density and mixed housing forms. Established communities were not. It was akin to comparing apples to oranges and certainly not indicative of an intent for meaningful consultation. Flippant remarks like these show very little regard for the public. I do not believe that this council and administration have provided timely, open, and effective consultation on this potentially life-altering change. But I'd like to commend you for doing some great work. So shifting gears, the City of Calgary has a well-thought-out plan to address the housing crisis, and there are many tools without RCG zoning in established communities. We could rezone light industrial land east of the McLeod Trail corridor. The communities could be appropriately planned with green spaces and schools, or develop city-owned land. The city, after all, is a land baron. We could retrofit buildings in the downtown core that are seeing vacancy rates hovering around 30%. We need to hustle on transit-oriented development like Riverbend, prioritize Westbrook. The city should be really proud of partnerships that have resulted in successes like Hope Hearts and Killarney. Let's replicate these successes. Many Calgarians don't follow planning issues on a regular basis, so may not understand that RCG zoning is just the tip of the iceberg. The City of Calgary has failed to present a comprehensive picture of how pieces of the development puzzle will fit together. I don't think that all Calgarians know that local area planning process will propose even higher density in current RC1 and RC2 neighbourhoods when coupled with RCG zoning. RCG could allow 12 units on either side of a single detached dwelling, and the LIP will suggest builds of 4 stories plus around green spaces and schools and more major roads. That's not to say that an LIP can't be used as a community-focused strategy to respond to the city's housing crisis. Residents are experts on the communities in which they live, so give them a chance. I see I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I've been watching the hearing and I've learned a lot, but perhaps one of the most telling presentations I saw was a group of developers on Monday evening who seemed gleeful with the prospect of gaining access to the goldmine of less expensive mid-block lots deeper in established communities. Let's be honest, discretionary has already proven to mean nothing. At the end of the day, city administration has failed to provide irrefutable proof that RCG zoning will have measurable and positive impacts on the affordable housing supply in the city. And please remember that this council has never been given a clear mandate to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just looking in the queue and I don't see any questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for joining us today. Appreciate your time. Let's go on to the next panel. It's panel 71. Do we have Kara Levis?
Here.
Thank you. Do we have Michael Metz?
Yep, here.
Thank you. Do we have Sean Kollee?
Yes, Mayor Gondek?
Yes.
Mayor Gondek. Mayor Gondek?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Gary Webb. I was in panel 70 and I was not able to get in.
Okay.
I wonder if I can get into this panel, please.
We can absolutely add you to this panel.
Okay, it's Gary Webb.
Got it. Thank you. Do we have
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Do we have Sean Kollee? Do we have Andrew Thomas?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. And do we have Keely O'Neill? All right, so we are going to start with Gary Webb, then we'll go to Kara Levis, then we'll go to Michael, and then Andrew. So, Mr. Webb, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Gary Webb. I am representing myself. I first want to thank the mayor, council, their staff for their time and patience and the long hours they spent for this public hearing. First, I am opposed to blanket zoning. My wife and I live in Lake Bonta Vista, a planned community of mainly single-family homes with a private lake which is funded by the homeowners and is, in my opinion, not suitable for rezoning. Second, I am not opposed to higher density zoning in communities which have been planned for high density or for older communities that are in favor of high density rezoning. 3, on February 15, 2024, the City of Calgary announced the hiring of Mr. Timothy Keene as the new General Manager, Planning and Development Services, effective April 1st, 2024. Mr. Keene was the Boise, Idaho Planning Director, and his philosophy does not appear to align completely with blanket rezoning. He was hired by the City of Boise in 2022, and in a podcast interview in May 22, he expressed the following ideas, and this is a quote. He said, "We need to acknowledge it is not only acceptable, it's preferred to have a city of different types of neighborhoods," he said. "We don't want a city of one type. We want a city that has a diversity of neighborhoods. We need to look at how we can surgically permit some increase in density within single family, but not in a one-size-fits-all fashion." Okay, so since Mr. Keene only assumed his position effective April 1st, 2024, it seems it would be incumbent on the part of the mayor and council to clarify his position on blanket rezoning. As of April 2024, the city of Boise has, and this is after his tenure, 32 unique districts, and that's according to their website. Number 4, on the first day of this public hearing, Councillor Petey DeMong was assured that the federal funding under the Fed's Housing Accelerator Fund was not dependent on blanket rezoning. So what is the hurry to pass these rezoning changes? Fifth, I would implore the city to step back and re-examine these rezoning changes in view of the massive no's expressed in this hearing and come up with a more acceptable plan to all concerned. I would highly recommend exploring this is Houston, USA's program that is called The Way Home. And if the city has not already done so, and this has proven to be highly effective and is touted as a blueprint for other large U.S. cities to address homelessness. Finally, I would ask all councillors and Mayor Gondek to look inward and answer the question, would you like a fourplex with secondary suites and a back lane suite built on the east side or on each side of your single family home? Now, as stated in your, this is the Calgary Office of Councillors and Councillors' duties, I would like you to remember part of the representative role is to represent the electorate as well as the whole community, and secondly, balance the wants of the individual constituents with the needs of the entire community. I thank you very much for your time and for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Kara Levis, please.
Thank you. My name is Kara Levis, and I am a homeowner in an established community of Renfrew in Ward 9. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak in this marathon public hearing. I have 4 daughters, ages 5 through 14, and I'm asking you to vote yes to RCG upzoning for their sake and for the sake of their peers and the many young people, students, and others who you've heard from over the past few days. I moved to Calgary to start my career as a lawyer in 2007, and we purchased our home in Renfrew in 2008. And we've had an excellent time in this community that was built first in the late 1940s and 1950s. And we are currently living the changes that we're talking about here. I think that it's very important that we allow gentle density in context that allows for some growth in incrementally throughout the city, because we do not want all of these row houses and gentle density to be limited to those communities that are already zoned RCG. We've seen from a number of presenters over the last few days that if we can do this everywhere in the city, we will have small changes on a variety of blocks and a variety of communities throughout the city, and not just have it all concentrated in one place. My daughters and I and my family, we all enjoy having transit service and access to amenities throughout our community, and I think it is so important that we allow for more neighbors in communities like ours and communities just a little further out. I want to remind everyone that maintaining R1 and R2 zoning doesn't prevent the tear down and rebuilds that block the light and air from your neighbors. We see these throughout this area where the small bungalows are being torn down and replaced with very, very large single-family homes. So I think it's important that we allow the private citizens to unlock the value of their properties and allow private money with those homeowners to increase the density without the city having to be the actual owner of all of these private lands in order to increase housing. I was chatting with my 14-year-old yesterday about this change, and she was very interested, but one thing she understood right away was that as we build more housing, even if it is expensive housing, that people will move from where they currently are into some of these more expensive areas, freeing up housing for others and making the supply issue more affordable in the end. I want to emphasize that Council has the tools to address many of all of these challenges that have been identified by those that say that you should vote no, by enforcing current bylaws, by making sure that trees are protected when people are doing their development plans, and through the local area planning process. So I ask you to do this as a both and solution. Vote yes to RCG and make sure that all of those protections that will help alleviate the concerns that the no side has been bringing up throughout this week and into next week will be addressed by Council. Affordable housing is another issue that City Council will need to address, but the question that's before you is, are you going to allow for private homeowners to help with their private funds to alleviate some of this supply issue without the city having to do it? So please vote yes for this RCG rezoning for my children, for those young people we've heard, and for the health and well-being of the communities in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Michael Metz, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll start. Greetings, Mayor Gondek and Council. I'm Michael Metz, a mid-30s, born and raised Calgarian, independently representing myself. I'm a software developer with a master's degree looking for work for the past year. Cost of housing and living expenses are adding to the financial pressures I am facing. A lot of information I present today comes from Strongtown, a nonprofit making North American cities safe, livable, and financially resilient. Much of this is summarized on the YouTube channel, Not Just Bite, who has a playlist of videos summarizing Strongtown's ideas and actionable items. I challenge the mayor and councillors and anyone who plans their city's infrastructure to review parts 3, 4, 5, and 7 of these approximate 10-minute videos. I'm here to highlight how rezoning and densification are necessary for neighborhoods to self-finance full service coverage and infrastructure maintenance. Sewer, water and treatment systems, sidewalks, paved roads, traffic lights, operational costs, including police and fire departments. These are all costs cities need to bear, but can car-dependent suburbias financially sustain them? No, they cannot. the amount of tax revenue collected does not cover the replacement cost of suburban infrastructure. I'm a strong proponent of citywide rezoning because currently we are building a city that is zoned for tax revenue negative structures, primarily single-family homes, on at least 60% of the land. Most modern city zoning in North America is low-density, single-family residential, and these areas are detrimental, net negatives to city finances. An example is Eugene, Oregon, 177,000 people. They consulted with Urban 3, a consulting company that does financial land use assessments for municipalities. Urban 3 analyzed 9 categories of development: residential, mixed use, commercial, and these were in low, medium, and high density areas. There's only one cash flow negative property class. That was low density residential. They also plotted a map of revenue minus expenses, servicing expenses per acre on a 3D map of Eugene. I don't have the map here in a presentation today, but it's a geographic map, and you'll see that medium and high density areas that have residential mixed use and commercial properties are cash flow positive, and low density mixed use is also positive, but that's the mixed use. And the rest of the city is pretty much red all over, and that's the negative revenue of suburban areas. Let's see here. In every case that Urban 3 has analyzed in many cities, mixed-use walkable neighborhoods outperform car-centric suburbia. In North America today, modern zoning and other car-centric regulations make it very difficult or impossible to build new neighborhoods this way. What can we do? We can make it cheaper and easier for developers to create buildings that encourage walkable neighborhoods. The problem with suburban sprawl is people expect urban services with near rural densities. When they get charged the property taxes to actually cover their infrastructure, they aren't willing to replace it. Suburbs cause infrastructure to be spread over a huge area and typically need replacement after 25 years. Most North American cities only collect a fraction of what it costs to replace the sprawling infrastructure. You may be asking yourself, if all of this net negative urban sprawl exists, how are North American cities staying alive? The answer, lots and lots of debt. There are legal debt limits for municipalities in Canada, but there's still a lot of federal and provincial funding, i.e. bonds in the 1950s that paid for a lot of this infrastructure. And the biggest problem is they get the infrastructure for cheap in the cities, and then when they have to replace it, the city has a full cost to maintain it forever. I know I'm almost out of time here, but I'll try to read this last sentence here, or last paragraph. How did we build cities before World War II worldwide? People would make small bets, strips of wooden shacks, build on the wealth and infrastructure that's already there.
Mr. Metz.
And sorry, I'm going to cut out. I'm out of time.
You're just at time. Thank you very much. Please stay on the line in case there's questions.
Okay, and I am in favor of this. And I think it's a
that's great.
modest approach.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Andrew Thomas, please.
Hello. Thank you for your conduct. My name is Andrew Thomas, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I want to start by just thanking all of you councillors for sitting for this hearing. I know it's been a long week. I'm here as an individual to speak unequivocally in favor of the zoning bylaw changes. It's a necessary change, it's overdue, and as we've seen, it will take some serious leadership to get it done. I've lived in my neighborhood for the last 9 years in a 3-4 row house, and I can say that my family would not be able to afford to live in our community if alternatives to single-family homes were not available. And until this week, I've never felt like our housing was considered any less than the single-family homes we share the neighborhood with. Now, I'm not so sure. We know that we're the very lucky and privileged few in our age group who've been able to find an affordable place to live in Calgary because of the housing affordability crisis. Many of our friends and family have not been so lucky, And anecdotally, I'm one of 5 siblings who've grown up or lived in Calgary at some point, and I'm the only one who still lives here because of the difficulty in finding affordable and available housing. I attended the Ranchlands RCG consultation session last month, where city engagement staff did an exceptional job informing me and other Calgarians about the zoning change proposal, despite an abundance of misinformation and fear in a packed room. I personally do not know how community engagement could have been improved on a timeline that matches the urgency of this crisis. As others have highlighted, 1 in 5 Calgary households cannot afford their housing currently, and if last year's average annual rental increase is any indication, this trend will not be addressed without immediate actions to address an increase in housing supply. Setting aside the climate and economic focus justifications for this change, which I've heard many exceptional advocates comment on throughout the week, the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations identified blanket RCG zoning as a necessary step to help address housing affordability in the city, and it is a change that a lot of the other recommended actions rely on to succeed. It's not going to solve the housing crisis, but it is one small step within the city's jurisdiction that can begin to address it. To me, this isn't a question of parking minimums, shaded yards, or choosing our neighbors. It's about making pragmatic changes necessary to try to ensure that everyone can afford an affordable place to live in our city. That's why I'm asking you to vote to approve the zoning change. A lot of people this week have shared their concerns about row housing ruining their community character. But I think community isn't dictated by the buildings. It's built and maintained by people, and I would much prefer to live in communities built with people who welcome more neighbors with open arms than communities of people who put their wants for parking ahead of the needs of others to have housing. I encourage you to reflect on this as you vote on this important issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Eunice.
Thank you. For Mr. Metz, please. Are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I want to just unpack strong towns just a little bit. I don't know if that's your phone or here. When they're looking at the planning and redevelopment, what variables are they looking at? Like, do they assess interest rates and how that impacts development, or is it just a plan?
Sorry, I lost my microphone. Strong Towns is actually more just a non-profit that provides a lot of just resources and case studies on many cities across North America, and they try to build communities who build strong cities and towns. Urban 3, on the other hand, is that consulting firm. They're just a private company that does some of these mappings and revenue assessments. So essentially, they're a separate independent group that a lot of cities consult with to get this. And they don't really, they might have some planning services, but really they just kind of crunch the numbers on per acre lots and just kind of see what the numbers are for revenue, expenses, and some other services.
Okay, so have you done Calgary specific? Like when you look at the density of our greenfield development versus our inner city neighborhoods?
Yeah, unfortunately, Urban 3 hasn't made a map of this. I think each city has to consult with them to get these kind of maps, but I can tell you there's been some big cities who have consulted with them, like St. Paul, Minnesota has a map. You'll kind of see the same thing with downtown and middle areas producing lots of revenue and everywhere else being a net cost to the city.
Okay, in your opinion, when you look at Calgary, do you notice a trend difference of how we build our greenfield development versus what we're seeing in our inner city for density?
I don't know the exact specifics, but what I can say is just in general, every city has been the same in these analysis. And like if you think of the wider the city is, there's more asphalt that needs to be there. There's more sewers and buried electrical cables. These all need replacements eventually, and does the property tax collected in those neighborhoods cover the replacement cost of the road in the neighborhood? most of the time it's been no, from what I've seen.
Okay, how about, have you looked at how eviction impacts demand on real estate? When you, like Calgary, we have low rental rate, we have a low housing rate, and we have high population demand. How do those variables factor in?
In these cases, I'm not quite as sure, but what was I thinking about this? Essentially, like with high demand, we're going to have, everyone's still going to push up rental rates with how much demand we have, whether it is a single family home or a mixed use or row house development. And, I think it just comes down to making it easier for developers and cheaper to build more of what we want and something we can afford, right? It's a mixed use development will have way more people bringing in tax revenue than one single family home. And I think if we make that easy enough, we should at least bring supply up to match that demand.
How do you come to the conclusion that this is easier for developers to get the built form?
I guess what I'm saying is the city should have the bylaws in place that make it easier. Like if we want more mixed use areas, then we should have easier, just starting with a blanket rezoning, that's a start. It's not mixed use tall apartment buildings, but at least we have the residential to have a little more density, right? And there's some other processes too, like, parking minimums and other things that maybe we can adjust to make developers want to build there more. I don't know all the ins and outs of these things as much, but.
Awesome. Well, thank you for answering those questions, and thanks for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate your time. Let's go on to panel 72 and see who we have. Do we have Barb Meyer? Do we have David Pickering? What's your name? Clyde Bueckert. Yeah, please come on up. Okay. So Barb Meyer, David Pickering, Alexandra Wilson. Hi, you can come on up. Do we have Amanda Lovig Hagg? Hi, you can come on up too. Do we have Stephen Thor? You can come on up as well, sir. So let's start off with Clyde Bueckert, please.
Can you hear me over here? All right. Hello, esteemed members of council. I'm Clyde. I am born and raised in Calgary. I have roots that are deeply interconnected to the city and its identity, and I'm also a very proud Calgarian. I love the city. I plan to live here and raise a family as well. And I mention this to show that I have a vested interest in Calgary's growth and sustainability, and also to characterize who many seem worried will affect their neighborhood's character. I'm in full support of rezoning to RCG. I work in the city as a programmer. I receive a good salary, and I'm considered a skilled laborer, but like many in my demographic, I'm seriously struggling to find affordable housing. We have a housing shortage for many reasons, including stagnant wages, investors owning much of our property, and what is known as the missing middle, or missing medium density housing. Our zoning laws are Euclidean, which is inextricably linked to exclusionary practices, but Calgary's zoning was also intended to protect property values and prioritize car usage, and I want to talk about this today. Is preserving home value really worth as much as providing access to housing during a housing crisis? I disagree with that perspective, but to even its proponents, I would say that research shows that rezoning has no negative impact on home values. The city agrees with this based on its own market research, and increasing supply also causes rents to be cheaper. And prioritizing car usage also leads to many issues that others have been mentioning, such as parking or urban sprawl. Continuing to build outwards fuels our dependency on cars, gasoline, and necessitates parking. Alternatively, higher density housing correlates with walkable areas, increased access to localized services, and lessens car dependency. Building outwards is also environmentally devastating. Viewing the situation holistically, we must consider building new roads, building new infrastructure, displacing wildlife, pavement causing air pollution, and then not absorbing water, which leads to flooding. And finally, people living further out will also be car dependent if they wish to access the rest of the city or services. Roads are also quite dangerous. This is also very expensive. Who pays for new roads or maintenance when they inevitably break down? It's passed back to the taxpayers. And in Calgary, like most cities, the populated areas, denser, more populated areas bring in more tax for the city, which effectively means that the less dense suburban areas are subsidized. Denser areas also cost less because they decrease the amount that one needs to be spent per person by sharing roads and services and even heating. And one more thing that I want to highlight is that single-family homes are comparatively very inefficient for heating. They're simultaneously losing heat from all sides, whereas more density and high-density housing has better heat retention. It's just a point I wanted to mention for the council that declared a climate emergency. I don't mean to demonize single-family homes or cars. Funnily enough, I aspire to own a single-family home. I would love to purchase a car, but I can't, as it would be too expensive, and it would just push home ownership further out of reach. I can only choose one. But this leads me to the final concern I want to address. I hear a lot of fear about adding new people to a community and destroying its character, and I think this can be very insulting to immigrants or Calgarians like myself, my friends, or my family who just want to own the place that they live and take pride in that ownership. So I want to offer an alternative perspective. Row housing and townhomes can be very conducive to communal living. An urban advocacy group in Vancouver called Urbanarium shared some possible designs for living in RCG-type housing that prioritize communal living. Things like green areas, communal areas, and then an invested interest in their property promote cooperation and camaraderie. Density contributes to market targeting, promoting doctors, cafes, grocery stores, etc. to move into an area. This further contributes to services, walkability, and desirability for an area. RCG zoning is not a mandate, and people who own single-family homes will not be forced out of their home. A group of developers on Monday mentioned that some areas are not even financially feasible for RCG zoning and likely to remain single-family homes only. But rezoning standardizes the process for developers. RCG zoning saves money for the city, it lessens car dependency, and it helps the environment. But something that rezoning is not is a silver bullet. The housing crisis is a complex and multifaceted issue. Other North American cities have rezoned, and it hasn't been the perfect solution that many hail it to be. This is due to things like mandatory parking minimums, design restrictions, and in larger buildings, outdated safety codes and mandatory staircases, for example. I implore the city to consider these things. Just as single-family zoning was outdated and requires updating, a new rezoning should be monitored and updated should it not be hitting its intended goals. But with that said, this is an excellent proposal and I commend the city for it. I want to be proud for Calgary, and for that we must grow sustainably. And this is a big step. It's rare for something to promote sustainability for the environment, for our city's growing population, the housing crisis, and sustainability for the finances all at once.
Thank you, Mr. Bueckert.
Thank you for letting me speak today.
Appreciate your presentation. Let's go to Alexander Wilson, please.
Hi, I do have a presentation. That's one. Version 3 too. I've had the luxury of updating this a few times after watching a few of the presentations. Thank you for having me today. Next slide. I'm going to cut straight to the chase. And I haven't had the luxury of listening to all of these trials or the testimonies, but it seems like all of the proposals that are being brought forward are binary. It's either yes or no. There's a middle path that it feels like we're not really addressing. If we're going to make this argument primarily about supply and demand, let's actually attack it. Supply, increase development of housing on Calgary-owned lands, accelerate the local area plan, process and timelines, amend the RCG HGO guidelines and reconsider their implementation. More later on that. Demand, slow to growth. Calgary's experienced this exponential growth that is causing this crisis. impose a foreign interprovincial buyer's tax, take this revenue and use it to support all of the programs that have been mentioned, all of the people that are grown and raised in Calgary and want to remain here. Let's support them. Similar to Vancouver. Vancouver did something like this, and in the 5 years since, they've dropped their foreign speculation by 66%. They've also generated $81 million that could be applied to so many things, so many programs. Just name one. And you know what? Like, as a homeowner myself, the RCG HGO proposed amendments, like, people have a big problem with it. Like, it doesn't have to be, let's max this out, let's solve this problem yesterday. There's a middle path. Increase the parking requirements to 1 car per unit. Return setbacks to a level where it will reduce imposition with neighboring units, where it will fit in with the communities where they're going adjacent to. Let neighbors be neighbors again without feeling like one is imposing on the other. It doesn't have to be us pitted against each other. Next slide, please. I'm not going to argue, like, everyone has a right to housing. I'm not going to read it, but like, this is a UN non-binding agreement that Canada agreed to, I believe it's back in the 70s. Yeah, 76. Next slide. But like any politician on both sides of the aisle, let no good crisis go to waste. Next slide. We have a right to housing, but we don't have a right to choose where we live. Allow supply and demand curves to equalize on a national level. We're talking about supply and demand only on a local level within Calgary. We don't exist in a black box. We exist within the country, within the world. We need to look at the supply and demand curves from that perspective. Keep our city great. Don't force unstudied and rushed initiatives. Calgary has consistently been ranked as a top city to live. We don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We don't need to implement radical change right now. You know, we're doing something right. We're number 7. Coincidentally, that's ahead of Auckland, which is mentioned quite a bit. Next slide. You know, if we're going to say it's like, we're calling affordable housing $700,000. However, the qualification amount for the median household income is actually $550,000. There's a gap of $150 right there. We have 100,000 people moving in to Calgary in 2023 alone. And I say shift from Vancouver investing, this could be fill in your market. Hong Kong, Shanghai, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver. Next slide. This is from this morning. I just looked. Here's our affordable housing. If we're calling 700,000, 1,800 affordable housings on the market right now. 475 of those are single-family homes, 362 townhomes, and 896 are apartments. You can see the splits accordingly. Next slide. Again, this is supply and demand curves. We have to look on a national perspective. We are right there, that little dot. We have to look broader. It's beyond us. We're a great city. We also live in the country, and let's make it great as well. Next slide. So the belief is if we increase supply, we're going to slide down the demand curve. We're going to drop the price. Next slide. However, in reality, it doesn't exist below the profit margins. This is capitalism. Developers are not going to develop these properties below the cost to make them. It doesn't work that way. $700,000 is the equilibrium that we're calling it. $550,000 is that, I guess, what anybody can really afford with the median income of Calgary. Next slide. So if we look inclusive of Calgary in the world, we're going to increase that supply curve to the right, sure, but that demand curve is going to still keep moving up because Calgary, relative to Toronto, relative to Montreal, relative to cities, is more expensive.
Appreciate your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Amanda Lovig Hagg, please.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Lovig Hagg, and I live in Meadowlark Park in the Southwest. I am an affected landowner, a passionate community volunteer, and an active community association board member. I'm also a mom, working to teach my 2 girls, who are both watching, hi girls, about democracy. I'm not as politically savvy as many of the speakers that you've heard from thus far. But when it comes to community issues, I show up. I read the newspaper, I talk to my friends and neighbors, and I vote every time I'm invited to do so, so I know I've earned my right to an opinion. We practice democracy in our home when we decide what to have for dinner or which movie to watch on Netflix. My two girls have been very interested in this issue, but have been confused by the lack of democratic process, as they've heard a lot of adults saying things like, well, the decision's already made, or it's too late to make a difference. I bump into a lot of my neighbors when I'm walking my dog, and they've all been asking, how's the public hearing going? When I've told them that my turn to speak is coming up, many of them have said, what's the point? And that's hard to answer. There's been very little public engagement on this topic. The shared information has been confusing at best. And I'm frustrated that this is the only public hearing for all communities, and there's no clear information to evaluate. I don't know if I like or hate or have concerns about something where I don't know when, where, or what it even is. And I don't appreciate the concept of minority rules. I would much prefer that this issue be decided by plebiscite. If you want to know what we think, put it to a vote. That would be an example of democracy in action to show my kids. We live in a city where voter turnout is nothing to brag about. And maybe this is why. I feel like this week has given Calgarians even more reason to feel like our opinions don't matter, and that elected officials don't really truly represent their constituents. The sheer numbers of letters, protesters, and speakers against blanket rezoning should make this solution obvious. But it feels like nobody's listening, and ultimately, I wonder if we can trust our leaders. Personally, I'm asking Council to oppose blanket rezoning. I'm hoping for a plebiscite to properly share my opinion after more information is shared. I would, however, accept any outcome that is landed upon by the majority. If Calgarians are informed and engaged and have a chance to voice their opinion, then the results of that democratic process, that's a result that I can feel good about sharing with my children. Thank you for allowing me to participate today.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Stephen Thor, please.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. I never realized how nervous you'd be, but I'm a resident of Calgary of 44 years and of 41 years as a single-family house resident of Abbeydale. And my daughter has 2 condos in the city. I plan to present my speech as written 4 days ago before I've learned so much from everyone's input. I'll start with my conclusions so I won't run out of time. Just my reasons for the conclusions may be cut off. I have invested in Calgary. I am thoughtful about trans-city issues, and I'm worried about changes that would allow row houses beside me and tall buildings restricting my view of the sky, about sunshine available in my little yard, about parking, which isn't RCG, it's something that's different, about density from basement suites and density from garage suites where additional parking is not available on the lot. That's something that's outside of this issue as well, and it can be changed. I have worries about the look of my neighborhood as I drive into my zero lot line home. I have a sense of community that, in that sense, comes from an aesthetic that I have chosen in the neighborhood I live, where I drive by single-family homes in full-size lots to my house on a zero lot line property with very little space. So we do not have front drive garages, and I have no back alley, so there is street parking for residents. We have illegal suites already starting to creep into our neighborhood, and parking is so congested that we have people parking habitually a block away just to get a spot. And that's with many front yards having illegal driveways across the whole of the lot. I like the aesthetic of the homes as I drive in and get a good feeling of community as I drive in. And I wanted to add with grass and Christmas lights. And I like my neighborhood. So I have a large dose of NIMBYism. Our federal government is throwing around money I earned and gave them in my taxes, and is trying to use my money to influence our councillors to initiate a policy that will grow a city that the taxpayers don't want. But it will take 20 years to then realize this has made an ugly city, and a city I will not want to live in. While I admire our elected city officials, they're being bought off by our federally elected officials and building a city where I will not be comfortable to live. As an aside, our city and federal politicians seem to be married to an idea of having an expanding population and growing economy. This is at odds with our citizens who have fewer kids so they can have a better life per household. Our birth rate is what our society has chosen and should, to some extent, be recognized without adding large amounts of other people, immigrants, and it would alleviate to some degree the dire need for home expansion. The city and federal government seem to operate on a premise that they know what is best for us, the electorate, and they want to impose their ideas, their solutions to problems on a society and a grand scale. They do not listen to Albertans or to Calgarians, but like to dictate and impose quick solutions to societal problems with broad strokes that do not adjust or listen to dissenting voices or other alternatives. The small things in the city council that make changes has increased density on an incremental basis, and that is something that the city is growing with. To have it as a blanket situation, I disagree with. But of course, immigration is a federal responsibility and out of the scope of the council in this meeting, but I am happy that our council I am happy if our council decides to refuse my federal money and rejecting the strings of the money. So I say no to wholesale changes to our zoning. And I have the background to my decision. I was meant to have a timer, but I don't know how much time I have.
You have 42 seconds left.
42 seconds. I've lived in my house for 42 years and live in an area removed from commercial retail spaces, so it was integral and expected and built with the expectation of owning a car. And that was perfect for me because I recreated in the mountains. I needed a car for doing that. I did cycle commute for 32 years to the airport that doesn't have very many good cycle paths, and that's another thing that I'd like to address this council on in the future. But I understand I'm out of time, and unfortunately you didn't get to hear the whole speech, but thank you very much for the time, and thank you for this opportunity. And I know that it's taken a lot of your time and a lot of the time of the city, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. We are moving to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would love to chat with Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you bring graphs, you get questions. That's one of the things that happen here. I really appreciate the time and effort that you put into this. And there's a few folks around this horseshoe that are desperately looking for a way to meet Calgarians while also at the same time meeting the challenges that are in front of us. I'm curious to what extent your thought has gone into like the ability for the city to implement something like that for an interprovincial buyer's tax. My understanding is the MGA doesn't allow, like our current city charters don't allow us to do things of that nature, but I could be wrong. I'm just curious if that was a consideration when you brought that forward.
No, as far as looking at the applicability of something of that nature, no, I didn't look to see if it's within the charters, but as a council, you guys do have, the ability to propose amendments, to make changes, where I wouldn't see that would be too far beyond your scope, and I think the city would be behind something such as this.
So I really like it in terms of it hits on a whole variety of fronts in terms of the commercialization of our housing product. It hits on the way in which this whole system can be predatory at times. I think it does deal with a lot of our issues, but right now we're feeling very hamstrung as the city to be able to do some of these more sensitive pieces, which is, I mean, one of the reasons. Like when the adaptability of our housing stock, as you talk about, I mean, responding to a bunch of these market forces, that's one of the things that has me going, okay, I still need to consider this as something for us. They have the right graph up. Can you tell me a little bit more about the two lines that you drew on there in terms of how you see this eventually ending up from the studies you've read?
Right. So this is like kind of like, obviously in the blue line we have the supply, red line is demand. Where I see this kind of going is like, sure, we will increase should this amendment be passed with the RGO and RCG, will move our supply curve to the right. That's the argument, and we're not really looking at where that demand curve sits within, I guess, the nation. So as we move that curve to the right, within Calgary, that demand is still going to be, at the very least, as stagnant, if not moving up further and further and further.
Gotcha.
Because relative to other markets, such as, they're frankly more expensive on a square foot basis.
I found that interesting. I love that you talked about we need to consider not just Calgary, but the whole picture. Can you give me a little bit more about where your head goes on that in terms of what we should be thinking about as council as we make this decision?
Well, exactly. Like, you know, like in the post-COVID era, like I think lots of people rediscovered, like you have the ability to work from home. Work-life balance really matters a whole lot. And people are in the crux of, like, not just in Canada, but in the States as well, of reevaluating what's important to them. And they're looking at that kind of work-life balance. And it's something I believe, and I think all of us are really going to believe, that Calgary has the ability to offer. So we're going to see that increased demand as like Calgary looks really nice from not just relative to other Canadian cities, but relative to other places in the world. It's a top destination, as I was showing in that other slide.
Yeah.
So demand will remain high, if not growing higher.
We do rank high. It's good. Hopefully we can stay up there. I find myself also quite amenable to what you were talking about on the piece around amendments to RCG and HGO, particularly around parking. Right. One of the things that gives me pause on that is the fact that what we're talking about is the market being responsive to that need versus the city. I'm curious, how much have you mulled that over? Is that more just about you thinking about your specific situation that you find yourself in, like the neighborhood? Oh, actually, before you answer, can I ask, what's your background, if you don't mind, Ann? No
problem. I'm a professional engineer.
Okay.
And I'm working on my MBA currently.
Okay, thank you. Can you give me a little bit of understanding about like how you arrived at that conclusion that preserving or like dealing with the parking issue on RCG and HGO?
Sure. Well, it's just, to be honest, it's a little bit of like common sense. Within North America, we're a car-centric society.
Right.
Our infrastructure is set up around cars. You know, climate aside, this is our structure, this is how we're set up. We don't have that residential density that Europe has where they can employ, you know, bike lanes across all of Holland, for example. We are a car-centric society for this time, and we have to adjust and cater our housing strategies with that pragmatic view. Perhaps in the future, we'll become less and less car reliant, but you know, this is the reality. It's like most people will have a car. I read a stat. I'm sorry I don't have a slide with it here, but Calgarians are just below average Americans as far as car usage. I think it's like 800,000 cars for the 1.2 million people that were here. Yeah. So it's substantially higher than the 0.5. That's
yeah. Yeah, I think behind Edmonton we have the highest roads per capita. And it's going to take a while to turn that. The one piece of the conversation is I like this, but I like it more on a nuanced, because I do think we do need to change. Genuinely, as a city, there's financial ramifications that we've heard about other speakers long-term into the future about the cost or the amount of infrastructure that we have per capita to refresh and what we're passing on to future generations as a long-term liability, essentially. Every square foot of road, every square foot of pipe, so on and so forth. And so I see this as a proposal to move us in that direction, but you're keying in on things that I think are important in terms of like bringing the city along on this journey. So I wouldn't mind maybe chatting with you outside of this little pressure cooker right now, if you'd be amenable to that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the next questions, Mr. Clerk, if you could just document that at 10:55, Councillor Demong returned from Alberta Municipalities.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, he was there on council business earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Come on up. Thank you so much for being here. I find it fascinating when people come in and done so much work, so I commend you for that, and version 3. So. That tells you how long we've been sitting here too. So I just need some clarity. Where do you fall on this whole process? Yes, you support blanket rezoning. No, you don't. I'm neutral.
No, as it currently stands, I do oppose it.
You do oppose as currently stands. Okay, and so with your amendments, and Councillor Spencer actually asked one of my questions, so I won't even go there, but with something else Councillor Spencer said, that there are members of council here trying to find, a middle ground to soften the blow. This is the public hearing to bring amendments and, talk to us about what you're seeing that administration has proposed. Do you also agree with this is the last public hearing to speak to low density residential if this does pass, even with amendments?
More or less, yes. I think once kind of you open that box and the genie's out of the bottle, you really can't put it back in.
So you're okay with if we move forward with amendments?
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wilson, thank you again. Yeah. Like Councillor Spencer, when you bring charts, you do big questions. I'm not going to go to this one, except to ask one question. Have you understand the concept of economic risk when you did this chart?
Sorry, in what context?
The concept of economic risk, when you take supply-demand curves and the what happens on the left and right side of the equilibrium. If not, then I won't go there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concept, but I don't really understand what you're
Okay,
getting at.
we'll just move on.
Sure.
You have another slide there which has home builders. I'm not sure if you can go to that one. Single-family apartment home builders cost. Sorry, keep going, keep going. The other direction? Nope.
It would have been slide 3, I believe.
Was there another?
One more. One more back.
There's one that had total income. There's one that had this the total income on it. It was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's at the very end. That's
very end.
8 or 9.
You. Did you speak to that last one? The last slide?
No, I didn't. I ran out of room.
Was it on your slide deck here?
One more. Yep.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it in your presentation. Can you speak to what this?
Sure. So I guess in the previous slide, I was kind of just showing Adam Smith, we live in a capitalist society. We don't have bread in our bellies because of the benevolence of the butcher, or sorry, the baker. It's because the baker's out there to make a profit. Everyone is going to look out for their own self-best interest. And there's nothing wrong with it, but it's something we have to acknowledge. If you look at this, if you're a developer and you have a chunk of land, what motive do you have to not cram as many units as you can onto a piece of land? You can kind of see it's okay, the dollars per square foot does drop as you increase the density, but that overall profitability for that same piece of land becomes exponentially more profitable. Now, this total income isn't factoring in the building costs of those, but you can see the trend and you can see where it's going. And unless City Council really puts rigid boundaries and guidelines around what can and what cannot be developed, we know we're inviting wolves into the hen house. We know which direction they're going to go.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thanks. I did type in RTS for Stephen, but I would like to ask one question for Mr. Wilson following that. Mr. Thor, thank you for being here. So you did mention about the fact of your community, and good job, by the way. You didn't look nervous at all.
Oh, wow, amazing.
So you did mention about the community that you live in and some of the challenges that your community faces, and I'm just curious because you've been involved in the community for some time. So just curious whether or not you would be interested in participating in a process such as a local area plan, where you get to analyze not just your community but the greater area as to where.
I understand the differences because I come from a 0 lot line house. We don't have room for a front drive garage without taking up the city land of the road. And there isn't enough room for driveways on everyone's 0 lot line house. So that a blanket thing, even for basement suites in this area, is not going to be suitable because there's not enough parking in the street, and there's not enough space for a garage We don't have back alleys in every zero lot line house. It's not a blanket that should be imposed. We should figure out what kind of things have to be done in each neighborhood and go for that. The impetus of this and the blanket across the city is, I believe, funded from the federal government, and the money that this council wants to grab with strings, and the strings is the blanketing. I don't agree with that. I say, forget about that. Let me deal with the federal government on a basis. I haven't talked to my MLA or my federal government about a lot of issues because they can't do very much. I have talked to the chap that died, I've forgotten his name now, before on issues. But I'm involved in the community, but the blanket and the impetus for that is something that I don't like, and it should be done on an individual basis, and I'm willing to help with the local area plan, maybe even chair it if I have to, but I'm not one of the people that stands out. I had many renditions of my speech that I made before the council meeting, and I wanted to tell about my personal situation a little bit more, to become a little bit more personable, but this is such a one issue setting, and there's only 5 minutes, you can't say it all.
Yeah, no, you raised some very good points in your submission, that all areas have to be taken into consideration based on their context. And so through a local area plan, we would look at all of those situations, all of those special conditions that exist within those specific areas. And so if you're willing to participate in that process, we'll certainly put your name down. I'll mark you down for that.
I imagine I'll be getting a phone call from you.
Thank you for
Jessica or other people, but thank you very much for your time. Is that all?
That was it for me. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, correct?
Yes.
So it's interesting what you brought up in that last slide through that questions from Councillor Wong. So as one of the recommendations, are you suggesting we look at potentially imposing limits, caps?
I am. I think it's 8 units per lot. First of all, intentionally ignoring what you call a unit is misguiding, in my opinion. But if we count the actual number of dwellings within a parcel of land, it's egregious how much we're trying to cram into one. I think if we took it a little more of a tempered approach, it would be a much more pragmatic solution that much more people would get behind.
Appreciate it. Thanks. That's the only question I had for you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wilson. Thank you. People are basing their opinions on ideology, politics, but you are presenting some curves. I like it. You said you don't support it. You don't support it based on what this, or based on that you don't see the implementation plan, or you don't see that it's going to be successful?
Sure. I don't support it for several reasons. I don't support it, A, because I don't believe it's actually addressing the problem.
Okay.
I don't think it'll provide a solution. I don't support it, 2, because a blanket, a one-size-fits-all, it's impractical to assume that everywhere is the same and everywhere can absorb this the same. We're all unique snowflakes. We need to be looked at on a per capita basis.
So you're saying the demand curve. Is
Correct.
this your aggregated long-term aggregated demand curve, or is it your short-term?
No, this is in short term. As we increase I guess both, to be honest. Like, as we increase the supply, agreed, but it's going to take so long to dilute that overall demand curve until Canada all equalizes, until Vancouver is a similar price as Toronto, as Calgary. Quality of life aspects aside, it's going to take so long to dilute it. So yes, this really is a long-term demand curve, I believe, as we continue to increase supply.
Because my interpretation, long-term aggregated demand is not just based people looking for houses. It's based on interest rates. It's based on inflation. All those factors go in. What I'm trying to understand is, and thank you for doing this, there's sort of opinion out there that pandemic mortgages are coming up for renewal next year, 2026.
Correct.
High price markets, Toronto, Ontario, BC, people are not going to be able to qualify, so they'll be taking their equity out and maybe moving in here, which pumps our aggregate demand even more.
That's right.
So I'm just trying to understand, if this goes through, will supply be able to keep up to that, in your opinion?
No, and that's why we need to actually take like more pragmatic approaches to not just just throwing cups onto the fire, but we need to actually say like, let's use our local area plans, like let's build high density kind of applications, places where we can find that balance within the cities.
So so you are more of the opinion that to keep up with that demand, this is going to be maybe a blip, and we need LAP approach of higher density at TODs and all that.
Yes, we need higher density, but I think this is also this is a national problem that we don't have to solve on the municipal level.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I appreciate this analysis. This makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Mr. Wilson, you're a popular guy today.
I sure am.
All right, your last comment was an interesting one. We're not supposed to solve it at the municipal level. So I'm kind of challenged where each order of government has their little box. Municipals, our box is labeling plots of land, because we do it with greenfield development. We make these beautiful maps, and we use RG zoning, and we let kind of the market demand drive it. But we also have higher density going out. We put higher apartments out there, but where we're struggling, and I think every major city is where do you, or how do you redevelop inner city communities where the community members are happy to live in redevelopment. Like you move into a new greenfield, you're comfortable with construction happening. It's part of the purchase agreement. Trades are going to be there. But where we have established areas, we got used to not having to worry about a construction truck there. So how are cities supposed to manage that conundrum of lived experience to get the buy-in when our job is to label plots of land? Like even when you look at our digital map, you don't see houses, you don't see built form on it. So how do we tackle that problem?
Right, and I think it's kind of a tempered approach. It's one we have in place currently. It's, like I know it takes longer, but it's still a pragmatic, sensible, goes slower. It's like you don't have to. As soon as, my fear is, and many others, as soon as this gets passed, should this get passed, as it stands, it's going to be a bonanza for construction. There's going to be construction everywhere. Whereas if we actually put it through the development process, granted, you're approving, I believe, 95 to 98% through the hearings I've heard, but it's a much more slow process, much more manageable. Should we, implement some of these amendments that I'm recommending, I think it could be much more, the construction level is going to drop further, and it's going to be less of an impact to those that live in the inner city. It's kind of taking that tempered approach. Like this is kind of the direction we're heading without massively imposing on the people that are established in those areas.
Okay, and then we've heard that government should get out of the way and let market conditions determine the outcome. And so with this process, we're saying you can still build single, you can still build duplex, and you can still build row house. But now, I guess, is it the trust of the city and administration taking over the approval? Because not every house sits on the exact same lot. Ward 2, we're suburban, we have different shaped lots. I know I'm already rejected for this development by the shape of my lot that I live on. Curved streets kind of reduce the number of units that can be approved. So is it the fact that we're selling it that every lot can actually be approved for this when we know full well not everyone will be approved? That is kind of the problem within the community?
I think it's just the speed that it's happening. It's just like we have to acknowledge this is like, again, if we open up the floodgates, this is going to be a bonanza of land speculation and solutions that really just don't address what I believe to be the core problem.
Okay, and then what about the fact that we don't have enough trades to build houses? So wouldn't that address the speed issue?
Perhaps, but I mean, how long does that last? Anytime there's a market condition, like I would firmly believe that as prices increase, because it's capitalism.
Yeah.
Sure, we have a trade shortage right now. How long would that last? you increase the prices of what you're going to pay them, you're going to start importing these trades and these people from all over. Like, it would not last for long, and this is a permanent change to a temporary problem.
Government's so slow. We haven't even talked about wage stagnation in this conversation.
Right.
I think that's, sorry, that joke needed to be said, government is slow. Can we go to your solution slide? I'm not sure what slide that was.
Would be number 3 or 4.
Now, sorry, it was a bit small, but did you mention short-term rentals in here as a variable that should be addressed? Or
No, I did not.
Why not?
You know, frankly, it's just like, I didn't believe, like, people want to, I think the solutions as proposed would be adequate to actually address it. The boogeyman is, like, everyone likes to lay it at the feet of Airbnb.
Yeah.
I don't have the numbers to support, like, what I'm about to say, but it's like, I really don't think Airbnb is causing a housing crisis.
So, you know, when we look at planning, we plan a city for long-term occupancy. And if we want short-term, we'll give you a hotel zoning label for that in our planning. So if we're not addressing the number of short-term rentals, yet we know we have a hotel zoning, don't you think that would factor into the plan of cannibalism of units that the...
Well, with all due respect, I believe we already are addressing the short-term rental via the, you have to have a business license now. Through the business license approval for Airbnbs, you have to get explicit permission, essentially from your HOA. So it's going to take all the Airbnb units that were previously used in condos and townhouses, anywhere where you have an HOA, it's going to take that off the market. So it's freeing up a portion of the market while still allowing Airbnbs to exist in areas where you have duplexes, single-family homes. Again, it's a tempered approach. You don't have to blanket ban.
But BC is doing that, and we're seeing a little bit of a correction a bit faster out there than here.
Right, and it's not really working for BC. We still have a housing crisis there as well.
But yeah, but even the condo prices, I think we saw before it even was in effect, $100,000 drop in the price of product, housing product.
I think we're still seeing foreign speculation, and then there's lots of pressures on BC's market that Airbnb banning has not shown to alleviate.
And then in yours, did you talk about numbered companies purchasing single-family homes?
More or less, yeah, not specifically numbered companies, but just not allowing the investments. Yeah, like actually forcing the people to, if you buy a home, you have to live in it, you have to occupy it.
Okay, last slide, one more question. I'm running out of time. Now, I'm just curious how you think, like, I know we always talk about developers, but when you come to this one, what about their carrying costs of properties that cut into profits? Like, where is that factored in? Like, we always think developers are walking away with their pockets full of cash, but when we look at interest rates climbing, like, they're getting hammered just as much to get us the built form. Mm-hmm. So was that factored in on, like, how many profits are developers actually making in the current market?
No, we would see that. I know where you're going with it, but yeah, it's just like, as a developer, why wouldn't you? You're going to try to cram more units onto a property to help compensate for that carrying cost that you've had to eat.
Yeah, but OSFI's coming down with stricter lending regulations, so then they have to have more capital to do this, and we don't see as much capital floating out there.
Should the interest rates, when the interest rates fall, which would be June perhaps,
I know,
we're going to see the land values go up exponentially.
Yeah, so like, even if we were to blanket zone, we're going to see increase in housing prices.
Correct. Like, you're not going to, it's not going to address that affordability.
Yeah. Thank you for this fun conversation, and it shows that we really can't solve this problem as quickly and easily as we're promising. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I'm coming back to you as well. I just had a question on this slide actually as well. So the line left unchecked, developers will prioritize and maximize profit. The units per lot count is the one that I'm really curious about. Underneath the RCG, depending on your perspective, right? It's been debated whether or not we count suites as units. That's ongoing.
Correct.
How come, or what would your perspective be on why the single-family home and the semi-detached don't count suites either? Because I would assume that the single-family home, which can have a suite, should be 2. The semi-detached, which can have suites, should be 4 if the row house is 8.
It would be because I haven't seen suites being sold in single-family homes. Whereas with the row house, you can sell the suites underneath for my, I guess everyone's nodding no.
And that's, so that's a big thing. And this is part of the conversation is the suites can be built, but they're titled with the main unit. So even though they can be built in an RCG, it's still a part of the main unit. So you're right that it would be a rental, but it wouldn't be something that you could sell separately. If knowing that now, and if you were to update your numbers, that would theoretically make the semi-detached the exact same as the row house.
I don't believe so, because we're also not acknowledging the backyard cottages and suites that would be built.
Which you can also build underneath some of the amendments that you've heard from council on the others as well.
Right. So I guess my point that I'm getting here is that every developer is going to want to maximize the selling price for that unit they can sell. Sure, I'll give you, like, you can rent out the backyard suites, you can rent the basement suites. All that's going to do is drive up the costs of that original parent unit that are all titled under. That's what I'm really getting at. Is like developers are going to want to make the most amount of money for that sale. Whether we parse that sale up between, 4 units or 2, they're going to want to drive that up as much as possible. Yeah. So left unchecked with, here's your blanket RGO, build a basement suite, build a backyard cottage. Developers are going to do that because that's where they get the most bang for their buck.
I don't fully disagree. So that's when I come back to the list price. When your maps around the housing, the prices and the supply, what is your perspective about having more houses built that are at that 500,000 point? Because you, as you just said, like the developer's going to build them.
Of course.
But is there any value that you see in having more at that price point versus the 1 million and the 1.3?
Of course there is value to have that. It's just that the left unchecked, where it's going to impose on those adjacent units, is the concern.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions for this panel. So thank you very much for being here with us today. Appreciate your time. Let's go on to the next panel. It's number 73. Do we have Pichu Kaliniak? How about James McKay? What about Nathaniel Schmidt? Jesse Shermell? Adam Wargon? Hi, come on up. What's your name? Yeah, come on up. Okay, so we've got Keely O'Neill and Adam Wargon, correct? Yep. From panel 74, do we have Jill Robinson? Hi, you can come on up. Do we have Kim McBride? What about Stephen Hoffort?
On the line.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have James Dixon? Do we have Susan Kober? Hi, you can come on up as well. Okay, so we'll go in this order. We will go with Keely, Adam, Jill, Stephen, and then Susan. So Keely, please kick us off.
Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. Okay. Good morning, Council. My name is Keely O'Neill. I am a university student and a resident of Ward 7, and I am in favor of blanket rezoning. I'm not originally from Calgary. I moved here in 2022 from BC to go to university. When considering where to attend post-secondary, I chose Calgary because I was told it was one of the most affordable big cities in the country. As you're probably aware, BC is facing a massive affordability crisis, so the prospect of moving to a place where rent and cost of living was at least somewhat affordable was very attractive to me. However, when I moved here, I ended up in a much different situation than expected. It took months to find my first apartment in 2022, and the quality of this unit was less than optimal. After my lease was up, I decided I didn't want to continue living in an apartment where the windows never shut properly, it was always cold in the winter, and that had broken fire alarms that would go off at all hours for no reason. But when looking for an apartment again last summer, I realized that rental prices had gone up, and the same units I had been considering the year prior were now $400, $500, $600 more per month. I wasn't even able to secure another apartment with my current roommate until about 2 weeks before our university semester began, and was paying hundreds of dollars more than I was the year before. And now that I've settled into this apartment and made it my home, I was informed just a few weeks ago that it's being sold, and I have until the summer to find a new place to live. This is terrifying to me. With the vacancy rate so low and rental prices so high, I have no idea how I am meant to find a place to live within my budget in the next few months. This will be the third summer in a row where I will spend every night or every day searching for a new place to live, and every night worrying that I won't find it. Calgary is facing a housing crisis, partially caused by a severe lack of homes in general, but more importantly, homes that fit the needs of Calgarians. The ability to densify residential neighborhoods not only creates more housing supply in established areas, but also reduces urban sprawl, which is expensive and detrimental to the environment. Also, creating smaller homes like townhouses and row houses reduces costs to first-time home buyers or aging families looking to downsize. Not every family or couple can afford a single-family home or even desires that much space, and they should have the option to live in a home that suits their needs. If the city wants to achieve their goal of 50% of growth within developed areas as stated in the MDP, then blanket rezoning should be a no-brainer. Like many others in favor of rezoning, I understand this will not automatically solve Calgary's housing crisis. It is not a silver bullet. Even if more row houses, townhouses, and semi-detached homes are built, it will not be enough to house all Calgarians who need it, but it is one of many crucial and necessary steps. As city councillors, it is your responsibility to ensure that all Calgarians are safe, secure, and can afford to live in this city. I am not the only student who is facing housing insecurity once again, and I can tell you right now that if conditions don't improve, I will not be living here after finishing my degree. Many recent university graduates are planning to leave or have already left because there is nothing for us here. I encourage you all to do the right thing. Vote yes to more housing and vote yes to blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Adam Wargon, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I am for rezoning. Mark me down as for. I'm involved with several urbanism nonprofits, More Neighbors Calgary, More Homes Canada, Strong Towns Calgary, Parking Reform Network, several micro-mobility initiatives. The reason that I'm for rezoning is just kind of like what has been proposed in the city propaganda, that rezoning for gentle density increases housing affordability by increasing supply. And that's it, and I just want to say great job with the engagement. I think there's over 1 million postcards that went out. I wonder what the printing cost was of that, but I appreciate the effort and sitting here for days, weeks perhaps. And I live in East Village currently. I used to live in a single-family home in Kensington, and now I live in a tower in East Village. And it's the highest quality of life that I've ever had, so I appreciate it. Great urbanism. To me, it's the best place to live in Calgary. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jill Robinson, please.
Good morning, council members and mayor. My name is Jill Robinson, and I'm speaking on behalf of my husband and myself. We are opposed to the proposed citywide blanket rezoning. We are residents of Marda Loop in Ward 8. We both grew up in the neighborhood and have owned our Century home for 50 years. We are also landlords and own several rental properties in our neighborhood, which we rent at below market rates. I have also owned my grandparents' restored Century home in Ramsey for 25 years. There are so many flaws in this proposal and the rushed, less than transparent engagement process. My impression of the so-called engagement sessions is city administration is telling us what is going to happen, not asking us what we think should happen. LAP plans, which have involved a huge investment of time and energy from communities, are being scrapped to allow densification citywide without adequate recognition of individual community needs. Misleading flyers from City Planning Department don't really present an accurate picture of what's currently being built in neighborhoods and promotes the false narrative which claims blanket rezoning will make housing more affordable. The city is looking to solve the so-called crisis on the backs of established communities by allowing unlimited, unfettered, and ad hoc development virtually anywhere in these established communities. This is not planning, it's just development. Citizens who have chosen to live in an R1 single-family residential area and are pushing back against this blanket rezoning proposal have been characterized by some on council as the selfish few, as if wanting to live in a quiet community with plenty of trees and green space is an aspiration that one should feel ashamed of. Let people who want to live in a single-family neighborhood do so. During COVID, walking through these leafy, quiet neighborhoods offered a calming oasis in a chaotic world. These neighborhoods are not full of old people who are standing in the way of progress, but alive with young families who appreciate the benefits of this type of planned and quiet living environment. Why are we experiencing a housing shortage? The problem is people. We have had a large influx of newcomers arriving here from other provinces. Why? Because Calgary is still considered a desirable place to live and, in relative terms, is more affordable when compared to other large Canadian cities like Toronto and Vancouver. In addition, the influx of immigration to the country with no apparent forethought or planning by the federal government as to how these people are going to be housed. This is putting additional strain on our already overburdened healthcare and education systems. This is something the city cannot control. When a pipe springs a leak, the solution is to reduce the flow from the tap, not to install a larger pipe. Municipalities need to lobby the federal government to slow the tide of immigration to allow infrastructure to at least catch up. The issue of affordability has been wrongly conflated with this upzoning proposal and should be addressed as a completely separate issue by Council and Planning Department. Affordable or below-market housing projects can only occur if the city frees up existing vacant land to accommodate affordable or below-market housing, such as the long-vacant Ernest Manning School site. The available land currently being developed in the Marda Loop and Altadore neighbourhoods most assuredly does not meet the criteria to meet the affordability goal. Today, a corner lot in Marda Loop can fetch upwards of $1 million. Let's be clear, developers aim to put the most doors or square footage on the land they purchase and reap the highest possible return. That is their business model. Affordability is not in this equation. Recent densification projects on 33rd Avenue resulted in more rental units and units for sale coming on stream, with more under construction as we speak. Rents, 2-bedroom, $3,000 plus. 1-bed or basement suite, $1,600 to $1,800 plus. Who benefits from this densification and development strategy? Developers and the city who exponentially expand their tax base. We need good, well thought out development that will improve and enhance existing neighborhoods, i.e. Garrison Woods. Densification around main arteries and transportation nodes, yes. Brutal ad hoc development without consideration of knock-on consequences for individual property owners and communities, no. I ask you to vote no to this proposal and take it back to the drawing board. This time, please make sure you truly engage with the citizens and property owners before making these community-altering zoning changes. Let's put this to a plebiscite. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Stephen Hoffort, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, councillors, in providing this public forum to speak to this aggressive rezoning initiative. My name is Stephen Hoffert. I'm a homeowner and business owner residing in West Spring since 2001. I have loved to call the Calgary my home since 1979. I've had a great career and have worked continually my entire life. However, I was unable to purchase my first home until 1995. So 20 years almost in this, working before I could purchase a home. That's pretty standard these days. Home ownership takes a commitment to savings and a lot of hard work. I'm not overly concerned about the market environment at home, as I tend to not worry about things I have no control over and have no intention of moving. I can't take my home with me to the grave, but essentially the value in my home may be the only thing enabling my eventual retirement. We're asking you please not to pass blanket rezoning in the city of Calgary. I believe the rezoning initiative will prevent a development free-for-all. It will leave neighbors and neighborhoods vulnerable to the developers who will build anything that is saleable. Allowing them to build virtually anything anywhere with zero input from neighbors is conduct unbecoming of council. This is such a serious issue for all Calgarians that it must be approved by a full electoral plebiscite. Currently, 96 to 98% of development permits are being approved, but your current process eliminates the 3% of bad apples out there. By eliminating the approval process, the 3% can quickly turn into 15%. Now developers will be able to do as they please to make a dollar. Council's action to take Ottawa's strings-attached bribe of federal tax dollars and impose on Calgarians up to 8 front doors on a conventional single-family dwelling lot puts us on the steam side of the population. And while City Council has the legal authority to maintain Calgary as the best place to live, you have no moral authority to upzone virtually all residential properties in Calgary. Nor does Council have the political authority to take such consequential action. There was not an issue in the 2021 elections. No elected councillor or mayor advocated this kind of rezoning. If Council remains determined to rezone, its advocates should make it a ballot issue, including the plebiscite. As I said before, we are asking you, please do not vote in favor of this one element of the city's comprehensive housing plan. It's insane that in the city of Calgary, unless you're traveling into the downtown core, which is virtually vacant since COVID, it has much room for turning empty office towers into emergency shelter. I understand that converting to a home would be difficult due to the amenities being in the center of the building. I firmly believe that increased density should be the first developed in the existing areas that are near to LRT, shopping, libraries, community centers. Basically, it makes no sense to do increased density on a single-family home out in the burbs that's already developed. It's not that we're expanding the footprint simply because when you have 12 new units on a home that was for one, where are they going to park? Right now there's almost no alleys anyhow, and parking even on the street for visitors is tough, and that's just the single-family homes. If neighborhoods are not wired to accommodate more than 1 or 2 EV chargers per block, how will the power distribution system or the neighbors handle so many more? Water supply lines. We're going to, basically, we have so much more infrastructure necessary to enable all this increased upzoning in areas that were never designed for that. How are you going to deal with massive increase in back alley bins, which has been brought up many times, as most new neighborhoods don't even have back alleys? And how can less than one parking area per residence ever be considered? Most areas of Calgary are only available to get in or out of downtown with the poor transit routes available. It is really difficult to go from West Springs to South Center without, or I guess South Center isn't so bad, but Beacon Hill. You basically have to go all the way downtown, all the way back out, and it can take a couple hours worth of transportation. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Susan Kober, please.
Good morning, almost afternoon. My name is Susan Kober and I'm from West Hillhurst and against blanket rezoning. I also put a petition out in West Hillhurst and 570 people have signed it so far against rezoning. I don't consider myself selfish or elitist, which has been sort of thrown around, and I'm not frightened of bottle pickers, as somebody from West Hillhurst said yesterday. If you don't know West Hillhurst, a drive-through will tell you it's been densified and has diversity. There are 5 seniors' homes. These people are not on the census. Townhouses, churches, apartments, duplexes, fourplexes, backyard homes, single-family homes, all in 2 blocks. Did I mention kids? Lots of young families in the neighborhood. The local area plan draft implies we should all have canes and babushkas as an aging community, but we're not. Lots of kids. Not many of the original homes are still standing. The lots have been split up into duplexes, single-family homes, and townhouses. There's also been a lot of redevelopment down on Kensington, especially near the 19th Street intersection. There are two types of landowners. Private, like me. Individual landowners can't solve the housing crisis. Do you honestly think that landowners have the money to build a suite in the basement or tear their garage down and put a suite in there? I don't. Public government lands, the city, the province, and the feds should be used for building social housing with rent according to income and not for profit. An example from a while ago would be the senior lodges built during Peter Lougheed's tenure using the Heritage Trust Fund. Land use dictates development. That's a quote from former city lead planner Carol McClary. Carol and I collaborated on one of your 5,500 letters, unless you have more now. It's on April 14th. Blanket RCG land use allows for a double row of buildings, one in front and one behind, with minimal parking off the rear. Each unit has a basement suite, which I think we have to count. This is quantity, not quality of life. Double rows of buildings don't fit into my neighborhood or anyone else's, yet they're being allowed. This has many of us here today to speak against this type of development. Denver calls them slot homes, and they don't like them. They're cookie-cutter duplicates all over town. They're in every area. I'm sure you've seen them using up the whole lot. So double-row buildings, what can I say? In my neighborhood, just a couple blocks away, there's a 14-unit, 12-meter double row proposed on one lot. Next door to me, there's another 36-unit this time, double row, 4-building, 12-meter, and of course the half-car parking stalls. The double row buildings block, they shadow, and they invade privacy. They impact use and enjoyment of private property. A lawyer mentioned that yesterday. They destabilize communities. People are leaving our neighborhood. The realtors definitely said on, I think it was Tuesday, that they devalue adjacent homes. There's a real debate on that, but the realtors came out and said that he had sold the property for, what was it, $725,000 in last year. And then one of these buildings came up, huge wall. He showed pictures, and he said if he was to try to sell it, he'd be lucky to get rid of it, or maybe get $600,000, so big loss. Approval of the RCG zoning won't stop homelessness, domestic violence, or provide affordability. Nothing to provide accessible housing, universal design, or age in place. They're full of stairs. The basement suites could have radon, that's in our neighborhood and others, and no sun. You've got the land, go and use it. I see my time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Kober.
Okay.
Appreciate your presentation. And Nathaniel Schmidt is here from panel 73, so we're going to have him go as well.
Thank you. Before I begin, I did email a short presentation. I'd have a USB stick. I just wanted to make sure.
Is it that one?
Oh, yes.
There you go.
There we go, titled Upzoning. Okay, thank you. So my name is Nathaniel Schmidt, and I'm a single-family homeowner in Ward 6 on the edge of Glendale. I've lived in my neighborhood for 2 years with my wife and our young daughter. We have expectations, and I want to tell you all on council how we feel about this land use change and how it will affect my neighborhood. So to demonstrate this, as I said, I have this short presentation called Upzoning. If we could please go to the next and final slide. Now, this is a picture of me at the noon hour rally on Monday in support of housing diversity and housing strategy. And I'm smiling. Why? Because as a homeowner in a single family neighborhood, I think this is totally fine. Actually, it's great, and it's a first step to get people housed. Here's the worst that could happen to me and my family. Some construction, a few more cars on my street, an uptick in visual trespassing, sometimes multiple times per day, and some new faces. And guess what? This could all happen anyways, upzoning or no upzoning. Now, I'm being led to believe this is some coordinated conspiracy coming all the way down from the Prime Minister himself. But I know you're all too busy for that, and that this is just the important first step of a comprehensive housing strategy created by a nonpartisan group of experts, all chosen because they have the subject matter expertise to find the most efficient and practical solutions to our housing crisis. And the city can adapt because we employ an entire administration team full of experts and staff who know how to build cities. I don't mean to make light of things with this, but if we take a step back and mute the rhetoric for a bit, we can see this as a basic step in the right direction. It's a few new menu items with all the old favorites still there. We're not taking the restaurant in a totally new direction. This change is firmly within your jurisdiction and comes from almost 2 years of work and engagement. It is not some fly-by-night experiment. It is the fiscally responsible and equitable choice. Outer wards carry more of the density burden with fewer services, while established areas can contribute less and receive more. My neighborhood, Glendale, is right in the donut of decline surrounding downtown. We're within walking distance of the LRT and MAX bus lines and close to downtown with excellent access to services, but can barely keep our CBE school open due to lack of population. Contrary to what you may have heard, my CA and other CAs resisted the Westbrook LAP process, trying to keep density to the busiest streets only. That's still also not fair. And it's not fair to wards with inadequate services and a bigger contribution to our tax base. On that note, we must avoid amendments that water down the plan. I strongly urge you to consider making townhomes and row houses permissive uses under RCG, just like they are already with RG and greenfield developments. Those of us in established areas need to start pulling our weight. And despite what you've heard, density is better for climate change and biodiversity. I know this because I've been up here half a dozen times telling you about Ricardo Ranch, which on its own lost 200 acres of environmentally sensitive area. Losing some trees to development pales in comparison to the loss of existing ecosystems and increased reliability on fossil fuels through outward growth. Environmental organizations around the world, including those I am involved with, support densification and decreasing outward growth. And housing also helps address criminality and public safety, as homelessness is at the root of so much in our criminal justice system. I've spent months at a time during my work hours trying to find housing for individuals in remand who are voluntarily staying in jail, refusing release that is available to them because they were afraid to return to the community without securing somewhere to live first. This is an abject policy failure. We can't keep building out and denying opportunities with so many people to house and so much space to build where we already live. Consider the gravity of the issues I'll face as a homeowner versus what we can begin to solve with this simple change. Remember, there's many more like me who are fine with this. So fine that most didn't even feel the need to say anything. But most importantly, remember how many people need homes and how many more will need homes if we fail this first step. Of course, everything is political, but this needs to be about more than the next campaign slogan. And regardless, don't worry, because for those of us who already have somewhere to live, the absolute worst case scenario is we'll just make a few more friends. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Chabot, please.
Yes, my first question is for, I can't remember the lady's name that was up here. Yes, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Robinson, in part of your submission, you indicated that you didn't feel heard through either LAP process or through this process, and you indicated that you felt that some of the material that the city put out didn't actually truly represent what RCG is. Can you give me an example of what you meant by that?
Yes, I can. It's a proposed development in Altadore that's on a large corner lot, currently housing a single-family home with an incredible garden that's open to the public and one car. What is proposed by the developer on this lot, which, by the way, is next to a new multi-million-dollar home. So what's proposed on this lot is three-story units at the back of this lot, another 5 at the front, with only 8 parking spaces, and each of those units has a basement suite. So we have a potential there for, I don't know, like if you're using the 1.8 cars per person factor there, you could have cars all over the place. In addition, the plans for this particular development show 8 little wheelie bins out back. And of course, that's not accurate either, you know. And the person who has the misfortune of having the house next door to that development will not be looking at a nice garden with trees. You know, this lot has many, many trees on it. They'll be looking, you know, they'll lose their privacy, sunlight, back to front of their lot. So that's one example. And there's plenty more, believe me, in Altadore and Marda Loop.
And insofar as the current material that's been provided to residents from the city in regards to the postcard and then the letter that the city sent out and some of the, I guess, some of the other pamphlets indicating what the city is intending on bringing forward as part of this amendment, do you feel that those pamphlets and the pictures in those truly represent what it is that?
No, they do not. They do not, because none of them that I've seen show those basement suites, and they don't show the parking or the chaos with the garbage bins and everything. They don't really adequately reflect what's being built. And as somebody else mentioned about these 4 and 4 or back to front complexes that take up literally the whole lot, it doesn't show that either.
And what about height?
Well, height, you know, it's difficult to get a sense of the height from those little drawings or pictures that they have on those cards. But the ones that I'm referring to, that first development I was talking about in Altadore, it's proposed like 3 stories.
And the material that you received from the city, does it show those?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. And Ms. Robinson, please, if I may. Thank you. Sorry to leap up and down. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned you live in Marda Loop.
Yes, I do.
I too am interested in Marda Loop. I've been following it for 45 years. And what I'd like to do is have a discussion with you about change. If anyone's seen it, it's been you. You've lived there, I gather, a long time as well.
Yes, I have lived there a long time. In fact, my family moved to Altadore in 1955. We were the last row of houses, and beyond us was bald prairie. So yes, I have seen many, many changes. Some of them very positive, like I cited, the Garrison Woods Department. Very thoughtful, nuanced development with many different housing forms, but planned, not dropped into the middle of a single family street.
Of course, that's a situation where this master planning was available because there was a single owner. That's a big piece. I'm interested in the Marda Loop of today, which it's very different than the Marda Loop of even 30, 40 years ago.
It is.
And how you responded, you felt that this was still a very livable community. A lot of people report differently about Marda Loop, and they're concerned about the congestion and the traffic and the density. And if I could get your perspective on how you feel about that change from what we're dealing with to a large degree throughout the city, and this is a bit of a microcosm of that potentially.
I feel that I understand the need for densification, and it is occurring along 33rd Avenue, as anyone who's driven along that strip will understand. And I'm not against that, but as I pointed out in my presentation, this has not provided affordable housing, you know, for marginalized groups or anything like that. It has densified the area, but it has increased pressures on traffic without any increase to the infrastructure. You can't widen the roads through there. I would mention that on the books here, which I just read about in the paper the other day, is that Co-op has purchased the land at the corner of 33rd Avenue and 20th Street. What's proposed for that is a grocery store with 500 apartment units. Now, I'm thinking that if the city moves forward with that and they use their, 0.5 parking stalls per unit, that is going to cause utter chaos there. And right now, people drive to the businesses there. Some do walk, some do bike, but most of them drive, and the parking pressures there are already just horrible. And you're just going to see this like huge parking lot all the way down 33rd Avenue if this goes ahead. Like, there has to be a nuanced approach to this. You just can't go and put all of these people in an area that wasn't designed to accommodate it. And so, although we love Marda Loop and we love our home, and everybody else in the neighborhood loves our home too and our garden, we have noticed increased pressures with people cutting through to avoid the traffic on 33rd, the congestion, the traffic lights and everything, and this is only going to get worse, in my opinion. Does that answer your question?
Yes, in a very fulsome way. Thank you very much. One thing I might ask you a little bit, some people think that there's a bit of a density gap, a benefit gap, in the sense that when other communities, Glendale in particular, have been working very hard to get more services, that European grocers has been mentioned, a coffee shop, things like that, as included in the multi-story buildings that are proposed and being built as we speak. And that's being slow to come, and we're told that it's because the business person cannot necessarily make an investment 5 years in advance of a significant amount of market share to justify the business. So unfortunately, the density has to come before the businesses arrive.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that conundrum?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know the solution to that. But on another issue about putting all this densification into an area, Altadore School is already over capacity, and there's no land to build any more schools in that neighborhood. So that's another issue that I didn't address in this because I didn't have time. But the pressure on the existing infrastructure, schools of which is one, if you're trying to entice families to the neighborhood, why do that if they're going to end up having to bus their kids to another neighborhood? So I feel that's not been adequately addressed and needs to be too in further consultations here.
Thank you for your insight. Thank you. If I may, through the chair, Mr. Schmidt, please.
Yes.
Last night, the president of Glendale Community Association presented, and we discussed, among other things, the 6-story building that's being proposed not far from where you live. And he felt that that was the right place to put that sort of density, and of course it is. It's footsteps away from the LRT station. I wonder if I could get your comments on how that type of density, which we might see more of, I understand there's a number of other proposals for similar scale to be built along 17th Avenue adjacent to the LRT coming in the next year or two. That will make a material change to traffic patterns, volume of traffic. The burden on all the infrastructure, frankly, is going to increase significantly. What would be what do you think the response from the community will be? How should the city respond to that density in that very localized area?
I think that the city knows how to respond already through the development permit process, for example. So when you rezone, you address things like infrastructure and parking, and that gets a closer look. The fact that we already have so much in place. For example, our family has 1 vehicle and a garage. We don't even need street parking. And many of the homes that already exist there are the same. That the streets are empty to the point, actually, where I noticed the other day at the Glendale School, there's a clearly marked crosswalk, super wide street, nobody's parked on the street, and they had to put extra signage to remind people that you're legally required to stop at a crosswalk when there are kids. And bright yellow signs, and to me that is a failure of street design and neighborhood design, because even on our street, it's just these open, wide streets, people driving super fast all over, where because we have this under-densified area, that increasing density makes the streets friendlier, it allows for better street design, it allows for more people to use the multi-use pathways that are just a few blocks over, get to the multiple blue line transit stops that are there, and then also to get onto the MAX lines and bike to work, which I do every day, rain or shine, snow, sleet, whatever. And there's lots of people in my neighborhood that do the same thing. And the issue I have when we talk about density increasing and causing all these problems, it's all predicated on things that might happen, not things that will happen. You can't predict how many people are going to bring vehicles into the neighborhood, are going to use their bike, are going to do these things. And those types of calculations are done through administration and through people that understand how to build cities. I don't understand how to build a city really that much, and I doubt anybody else that's presenting does either, which is why we employ all of these experts. And this kind of predictive denial of progress doesn't help anybody, and it doesn't help our neighborhoods progress, and it doesn't also allow us to provide all of these different accessible services in our inner city neighborhoods, because we're going to say, well, because everybody might drive, then we can't do this. And right now I have a neighbor on my street who has 3 trucks and 1 family. So then what's the issue there? Why can't we limit the vehicles for that person? Because they're taking up more street parking than they deserve as well, which we also don't pay for street parking. It's not my parking spot, so I have no ownership over it. So those are all the issues I have with that, and the responses will come in time and neighborhoods will evolve. And this change realistically is not gonna change our neighborhoods drastically for another 5 years, and at that point the city's gonna look completely different anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Super quick. Ms. Robinson first, please. You live in Marda-Loop, and it's great because I've heard in my communities, which doesn't include Marda-Loop, that people don't want to become like Marda-Loop. So knowing that Marda-Loop was rezoned RC2, I think it was in the 80s, but no other communities around that, or really not a lot of other communities in the south were rezoned RC2, so had that redevelopment potential. Do you think had those communities also had a difference in zoning, do you think that would have slowed down the rate of growth in Marda-Loop?
I really don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but, I realize that most communities, not all communities, will at some point be upzoned and have to deal with some more densification. I'm not saying we don't want that. All I'm saying is there has to be a lot more checks and balances in place about what gets developed where. And like I said, Marda-Loop is like the poster child for the good, bad, and the ugly of development. There's been some really good ones, and there's been some really bad ones too.
Yeah, and definitely through the evolution of that community, different iterations of rules, right, over those almost 40 years now. The property in question that you were talking with Councillor Chabot about, I hate to sort of be adversarial, but I'm pretty sure that that's not an RCG property and it's an MCG property. Do you know?
I don't know what the zoning designation is. All I know is that a single-family property on a corner lot is going to be developed at that density. It's an unusual shaped lot. It's a pie-shaped lot with a huge, like I said, beautiful garden on it right now. And that is, all the trees and all that garden are going to be gone.
Yeah, and I'm always just careful, right, when we're talking about what could come, different land uses. So I'm more, that's great, super great. I have a question for Mr. Schmidt. If my memory serves me correctly, at one point when you spoke to us, you talked about wanting a brewery near your neighborhood. So I wonder, is RCG like offering a flight of beer instead of just being able to get a pint? Because I love the food analogy.
Yeah, it probably would have been a more appropriate analogy for my weekend choices. But yes, it's nobody's taking away my single family home. We can keep that for as long as we want. And once we sell the home, it's not my business anymore anyways what happens to it. And so if you want to make a choice, you can make a choice. If you don't want to make a choice, you don't have to make a choice. It's not like it's not a set menu kind of thing. You have this entire menu of choices, and you can do all these different things to your property if you want to, or if you don't want to. And if you buy a duplex, then you can knock it down and put up a single-family home. I don't understand the issue by saying it's going to take away something from me. It takes away nothing from me. I'm not affected, and I don't own the property next to me, and I don't own the business and the habits and anything else unless it rises to the level of a nuisance type offense that's a tort. So, somebody saying visual trespassing or that private nuisance from increased noise in the neighborhood or parking, I really doubt. That's not my area of expertise, but I highly doubt that you're going to have any luck on a tort in that case. So, really, it's, I think a little bit we need to come to grips with reality in that because this is what happened in the 1970s and 1980s, and this is how things felt, when we live in a city that's going to be 2 million people, you can't control everything that happens around you. And this is a very sensible and gradual change that we as adults should be able to put up with. We should be able to put up with some people getting a flight and some people getting a pint.
So if I could sum that up, what is possible is not always probable. Is that a fair statement?
It's what we have is a bunch of things that could happen here. And the fact that they could happen is good because we live in a place where we follow the rules of private property. And what we're talking about, my neighborhood is already blanket zoned. It's blanket zoned as RC1, and it shouldn't be anymore because when it was blanket zoned for RC1, if memory serves me, it would have been built in the late 1940s, early 1950s. It was the outskirts of Calgary at that point. Things have changed. And when you buy a house, you don't buy your neighborhood. And so unless you want to buy your neighborhood or buy the whole restaurant, then unfortunately, we have to live with the fact that we have no control, and there's no actual basis in zoning or policy that would say, unless your neighbor says yes, you can't do this. So I really think we need to refocus ourselves on what we're talking about here and what type of, what we're looking at when we're doing a land use change and what that means and the decision that you have to make, and not because of personal preferences in particular neighborhoods.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. Before we break for lunch, let me just set us up for what we will be having after. Panel 75 will start us off. That'll be Carolyn Niwa, Marvin DeJong, Jeffrey Scobie. And then we'll go into panel 76, which is Lesley Stang, Dana Lougheed, Maria Lilidovich Rudna, Donna Zubkowski, and Samantha Stokes. I will, of course, read these out again when I get back after lunch. I will also take the time to read out the folks who were not on the other panels this morning that may be here now. So we'll come back and resume everything at 1:15. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chu,
Here.
Councillor Demong,
Surprisingly, I'm here.
Councillor Dhaliwal, Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Meehan,
I'm here.
Councillor Penner,
Here.
Councillor Pootmans,
Here.
Councillor Sharp, Councillor Spencer,
Here.
Councillor Walcott,
I'm here.
Councillor Wong,
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carra, Councillor Chabot.
Here.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Carra, noted. Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you. And Councillor Dhaliwal.
I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, we should also note that Councillor Carra this morning was at a meeting of the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board. He's on his way back right now.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are starting with panel 75, but before we do that, let me go back to some of the people that we called this morning to see if anybody's here. If you'll just bear with me. Do we have Alexa Briggs? How about Sean Kollee?
Mayor Gondek, I'm here, thank you.
Hi, is that Sean?
Yes, panel
Perfect.
71, please.
Thank you. What about Keely O'Neill? And how about Barb Meyer? David Pickney? Sorry, David Pickering. Pichu Kaliniak? James McKay? Jesse Chernell? Kim McBride? Or James Dixon? Oh, sorry, that's Kim McBride? Okay, you can come on up. You'll be part of this first panel. So we will just look for a couple more people now. We're going to go to the panel 75 list. Do we have Carolyn Niwa?
I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Marvin DeJong? Hi, you can come on up, sir. And do we have Jeffrey Scobie? Hi, you can come on up as well. Okay, that's perfect. So we've got 5 people for this panel. The order will be, we'll go Sean, then Kim, Caroline, Marvin, then Jeffrey. So Sean, Kollee, why don't you start us off?
Council, my name is Sean Kollee. My affiliation is with the Calgary Inner City Builders Association and my own infill building company. I'm here to support the RCG zoning initiative. I have been working in the RCG zone since 2017 and continued on through 2023. My comments will be brief and focus on the impact of scarcity in the Calgary market for development land. Over the past decade, RCG equivalent land cost in the inner city has doubled, and in some cases is approaching triple in value as when I started building in 2012. As we enter Q2 2024, I feel we are experiencing a near speculative mania in RCG land, fed by out-of-control investment, both locally and interprovincial. A byproduct of this is an undesirable cottage industry in contract flipping, with builders such as myself being approached to fund $500,000 assignment fees. This is working, actually, and it's driving up townhouse prices. It's offering lucrative regulatory capture by those who are not creating any value, and the home builders are the ones who create value through infill development. I view the slow rollout of RCG as contributing really greatly to the issue, and it can only be resolved by council. Fear of scarcity has led us to self-insure our business continuity through banking of development land. Once our land bank is depleted, we're going to be subject to the market pricing of this RCG land, and the possibility is great that we will stop townhouse building unless townhouse values escalate further. It's fair to say I've mostly benefited from scarcity, as have most homeowners, but in the future, I think I might be a victim of the same scarcity that others have viewed when trying to find a personal residence. The unfortunate reality of infill detached homes that I also build is we've not been able to sell any new homes under $1 million on any land purchases made after 2020. I've heard a lot of comments from presenters that the new townhomes are too expensive and unwelcome, but few appear concerned that detached homes that have such an easier process to permit and construct have escalated significantly as well. I've also heard discussion on construction and labor availability from those who've never built a single home. And I urge Council to avoid accepting most of those comments as accurate. My final comment to Council, I think there needs to be leadership on expiration of obsolete land uses attached to restricted covenants. A fair place to start would be covenants that expire after 100 years and perhaps are renewable but can only apply to single parcels. Thanks for your time, Council.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Kim McBride, please.
Good afternoon, thank you, Council. My name is Kim McBride, and I address you today as a resident and property owner of Ward 6, speaking in opposition to the blanket rezoning amendment. I'm also a born and raised Calgarian of over 40 years, and so that's a bit of a rarity, I think, as we've seen the city grow really exponentially, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, and now again. So I'm speaking mostly from the heart, because there really just wasn't the time to prepare thoroughly. I feel that's one of the things I want to bring up, is the process and the public engagement. So I appreciate this opportunity today to express my concerns on a matter as important as this, which will have long-lasting impact on the design and on the character of the city. It is necessary to speak in person, I felt, although it has been most inconvenient to arrange the time to be here. I know that there's been some discussion about maybe having a delay on this to June that would have allowed people to be able to be more informed on it and to speak articulately about it. So for some of those reasons, I know that there is a whole host of people, over 600 people speaking on these issues for and against. So I know that they have presented all the practical things. I would like to speak more specifically to the principles of what's going on. I feel like this has been a flawed process in something that is so big that will, like I said, change the character of our city going forward. I know that there's people that have been speaking about some of the practical reasons why this amendment's not a good one, to just be blanket zoning everything. They've talked about parking, devaluation of property, issues with densification, whether that's a good thing or bad thing. Unique circumstances of certain specific neighborhoods, which requires a more nuanced or case-by-case approach. I'm in agreement that that would be the way that has been done, and that's the way that it should continue, because it helps to build that neighborhood feel. I know that there's been comments on whether or not we can go back to the nostalgia of the day, back in the day when things were different. I know the city needs to change, but we need to be doing that where we get to project together with the public, with you on council, what we want to see that city look like. It feels like, for example, I've only recently heard that the councillors are holding town hall type meetings. And it's not entirely clear to me if these are genuinely meant to gather public input or in order to inform the future decisions, or is this rather to sell an idea that has already been years in the making, but that many Calgarians feel has been foisted upon them. I really think that this robust public engagement needed to happen before this point of decision, and we're a bit cart before the horse on this. So I am disappointed that the call for a plebiscite was rejected, and I would hope that maybe that could be reconsidered because this is going to change the character of the city to have a blanket one-size-fits-all in every single neighborhood. I've also heard, but again, because of time, I haven't been able to look into all of this to see if it be true, that certain neighborhoods are exempted from this. And I'm just curious, how would my neighborhood be able to get a blanket exemption on the blanket rezoning? So if there's picking and choosing certain neighborhoods, I would like to have more information on it. Again, because I do want to speak to this issue, I do feel like we need to have more time on it. I don't feel prepared enough to be able to say, yeah, this is great. My house has been rezoned in an older neighborhood, and it will change the character of the community. I also want to address the idea of this crisis politic. And so this idea that we have to make decisions quickly because we're always in crisis. I really feel like it doesn't give the process time to be thorough and thoughtful, especially if we're managing things in the city size of Calgary for long term, we need to be really thorough with it. So the comment that maybe, delaying till June was a delay tactic, I really think it's necessary to get that full, broad public support and that you'd ascertain that from the public. There is a huge, I would say, mistrust between the public and those that are governing and making decisions. And I think in terms of public trust, it would have been a lot better to have had this be more open and transparent. For many, many reasons, and I probably will put in some submissions, I'm against this rezoning, and I do wish that the process would be...
for your presentation. We're just at time.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. If you could have a seat, if there's questions for you, I will let you know.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's go to Caroline Niwa, please.
Okay, hi. Thank you for having me here today. I'm not here with a new perspective that has not been heard, I guess, with the 74 panels before me. Housing's an issue in Calgary, yes. That issue, however, cannot and will not really be resolved effectively or successfully with broad blanket rezoning. I am opposed to the citywide rezoning. When day one, when I started watching the graphics of the Housing Committee presenting these cute, idyllic scenes of little shops and homes side by side, carless streets, and there was like spans of green space all around the houses, that scene is not realistic or even close to what's being proposed now. Neighborhoods would not look that way, full of RCG stacked row on row. It's a false setup. Nor did the presentation or the community mailouts include the type of homes that are being proposed. 12 suite options, mid-block, towering up to 3 stories over the smallest modest bungalow. Those bungalows that keep our older neighborhoods special and charming. There's some value in that. And I feel this whole rezoning, it eliminates the idea of value in what makes us a little bit different from each other instead of this homogenous idea of a blanket rezone. The planner presented some solutions of waste and compost bins, and even that had a fence that, it housed 2 or 3 bins in those photos, but not the possibly 20. We've talked about parking. I can't wave this one away because it's an oversimplified statement that, families don't need cars, they can use transit. Well, yes, that is true. And in my neighborhood, that there is a whole host of different ways people are getting to and from work. But all of this is being delivered with perspective. And mine comes from being a parent with a family of 3 kids, often splitting up extracurricular between all quadrants of the city, between my husband and I, hockey bags in tow and winter gear. And the reality is that we are a driving city if we want to participate in most of the things that happen in our city. Yes, we take advantage of the park trails and the walking when we can in our local coffee shops. But realistically, we live in Calgary. Someone before me commented that you don't buy a neighborhood, and I guess that's technically true, but I do believe that we invest in it. And I've invested in building a community, and my community happens to be primarily single-family homes. So I guess I'm just asking that you to reconsider some amendments to the plan that really don't leave it to the city or to the planners unchecked, who will prioritize their profits before my community. So I guess I'm just thinking that we can make this a great city and we can start solving some of these really big problems. It can be inclusive, but it should not be at the expense of the Calgarians who will inevitably fall in the shade of the developer's profit. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Marvin DeJong, please.
Council, Mayor, my name is Marvin DeJong. As an architect, I think I can perhaps offer some perspective about the process, permits, and the question that's been before you this week, who benefits from the shortened permitting. I'm opposed to this proposal, but not against change. I feel we do not have to reinvent our city to achieve your goals. I change the built environment all the time. This is not about remaining in the status quo. I agree with densification. I agree with upzoning corridors. In fact, I think it's imperative and it doesn't even go far enough in some cases. This is why it is flawed. I certainly agree with helping the vulnerable, but I don't feel this is the way. The new LAPs all speak to planned density, and this is all your citizens ask. They do not want to remain stagnant, but they ask for predictability, stability, and respect. One size that fits all rarely fits anyone. I look at all the LAPs already completed and those currently in play. I look at all the community volunteers. I look at the FCC and the leader who spoke with such emotion earlier this week. These are people who care. How do you reconcile with them and simply dismiss their work? Why do we put so much effort and energy into something and simply ignore it? Roads that currently have limited or no parking on them should be allowed allowed even higher density. This is where the rezoning doesn't go far enough. Grade-oriented housing is perhaps not the best use here, and what you're contemplating actually sterilizes the block into more appropriate larger scale development. Trains and transit corridors. Why are our 60 kilometers of train lines so woefully underdeveloped? It's almost insulting. There's properties that have been vacant for 30 years. Further, I look at all the emptiness within our city. Why do we need to continue to tear down when there is so much vacant land? Does affordable housing and affordability not need to start here? We keep hearing that 95% of the land use gets approved anyways, but we're missing some facts. We don't know what the ask is. Is it RC1 to RCG? Is it RC2 to RCG? Those are very different asks. We are told this will make the difference of 1,500 units. Is this 300 buildings? Could not the same lift be achieved with 25 plus or minus larger scale buildings? If we want to move the needle, you need to let the larger developers get to work. And to be clear, I don't work on these large projects, but I get my ear bent on how difficult it is to get these large projects into the ground. They can solve this if you give them the room to run, but process has to change. I look at the shopping malls and all their vacant parking lots. I think the Calgary Co-op should actually be commended here. They're developing their sites while they occupy them. This is more of exactly what needs to happen. If we want to help the vulnerable, 600K row houses will not achieve this. And I can speak to costs of construction. 200 a foot is $1 million a cost, 800 to $1 million for a piece of dirt. And then there was the developers earlier this week spoke to the cost of money at $15,000 a month. That's $180K a year. And then there's profit. They are not doing this for 5% returns. These are the main variables, and I doubt any of them will change in our favor. I would be happy to discuss that in questions if you wish. I sympathize with all the young folks who have spoken. I have 3 kids, and they too want to own homes one day. I would like those folks to know that we've been here before. I respect that the disparity between home ownership and income is much higher now, but when I was 17, my dad told me that I would never own a home. I have the same concerns, and I understand their perspective. If we truly want to help the vulnerable, I look to Charlottetown, where a Calgary company is taking old camp assets and turning them into homes for the vulnerable within a year. That's permits to occupancy. I look at the exemplary work that's done in the UK, where old soulless council houses, the answer to their post-World War II housing crisis, are being replaced with award-winning architecture where the for-profit homes can't look different than the subsidized ones. I look at Midtown Station, the University District, all the newly planned greenfield communities. These are all excellent examples of well-planned communities, but make no mistake, they're well-planned. I respect that the new communities are all RG, but make no mistake, but I respect that these communities are all RG, but to think that somehow our established communities will morph into this in some haphazard, arbitrary manner is utopic at best and lazy planning at worst. Planning should never be arbitrary. Good design is never arbitrary. And those new communities get amenities. This rezoning speaks to none of that. Only density. Added amenities have to be part of the solution. If time is a commodity that we're trying to optimize, then simply make DPs concurrent with land use. I agree, this will save months. And to be honest, it's too late for any meaningful engagement at the DP stage. All the major decisions are already made. And that's not engagement. If it fits with the land use, there's nothing left to discuss. I agree with the developers that approvals need to be easier. This will concentrate development in the areas where the most profit will be made. It's as simple as that. Most of this will not happen in the affordable communities, but only the desirable ones. What does that do for the vulnerable? It will concentrate the energy away from where it's needed most. The market will always provide houses for those who can afford it. It may need to catch up, as it does now, but to think that this is about affordable housing or affordable living is suspect. I know other cities have tried similar solutions, but we simply need our own solution, and it should be measured and focused. Reactionary decisions are rarely the best decisions. Thank you. 9 minutes.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jeffrey Scobie, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jeffrey Scobie, and I'm a longtime Calgary resident, although my career has largely been in the international arena, and I've worked and lived in several countries. I am not in favor of item 7.2.1. I can cite many reasons, but I'd like to talk today about one of the perhaps lesser talked about aspects of this push for densification in Calgary, and that is the globalist nature of the origin of this idea, and how Calgary's approach to this did not begin as a local concern about housing affordability, specifically as it applies to Calgary, but as part of a global agenda towards restructuring cities worldwide. The restructuring of Canadian municipalities under the auspices of the United Nations began in 1992. In that year, the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development was held in Rio de Janeiro, also known as the Earth Summit. One of the products of this conference was a document known as Agenda 21. Canada signed on to it that year by the Mulroney government, and a total of 177 other countries did as well. The Agenda 21 document contains a lot of language around, quote, promoting sustainable human settlement development, such as number 1, quote, sound urban management is essential to ensure that urban sprawl does not expand resource degradation over a wide area and increase pressure to convert open spaces and agricultural/buffer lands for development. Number 2, the objective is to the encouragement of communally and collectively owned and managed land. Then in 1994, the municipal primer on the UN Conference of Environment and Development was prepared by the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and was issued to all Canadian cities and towns outlining how they were to implement the global Agenda 21 at the local level. The primer had many statements regarding the push for urban densification, including these. Municipal action strategies can include, number 1, establishing hard, with hard in quotes, boundaries for urban-type development. This involves delineating an area within which all, and they bolded the word all, urban development will take place. 2, using regulatory powers like inclusionary and bonus zoning for housing to further the production of affordable housing and development that is environmentally sensitive. 3, using bylaws to ensure that housing opportunities within the existing housing stock are being maximized, including ensuring adequate provisions for accessory apartments. Although the primer was a non-binding agreement, all municipalities, including Calgary, has adopted it. Calgary did so in 1994. In 2002, the so-called Melbourne Principles for Sustainable Cities were developed by the UN Environment Program and the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. Principle number 4 called for cities to decrease their ecological footprints. It said, the ecological footprint of a city represents the land area necessary to sustain current levels of resource consumption and waste discharge by that population. Reducing the ecological footprint of a city is a positive contribution towards sustainability. In reducing the footprint, problems should be solved locally where possible rather than shifting them to other geographic locations. Then in September of 2007, the Imagine Calgary Plan for Long-Range Urban Sustainability was finalized in an effort led by the city. One goal was stated to be that by 2016, complete communities will have been developed that enable people to meet most of their daily needs within a reasonable walking distance from home. The Melbourne Principles are mentioned 7 times within this document. It also said that the Melbourne Principles guide all of the 100-year goals set out for the city in the document. In 2019, the World Economic Forum and the United Nations signed a strategic partnership framework to jointly accelerate the implementation of this agenda. This is the same World Economic Forum whose founder and chairman, Klaus Schwab, once famously declared, "You will own nothing and be happy." I'll conclude. I've shown a direct line between United Nations policies and our city planning. Proponents of this idea are agents for a globalist agenda, whereas they should be focused on the interests of the citizens of Calgary. What we're dealing with and what Council will be voting on is not a newly scripted local response to a local issue in Calgary, but it is to implement a long-standing globalist agenda in Calgary. In the absence of a plebiscite, Council alone will fulfill this UN agenda. I hope it will not. I encourage Council members to vote not in favor of item 7.2.1. Councillors, please exercise your judgment on behalf of your local constituency, your electors, rather than voting in favor of an agenda imposed by unelected global institutions. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to go to questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Mr. DeJong, sorry. Is that DeJong? Marvin. Okay. Yeah. Architect.
Still catching my breath.
So it's all good. It's nervous up there. You mentioned you're an architect. I'm just wondering the process. Do you design a building and then look for the plot of land for it to fit, or do you look for land and then figure out how the building's going to fit on it?
It's a great question. I don't look for land at all. Clients come to me and they have their land already purchased, and then we design. And to be clear, I mostly do houses, to be honest. I'm one of the few architects that are dumb enough to do houses. So we never, the land is always purchased. Yeah. So then I get involved.
Okay, so I love that your houses too. This is perfect. Is every lot of land in Calgary conducive to a row townhouse? Just without knowing it, just from driving around.
The smaller lots, like sub 50 feet, I doubt it, because you need at least 50. But after that, probably, yeah. And then, yeah.
So how would you fit the garages, and I know, stop me if you have to, when you have backyards versus backyards, wouldn't that constrain what kind of built form you could design?
Well, if there's no alley, then the garage has to come from the street. It's just called, there's no alternate access. So, but I think you can actually fix some of your parking problems by actually making garages that cars fit in. Because I think garages, they're just simply too small.
I know, I can't fit my truck in
issue,
it. I fully agree.
Alley, if you have an alley, you can put garages in the alley. And if you have no access, you're allowed to use the street.
Allowed to use street, but within it we have parking requirements. So then when you're building you're designing the building for your client that has a lot, you're going to be constrained to the size of building you would be able to make from.
Always, you kind of build clients will come with a bit of a brief, like just what they want and what they need, and then we fit it in. And I can tell you the design process, but I don't think it's appropriate maybe at council here because there's time constraints. But it's. Yeah, I actually start with how you access the site, and that's usually by car. And so we start with the garage, and I firmly believe in gracious movement throughout the site. And that's why I say garages have to be bigger as well. But that's where you start, and then you play it out. Do the kids enter the house from the street? Do the parents come from the alley? That sort of thing. That all comes into play.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you for that.
That's helping at all.
No, that does help because. Thank you. And I have one quick question for Ms. McBride. You mentioned your community, you wanted an exemption. I was curious what community it was. I didn't catch it.
I heard it was Mount Royal.
No, but for you were saying what your community was.
My community's Strathcona Park.
Strathcona Park, awesome. And then have you been rezoned, or is it you were referring to this rezoning, none of your
Yeah, so I received just a flyer. I looked for it to find out a mail or something was sent to me that said, oh, your house has been rezoned.
Oh, I just wasn't sure if you'd gone from an R1 to an R2 and then received this notice. I just wanted to clarify that.
I think it went to it was R1 and it went to R2.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. Okay, great. That's all. I just wanted clarity. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to Councillor DeMong.
Yes, I'd like to speak, Marvin DeJong. I can't even do it. I was going to try and very quickly say your name. I want to speak to you, but it didn't come out right. Your comment with regards to the LAP process and that you've gone through them, you've looked at them, and it's a process you encourage. The way they are now, they're somewhat generalized. Are you looking to say we should go at them and actually in a bit more micro design as to where each type of buildings should be fit?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that communities, we have to respect the people that come from before us and so on. So I just think that communities need to be involved in the process. And to be clear, I am all about densifying. Like, I am not against this, but I just think it has to be done in a more designed fashion. And where, like the fella from Glendale yesterday, like he spoke, his street got RGO, like that's what has to happen. I just think that there has to be just community input there.
And in some cases, even a higher density unit going in some places rather than just the simple.
You can't park in front of the building. I think it needs to be higher density. There's lots of examples, 33rd Avenue and 37th Street Southwest. This is exactly what needs to happen, those larger scale buildings. I mean, I think part of this will get solved by cranes. Like these just have to be bigger structures. I appreciate small buildings. That's what I do. So.
And on that concept, you actually mentioned or touched on the transit-oriented development. Do you have any recommendations on how we can accelerate this? I mean, it's not something that the city of Calgary can do. I mean, we could.
Well, I appreciate you don't own some of that land, and I know you just bought back Westbrook and so on. But at a ULI event, I went to Urban Land Institute event I went to last week. One of the members there just said that perhaps you have to start giving people a 5-year note, and I don't know how this works because I'm not on your side of the lectern here. But you have to give, maybe people have a 5-year moratorium, and after that you get taxed for the land, what the use can be and what the building can be. Because, like I think of like there's like look at north of 50th Avenue and McLeod Trail, there's 6 empty sites and I think 3 more empty buildings. And the vast emptiness east of Chinook, it propagates that social discourse there. Like, buildings have to get built there, and they should be large scale. And I love the Midtown Station notion. The University District is brilliant. Like, it's beautiful, that curving road that you can't see the end of. That's brilliant, but it's not affordable.
So when you're talking about TODs and such, when you talked about that 5-year gap, you're saying give them a 5-year moratorium and then start taxing them as to what could be there?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean,
I was looking at the other way around. I was thinking five-year discount on the property taxes once it's built, but interesting. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. DeJong.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. McBride, please.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to come down here this afternoon. I know you alluded to the fact it's not always easy to make these journeys, so I appreciate it that you did. You talked about some of the issues that you saw as a consequence of blanket rezoning. I'm wondering, what are the particular issues that concern you about your neighborhood and your day-to-day life, about how you see this potentially impacting your activities?
Well, certainly even right now, parking is a huge issue. Already, just because it's kind of narrow and there's smaller homes on smaller lots in the particular area I'm in. So that's just one thing of many. But the whole design of 0.5 parking stalls for the unit, that's I just don't understand that. I would like to have more information about how that was arrived at. But that's a huge issue, is how that would look. And just the kind of home that would be able to go into the neighborhood is a problem for me.
Thank you. You're aware that of the processes that I had a letter the other day from a neighboring community, and they'd added up the number of homes that would be changed over. The volume of homes to be built will not be thousands and thousands of new homes as a consequence of this project, of this rezoning. It'll be a much smaller number, and each one of those depends on a vendor selling their home. So I think I heard in your voice the worry that there'd be many of these being built very quickly.
But one of the things that I've noticed, even just in the routes that I've traveled on, 37th in particular, 37th Street, 17th Avenue, you see these abandoned lots waiting for that one house, that next seller to sell. And so you see them boarded up, and it's looking for that whole block all the way down 17th Avenue from Sarcee Trail up to
45th.
37th. Yeah, it's like, so, and then these different style of homes goes in there. It changes the character of the neighborhood. So what happens while you're waiting for the next house to sell and the next house to sell, so that you can put up that multiplex, whatever it's going to be?
A lot of the multiplexes will be built on a single lot, a 50-foot lot or less. Let me ask you the tricky question. When you talk about character, are you referring to architecture or the people?
I think that, well, I would say that the architecture, yes, and the quality of life, the kind of lifestyle. So, for example, there are many people that like the apartment-style lifestyle, or they like the row house lifestyle, and so that has a different character to it. Others want the single family, the white picket fence, the backyard, be able to make a garden, and so you end up with this hodgepodge of different designs. And that also reflects the values that the people shared values in a community, so the character of the community. I remember in my growing up years, we couldn't put a certain color stucco unless on our wall, on our side of our building, unless we were in consultation with the neighbors, because it reflected on the neighborhood. Yeah, I know people have said you don't buy a neighborhood, you buy your home and your property, but it does make a difference when you've got a little tiny bungalow and a huge megaplex beside you. So, and I think over time, that change over time, yeah, it just changes the type of living that happens there. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. I'm going to move on to forming the next panel. Do we have Lesley Stang? Hi, you can come on up. Do we have Dana Lougheed? Hi, you can come up too. Do we have Maria Lilidovich Rudna? Do we have Donna Zubkowski? How about Samantha Stokes? Okay, I'm going to look at panel 77. Do we have Walter Thorson? Hi, you can come on up, sir. Do we have Verna Leask? Hi there, you can come up as well. And do we have Brian Weatherill? How about Lori Somerville? Susan Glenister? Do we have Calista Wintrip? Sandra Harper? Olga Knight? Do we have Howard Higgins? Hi. You can come on up, sir. You'll round out the 5 people. So we're going to do it in this order, everyone. It will be Lesley Stang, then Dana Lougheed, then Walter Thorson, then Verna Leask, and then Howard Higgins. So, Lesley, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, thank you. Make sure I can see this and you. Firstly, good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, members of City Council, administration, and fellow concerned Calgarians. My name, as you've mentioned, is Lesley Stang, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the City Council's newly proposed blanket upzoning. I represent myself and my family. My decision to speak today followed a town hall meeting earlier this spring, hosted by our community association and attended by our councillor. I attended the meeting to learn about the parameters for blanket upzoning and hear the data, research, and evaluation that led the city to introducing this significant change to the current land use bylaw. I was expecting more detail, immediate plans for city lands like Westbrook, perhaps Midfield Heights. I was hopeful that my councillor would be prepared to address how the city planned to fine-tune its own toolbox, cut the bureaucratic red tape of the building process, maximize its own current assets, reduce costs to the homeowner, builder, or potentially even the rental tenant. I expected information about how the programs would be audited after implementation, reassessed if needed. I thought this would be straightforward, especially for a councillor who was a champion for the affordable housing strategy that was approved in September. Sadly, I left with more questions than I came with, along with concerns that the city had not done enough due diligence prior to introducing blanket upzoning as part of its strategy. It had not provided Calgarians, or at least in my opinion, with sufficient information about the impacts of this change, nor enough opportunity for open, productive, two-way, positive communication and dialogue. Sadly, the most upsetting realization was that our councillor at the end of that meeting suggested that his decision was almost made and that we would need to come to this hearing in order to present perhaps a new perspective that he would consider. To be clear, I am not against densification. In fact, I believe it's critically necessary for Calgary right now. I'm simply in favor, as many have said, of strategic, purposeful, phased intensification that capitalizes on existing services like transit infrastructure, preserves the integrity, character, and history of our established communities, and the essence of our city. There is not a question in my mind that our city is facing a critical shortage of housing, especially affordable housing, and non-market housing for low-income, marginalized, and vulnerable Calgarians. Blanket rezoning is not the solution to solve this, or at least not alone. The single-family home isn't the enemy here. It is and should remain part of the tapestry of a diverse offering of housing options, and I think this truth has been somewhat lost in the politics of the day. That home remains a foundation of any future community development, notwithstanding the important addition of townhouses, row houses, duplexes, fourplexes, and as Mr. DeJong just said, things built with cranes. Simply jamming larger pieces onto the board without serious consideration for the consequences, both intended and unintentional, isn't a good plan. I believe that new zoning guidelines can be created that balance the needs and budgets of young Calgarians, new Canadians, low-income individuals, families, as well as the older long-term tax-paying citizens who are truly banking on the value of their properties for their retirement. This hearing, as all of you are having to sit through, and I applaud all of you, is the longest in our city's history. I'm told you had 13,000 pages of documentation to read. And the simple fact that 70% of the respondents in your own What We Heard report felt that blanket upzoning was not something they were in favor of. These are clear indicators that more work must be done. I'm deeply concerned that the proposed change will lead to a lack of oversight, limited consultation, a hodgepodge of dwellings, questionable building quality, and at its worst, it will pit neighbors against each other in our city. I urge Council to reconsider this proposal, contemplate the exceptional information shared over the last week and into next week, and engage in a more thorough process that respects the diverse needs and concerns of our city's residents. This is simply too contentious of an issue to push through without further work. Delay, delay this or defer it back to administration for further work. Do the right thing for all Calgarians and the future of this great city, and oppose this bylaw change. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Dana Lougheed, please.
On a point of procedure,
Yes.
Mayor, has sound been returned to the remote folks yet? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning or good afternoon, Council and Mayor Gondek. My name is Dana Lougheed. I am here to ask you to vote no to the blanket rezoning. Understand that this is not a plea to prevent inevitable increased density, which we understand will occur in the city. I do understand the negative impact of urban sprawl on our tax base and the need to optimize the use of existing infrastructure such as roads, schools, and transit. This is also not a request to abandon those in our city who are struggling to pay their rent or who are in fact unhoused. This should be a priority, and in this regard, I think you will get agreement from the majority of Calgarians. The World Economic Forum states, "Trust is the glue that holds a society together." Trust is the most critical thing you can have in a well-functioning, economically and socially successful community. The handling of this issue by the city has unfortunately broken the trust your citizens have with their elected officials. It has created uncertainty, pitted neighbor against neighbor, community against community, generations against generations, and unfortunately, most citizens of Calgary against their council. You've received opposition letters from 52 communities of varied socioeconomic levels. You've received strong opposition from the Real Estate Board and more from the Federation of Calgary Communities. You've received an unprecedented level of community input, overwhelmingly in opposition to blanket rezoning. So with this in mind, I am asking you to respect democracy and uphold your responsibility as elected officials. I am asking you to pause, to build trust, and just find a better way to build the future of Calgary. The current blanket rezoning seems to fly in the face of several city initiatives and guidelines, including local area plans, not yet completed, which allow for citizen feedback while encouraging the necessary evolution of our city. Blanket rezoning instead ignores concerns raised by citizens. We have been given incomplete responses to concerns regarding increased traffic, transit needs, and other infrastructure challenges. This breaks down trust. The city also approved an affordable housing plan recently in 2023. And what has happened to this? You are suggesting a policy that enables the building of million-dollar townhomes as an equivalent priority to building affordable housing. More homes will eventually create downward pressure on pricing, but that will take time, and Council, we need immediate action. Calgary is not Toronto or Vancouver, nor do we want to be. Calgarians value our communities for their security, social character, and sense of calm that boosts our mental well-being. You must support each neighborhood differently, making progressive changes with the ability to alter course periodically as we better understand the impact of each change. And doing this, by the way, does not preclude simultaneously increasing the building rate of affordable housing. My research with developers, although I am not an expert, tell me they are already running flat out. They tell me we built in Calgary 23,000 homes in 2023, and that the maximum number of homes we could build is perhaps 25,000, maybe a few more thousand, given a real limitation of skilled tradespeople and supplies. And so what Council is suggesting is that in order to get to that maximum, a few thousand homes more, that we must blanket rezone this entire city? Why are we leading with this sweeping infringement on property owners when you haven't exhausted all opportunities for the city itself to speed up home building? City property around Heritage Station and Westbrook Mall is vacant. Cumbersome processes and costs levied on their projects leave developers running. But do not rationalize this simply because you have not solved these problems yourselves. Do better, Council. Change the zoning instead of dilapidated buildings along McLeod Trail, which is also along transit lines. What an incredible opportunity to revitalize a major corridor. Your land holdings include a significant number of other empty lots to build on without invading neighborhoods. The easy solution is blanket rezoning. The harder one is a collaborative approach which respects the choices of all citizens of Calgary. But a problem cannot be solved with the same level of thinking that was present when it began. Council, you can do this. I challenge you to pause, rebuild our trust, and do better for the citizens of Calgary.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Walter Thorson, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Walter Thorson, a resident of Varsity in Ward 1, and I appreciate this opportunity to present my perspectives. Throughout this past week, I've engaged with the live stream of this hearing, gaining a much deeper understanding of the current housing problem and the blanket upzoning proposal. I've witnessed a lot of fear this week. Fear is one of the most powerful and debilitating emotions that we experience as humans, yet it also serves to protect us from things that could harm us. And we know that fear is amplified even more when there's also uncertainty, a lack of clarity, and the perception of competing or conflicting goals. Giving in to our fears almost always results in people putting their me before we, no matter whose interests your particular me represents. It's one of the favorite tools in the devil's toolbox. And it deeply saddens me that this issue has so divided our city. I've heard the fears of our younger generation, new arrivals, and those advocating for the vulnerable, the fear that home ownership or even basic rental housing are already unattainable for them. That's real. I've heard the fears of existing homeowners that their quality of life and the communities they love will be deeply degraded by uncontrolled densification and developers running amok, risking our enviable status as one of the most livable cities in the world. That's just as real. But I've sensed another kind of fear that both sides share, and that's the fear that Council will get this decision wrong for the detriment of all of us. Let's pause and recognize that fear is arguably the worst possible mindset to be in if we're trying to come together to solve a wicked problem. How did we end up like this? By just about any measure of civic satisfaction, process effectiveness, and transparency, there's powerful lessons for you to learn here and radical course corrections to be made. Could it be that collectively we failed to establish the first and most fundamental step in the design thinking process, that moment of empathy for the other person's challenges that can lead to real shared insight and truly innovative solutions? If any of that feels valid, then what can Council do about it? If the current processes and timelines have only served to bring us arguably to the most divided moment in our civic history, should we not pause? Should we not evaluate whether there could be a better way to move onward together? How do we need to reframe this conversation? In the meantime, there are plenty of things that can and should be done immediately to address the current housing shortfall. At least 97 or more other things as captured in the housing strategy. My second observation is about change. We're living in a time where change is everywhere, and it is accelerating. Change is also inevitable. Our city is continuously evolving, and we must adapt and respond with wisdom and discernment. It's important to act fast, but it's even more important to be able to learn even faster. This doesn't mean betting the farm on an untested set of assumptions or progressive ideologies, but instead using rapid feedback and an empirical approach to help us get to solutions that work. And doing that requires deeper citizen engagement and community participation. We need process guardrails that give people a voice about their communities, plans and controls that can be wielded at the community level. To do that, I guess that's where I feel like the framing of the debate about upzoning has strayed far away from effective design and problem solving. Somehow we failed to ask fundamental questions about how we can navigate change while still preserving those aspects of control and predictability that are necessary for all of us to move forward together without fear. What would it take instead for citizens to get to a greater sense of shared hope about our future? The current upzoning proposal is deeply flawed because it fails to recognize the legitimacy and knowledge of landowner and community voices to steward neighborhood evolution and densification. Rather than pushing upzoning to citywide uniformity, we instead need to explore pushing densification and planning targets downward to the community level, where we can act with surgical precision and context. Give us context-specific targets of households per hectare at the community area level, and watch Calgarians step up to make it happen in ways that exceed your expectations.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Thorson. Appreciate your time. I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Verna Leask, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I have laryngitis today, so if my voice goes, please forgive me. My name is Verna Leask, and I live in Meadowlark Park, and I am an impacted homeowner. I'm here today speaking on behalf of myself. Our city's population is expanding, and all our residents need a place to call home. I understand that Calgary needs more housing, but I do not believe that blanket upzoning will achieve the results that you're hoping for. I say hoping for because I haven't seen or heard any empirical evidence to prove that it will. From the presenters this week, I've heard that blanket upzoning will allow developers to redevelop any lot or land assembly zoned RCG that they deem profitable in any neighborhood. With communities stripped of their public voice before council, who will the gatekeepers be to ensure that the development will be well planned and respectful of the neighborhood? We need a meaningful development plan with meaningful community safeguards. Earlier this week, I heard a development group say that not all lots are suitable for redevelopment. We need a focused approach that allows for well-planned development, preserves green spaces and tree canopies, takes into consideration parking, available sunlight, privacy, waste and recycle bins. An approach that builds vibrant communities without eradicating the character and uniqueness of every neighborhood in our city. Community residents involved in the LAP process have intimate knowledge of their neighborhoods and can provide the insight into where and how development can best occur. I do not believe that Calgarians are afraid of redevelopment or change. I believe Calgarians are afraid of not having a say in where and what is developed and changes, and how those changes will impact their neighborhood now and in the future. It is clear to see by the hundreds of presenters at this hearing, the thousands of letters submitted to Council, the public rallies held on the front steps of this building on Monday, and the massive media coverage over the past week that Calgarians want to be included in redevelopment zoning issues that affect our neighborhoods. We want a place at the table. We want to be heard. By adopting blanket rezoning, you are silencing our voices and stripping us of our democratic right to speak on development issues that will affect every Calgarian. Be brave.
Let density and upzoning occur where it makes the most sense. Let the citizens of Calgary participate in how their neighborhoods grow and redevelop. Make no mistake, blanket rezoning is not about developing livable communities. Let's strive to leave our communities more vibrant and livable for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Howard Higgins, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Higgins, and I reside in Ward 13. Thank you, Mayor Gondek, and thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I'll begin by saying that I am opposed to the blanket rezoning. I'll reiterate some of the reasons. I mean, you've heard it 77 times before, but I'll reiterate some of them. But also, as the ladies have said just now, that the complex issue that we're facing here and the number of people who are involved or can be affected, we really need a plebiscite. I say respectfully, we shouldn't have the decision being made by 14 individuals. I say that respectfully. It needs to come from a plebiscite from the citizens of this city. And so that's one thing I want to express to you right now. I'm not against housing, obviously. Everybody deserves a clean, safe, secure place to stay. And that I include the homeless people in that situation. You know, when it's minus 40 outside and we're at home in our comfortable homes, there are people outside suffering, and we can't have that. So anyway, what we need to start doing here is to look at things like parking. We've discussed this before. I don't understand why there's only half a unit of parking spot available per unit. Unless I misread that, that doesn't make any sense to me. And because of, so that means you have to have, I don't understand this. And also if a family is renting a unit and they have 2 vehicles, can they get 2 permits to park their vehicles on the street? The other thing to consider too is in some areas of the city, as you know, we're charging the citizens to park their vehicles on the street. We have heard many times before from our first responders the difficulty of getting into their target area because of congestion. Too many vehicles on the street, compounded by snow on the roads. So I just don't quite understand if we're going to have densification in a urban area, we're going to be compounding the situation in a difficult time when we need to have access to our ambulances. And I can relate, we had to have our ambulance to our house last fall for my wife. Luckily they got in. And so I say respectfully, I don't know why we're rushing this. I just don't really quite understand the need to rush it, because I think the money is coming from Trudeau and he wants this done with the money to be used for inner city. But as one gentleman said earlier, why can't we do it on the outside of the city, in the newer areas? You know, I don't understand this. Why is Trudeau dictating this when we have to, where we have to rebuild homes? Then we have a fire hazard situation. As I understand it, I've been told that some of these multi-units can go right up to the property line of your existing home, of a neighbor home. And already you can see in the city, when a home catches on fire, invariably a house on either side is affected by the fire. And so we're going to be compounding the fire exposure. And so what will that lead to? Will that lead to higher premiums down the road? Or will some companies not even bother insuring because it's such a huge risk? I don't know. Then we have running out of time, the infrastructure. Who is going to be paying for the cost for the extra gas lines and water lines and power lines into the areas and any road improvements? Who's going to be paying this? I'm not clear on this. Also, talking to one of my friends, he brought up a very good point, and I agree with him. I think there's this blanket rezoning is talking about a shift in demographics. Yes, Alberta, we are blue conservative, but we also have orange NDP. And some of the areas, like in my area, where I have Rebecca Schultz, UCP, prior to her we had NDP. And so are we going to try to have Trudeau dictate to us the number of people, the type of candidate he wants, by changing the demographics within the community where we live, so that an NDP person get in there. An NDP, as we know, is in bed with, is working with the Liberals for their plans to proceed with ruining our country. But there's a change of demographics I feel that's going on with this potential to change the density of homes in our existing urban areas. And I've run out of time, and again, I'm sorry, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'm going to go to questions for this panel. Let's start with Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. My question is for Mr. Thorson first. I had to actually actively think about what your last name was, Wally.
Thanks, Courtney.
Great to see you. So one of the things that you noted was that we have multiple other actions in the housing strategy, 97 others.
Yeah.
But I heard in that a little bit of an insinuation that we aren't doing those things and we're only doing this thing. So I guess my question is, have we just not done a good enough job communicating all the action that we're taking on the rest of those 97 actions?
I think that's a good question. No, I think communication has been there for people who want to see it. What I was trying to say there was not to insinuate that nothing is happening, but that because something is happening, we need to be measured and diligent in our work to decide if blanket upzoning is the right decision. I don't think it is.
Okay, and that's fair. I actually just wanted to know from the communication side. Now, you talked about feedback and rapid iteration, and you and I in the tech world know all about that. So this is a land use that we've had for 10 plus years. So we've actually been iterating on it, have made land use changes. And so in some ways, this is a new iteration that we're putting forward. Would you agree with that statement?
I think the blanket change is an iteration, but it's also betting the farm. And that's my objection to it, is that it's too big a step and it's untested and unvalidated. And as a result, I think the piece that's missing is the creation of the feedback loop. How much densification is enough for the time that we live in? How much will be enough for next year and the year after that? And I think that's where communities who have the knowledge and the perspective of how change is unfolding, at the street level, need a much bigger voice than they're being given and afforded by this proposal. And so we need to find a way to push targets down to the citizens and to push the accountability for achieving those targets down to the community level. And then let the bun fights begin there, because that's where the knowledge and the passion and the dialogue can happen, so that we can make a better decision together, and we can work together to build the kind of community that the members of the community want to create. And I think that's an easy thing to legislate. So let's just do it.
So knowing that we can't regulate the number of people in a house, do we set those targets then based on units or based on population?
I think we set them based on households per hectare, as I mentioned.
Okay.
So that we can look at what's an appropriate, contextually appropriate densification for that community. And it'll look different street by street, block by block, lot by lot even. But at least let that conversation happen at the community level. And the abandonment of local area plans and that type of thing is a failure to plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think we're abandoning local area plans. I don't think that's the intention. Yeah. Can I ask you talked about process guardrails. And Ms. Leask, I'm actually going to ask you the same question, but I'll repeat it. One of the recommendations here is to make RCG discretionary use, which means that development permits would be circulated to neighbors so that there is actually that community feedback and say on that built form. How do you feel about making, keeping things as discretionary right now so that, should this be approved, there is that guardrail in place?
I think the guardrail is necessary. I don't think that is the right answer still. I think there is a deeper level of planning that needs to happen that involves the community. People looking at maps, people looking at how things are currently zoned together as a community, and then having conversations. And then, innovating together, coming up with disruptive ideas, and disruptive in a good way, right? Because they're looking at things. There was a development in my community of a new fire hall. And there was a lot of opposition for the community with respect to the siting of the apron for the fire engines leaving on a residential street, and the fact that traffic studies showed that most of the fire truck traffic was actually needing to go on another entrance onto a main thoroughfare. And at the same time, there was a plan, from the city to build mixed housing, 48 units of housing, and put it into the University Innovation Corridor, the old research park, sort of outside of the current neighborhood districting around schools and all kinds of things. And so this was going to be income-assisted housing. And yeah, there was some NIMBYism in the community about that. Some people were like, no, 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 not in my backyard. But I think most people in the community were looking at what was being proposed and saying, we need to brainstorm more about alternative options, maybe looking at things like other housing developments that already exist in the community and whether densification could happen there, and whether alternative uses of that building could be a better context for the siting of what would go alongside the fire hall. And ultimately, I think we got to a good solution. It's still going ahead with multiple units of affordable housing. And I welcome that in the community, but what I welcome the most was the opportunity to participate in the process to get to a better solution. I've heard developers coming and saying, we want a 6-week process to be, bulldozers at the site. That's just simply not long enough for the community to respond. There's a time constant to people being able to understand that a change is coming, to organize, and to really understand what's being proposed. And 6 weeks isn't long enough for that to happen. So we need to find a way to get advanced visibility of what's coming at us in terms of, maybe not the specific developments, but at least the densification targets. And then an opportunity to ideate and participate in how that should manifest in the community. And that's all I'm asking for.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. Ms. Leask. So I'll go back to my first question. So RCG is discretionary versus permitted. So that means that communities and neighbors would have a say on that built form. How do you feel about that?
I'm part of the LAP process, the Chinook LAP process for our neighborhood, and as you know, that area's 6 or 7 communities involved. And Chinook Mall is also part of Meadowlark Park, and they have some zoning that has changed in the parking lot. So they are planning, when it's financially feasible, to build towers in that location that will have hundreds of either apartments or condo buildings that will be part of our neighborhood. So our neighborhood is unique in that you can't drive through it to get anywhere. You can drive around it and in it, but you can't drive from Elbow Drive directly through Meadowlark Park to Chinook Mall. It's in the center of Glenmore Trail, 58th Avenue, Elbow Park, and 5th Street, or where the mall is, then McLeod Trail. So we are not opposed at all to densification, and that's not what we're saying. We're saying that there are very smart places to increase and densify, to change the built form, but it needs to be in consultation, and it needs to be well thought out. And as the stewards of the community, and as people who live in the community and participate actively in community events, we understand how the traffic flows. We understand the kids, what happens, the dog walking, and where it makes sense to increase that. So we just want a place at the table and to be heard.
Okay, so what I hear is through the local area plan process, identifying those sites for higher density is still a good process we should keep going down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But having said that, can I add? It's a process that's not 100% working either, because it's a process where we don't often hear we are heard. And the reason why I feel that is when the process began, I specifically asked if we could meet in person, because when you meet in person, you can read someone's body language and you have a total different discussion, understanding where people are coming from, and you're debating back and forth. I was told that no, we would not be having many meetings in person. Most of them would be online, because then they can control that the meeting is an hour and a half. Well, the challenge is with that, and that's fine when we had COVID, but the challenge is when you are trying to pose a question in the chat, it is impossible to listen to the questions and the discussion and try and form your question and get back on the page so that it is not a totally a format that engages everyone, because you either get lost trying to type in on the chat or you don't have the same kind of engagement with face-to-face. When I look across and see, you know, Councillor Pootman, I'm engaged with his eyes, and I can see people are engaged.
Yeah.
So it's not working as well as it should and could.
Okay, I hadn't heard that. That would have been great feedback through our office that we could have worked with the team on. So setting local area plans aside, I want to go back to the proposed recommendation before us that RCG is a discretionary use, which means, so permitted means the community doesn't, have any say or input on the development permit. So whereas discretionary allows community input on that development permit, on what gets built, can review the heights, the shadowing, the windows, the setbacks. How do you feel about that?
I don't feel that really answers the needs, because we already have heard all this week. I've been listening, and we already know from the LAP process that nodes and corridors and transportation hubs are the logical place where densification can take place. And actually, the densification could, in some cases, be much higher than what's being recommended in RCG. So why don't we start to look where we can, and maybe in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, we'll be having this discussion again. I won't be alive, but hopefully I've left the community better than it is now, and the city's better. But then you can start to come into those neighborhoods. But it doesn't fit, as we heard the developer say, it doesn't fit on every lot. So why are you putting the blanket zoning on every lot? They've said it doesn't fit.
Yeah, so let me ask a question about then backyard suites and basement suites, because of course this would open it up to having more of those in communities with those irregular lots, which many of Meadowlark Park is those irregular lots. Are you supportive of that?
100%, and we have a number of those going on. We get the development permits, we review them, and absolutely. But on that note, my understanding is that those suites are never included in densification.
Okay.
So why is that?
Yeah, and I think those are questions that we're asking too. So thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Thorson, please. Councillor Pender went quite a ways where I was going to ask you a question, but you were in your presentation, you just stopped short of when you say, give us densification per hectare we can do something with. Is there a particular process and consideration that you would use to define or to be able to inform us as to where it could be placed?
I haven't gotten that far into figuring out, like a detailed proposal. In my ideal world, Wally says do this. I think what I'm noting is from a design process point of view, there's a lot of signals here that this decision is rushed and that it's not informed by a full set of facts that we all agree on yet. We're not there yet. To make a good decision that is this consequential and this enduring. And so, getting back to your question about densification targets, I think communities can work with planning to get a whole bunch of data together and to say, based on the history of this community and based on our projections for the next, say, 5 years, 10 years, this is where we need to head. This is where we need to get to. We can localize that through community knowledge. The people who really understand how traffic flows, who really understand what the parking's like, who really understand where people like to walk their dogs, that's at the community level. And so the inputs that are going to help you preserve the best of what's already there and also innovate to create the solutions that we need are going to come from the participants at the community level. And so we need to give them a voice. And I don't know what the right framework is to do that, but I know that this is not it. because you're taking away the voice. And so that's very clear that this is, you know, sort of cutting off your nose to spite your face procedurally in terms of what this city needs. And so let's find a way to push this stuff downwards to the community and to get engagement. And that will necessarily, to some level, maybe politicize the community association environment or the committees that those associations have. And I'm okay with that because that drives citizen engagement. So it's a free market there too. Let the people who care about building the best communities in their cities step up and do it. And what we're telling you is that Calgarians are willing to do that. You've got a very engaged citizenry, so leverage it, because we'll get to better solutions when we do that.
Okay, thank you. That was a fulsome answer. Just another quick one. If we were to provide, the city were to provide you current demographics, current capacity of all the different services we provide, you know, in and around the area, the planning considerations that would typically go into planning communities and that, right? I'm not sure which community you belong to, so that's irrelevant. Would you be able to say that bringing the citizens you were speaking together, bringing together, you could plan out where densification would be placed, not just for your community, but representing, you know, let's say the quadrant as a whole. Can you actually do a fulsome citywide look at where densification can be put without being parochial to your own community or to your own block?
Councillor Wong, I don't think that's even an appropriate question. You're asking a volunteer member of a community association to do the work of administration and council. So, I mean, I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, where I'm going is because Mr. Thorson's indicated that they would like to have participation in the process. Yeah. My question is, are you able to do it?
I think we are if we're given the right amount of disclosure and the invitation to participate that's truly open-ended and forthright, right? I went through a process in my community where the CBE wanted to shut down one of 3 schools. And the way it was done was they set up 3 different parent committees, one for each school, and they pitted them against each other. Each school developed a proposal that favored, you know, it was NIMBYism, they favored their school as the one that should not be closed. And then each school each parent committee presented those to the CBE, and the CBE said, oh, look, you guys can't agree, we'll just have to make a decision. So it was a setup. And we knew it was a setup afterwards. You know, we were not listened to, we were not engaged in a way that would have been, you know, more appropriate, which is we have to close one of these schools. Let's work together, not 3 different communities fighting each other and sabotaging each other's work, but 3 different communities working, you know, coming together, becoming one committee and making a great decision, a better informed decision together. And that's all we're asking for. So, you know, far be it for me to prescribe what should happen in a different ward, right? But I think the demographic data and the traffic data, you know, I live near the university. I think there's a ton of university-specific student housing and commuting concerns. And I want my involvement to be at that level, not at prescribing some other community's densification.
Right.
So there's an opportunity there, for sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stang.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. And again, I can't remember what community you represent, or if
I didn't say.
That's fair enough then.
Yeah.
More importantly, though, you talked about a more graduated approach, a more nuanced approach. And in that, I guess my fundamental question is, would that also take a more, not just geographic approach, but a more time-phased approach? And in other words, if we were to take it over a longer period of time, would that be something more satisfying?
I don't think it's about how much time is committed to it. I think, I would say I know that everyone at this table has put a lot of time into this, and I think the strategy actually, to Councillor Penner's point, there are a lot of wonderful things in it. I think we've hit a junction within the city that there just needs to be further work. We just need to dig deeper. I'm not trying to, my tactic isn't to delay this until perhaps it doesn't impact my neighborhood as much or anything like that. I think we have a real issue in terms of not just addressing the affordable housing. The agencies that spoke for Calgarians who are vulnerable have a compelling and very, very dire situation that they're dealing with. So time is of the essence as we deal with those things. Where I'm at is I just don't believe that the blanket rezoning piece of this, of the strategy, has been assessed and evaluated in a way that is truly contemplating how different so much of our city is. So I guess I want to answer your question. It's not about let's spend another 6 months and just talk it to death. That's not it. Let's take the best of the things that have been presented. You know, let's look at our information. Councillor Penner, and now I'm coming back to you. You've said a couple of things though. Let's talk about the communication to Calgarians. Let's ensure that are we actually telling them what we know? And I'm not saying that it was intentional, that data wasn't shared or anything like that. The presentations have been exceptional. Share what you have, and let's work together to find where the gaps are so we can move ahead. We can build a beautiful city. We have this great opportunity. We're not New York or Chicago. We're dealing with all kinds of other complex issues. It's a complex city, but it's a manageable city. All of you have the chance to actually introduce densification in a contemplative, smart way. If it takes 6 more months, that's what it takes. I hope that we can do it sooner, and I think that we can phase in the pieces that are more important. I just ask all of you to be open to looking at things a bit deeper.
Thank you to both of you for being willing to work with us.
Well, thank you for hearing all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Thorson, please. Following along a little bit the line of questioning of Councillor Wong, I love the ideas you had in terms of looking at this in an organized fashion with lots of thought and looking at all the various opportunities. Could you square that with what I see as the sort of the day-to-day operating reality? 6 months from now, potentially, someone will sell in one of your communities, one of your neighborhoods, their property, and they arrive at City Hall with an application to build RCG. That's expected to take no more than a month or 2 or 3. Did you imagine mobilizing the forces to determine whether or not that's an appropriate site and assembling a lot of volunteer time and talent and expertise to bring timely information to the table?
Yeah, so I mean, today, as I understand the process, most zoning applications are getting approved, but people are getting the chance to be heard. Maybe not in the most optimal or streamlined or timely way, but they are being afforded that opportunity. And so I think the more we can communicate at a community level what the targets are and what the intended directionality is for a community, the more we can have some anticipation of what's coming, the more it can possibly seed the ideation for residents as to what they might be able to do with their property. I mean, the thing I value about my R1 property designation is that it constrains me from doing something offensive to my neighbor. It's not just that it constrains them from doing something offensive to me. And so they say good fences make great neighbors. And so zoning serves a purpose to sort of restrain us from our worst impulses of maybe overshooting the densification in the name of interests that aren't community interests, they're profit-taking interests. And so, you know, I saw that presentation before lunch of the nice supply-demand curves. And I think that's great that we're doing that work, and I applaud that, you know, the citizen who brought that forward. But let's recognize that all of that is just theory, right? It's just economic theory, and it might be wrong. And the forces that are affecting growth and demand in this city are really complicated. And so we need feedback loops that provide citizens the opportunity to have a say down to the level of the details of, you know, where's the bins, what's the parking going to be like, yada, yada, yada. But more, I think just because it builds trust at the community level. You know, I talked about fear because that's the thing that divides us. And I don't want to create I don't want to live in a city where everybody's a xenophobe and where, you know, we don't cultivate the right kind of and I shouldn't say the right kind, where we don't cultivate effective diversity, intentional cultivation of that. And I think that demands community voices be heard.
I'm chuckling because you're going through a list of things that I would love, as a local politician, I would love to get my hands on some of those issues.
Yeah.
But a very large majority of people in the city would say, let the private sector deal with some of those issues. Let the natural market forces determine what groups come to town, what groups don't come to town, what is the appropriate development. Like, I'd have, frankly, difficulty finding the lines which I should or should not cross in the scenario you explained. So I'd need a lot of help from your side to understand what input are you looking for from the government side.
I don't want social engineering to impose a solution on a community thing that is evolutionary. I think there is the opportunity for community members to find a way to participate more meaningfully and effectively in collaborating with developers, collaborating with the homeowner who's thinking of selling and densifying, to really do something good. But right now we're going to be blindsided by change with what's being proposed. And deliberately so. It's a self-inflicted thing if we move forward with this, that we're creating conditions where people won't have enough time to really understand what's happening and to make an informed choice. And so I'd like us to recognize that that's a dangerous risk.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Start with Ms. Leask. So, Ms. Leask, so what I heard from you is you didn't feel like the engagement process on LAPs and possibly on this was structured well enough that you felt like your input was actually taken into consideration. And I did hear Mr. Thorson also refer to this as that opportunity for that feedback loop. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you would like to see from that perspective as far as participating in a public process and an engagement process, and how you would see even including this one as an opportunity for you to get sort of that feedback loop for you to comment on? Or do you think that's valuable?
I think that's wonderful. Thank you for asking me that question, because we've, as community associations, a number of them, and I'm part of them, as Mayor Gondek knows, I met with her on Saturday, we've had this question. So I think the engagement process really, we have a huge opportunity to tap into the expertise of people across Calgary, different demographics, different life experiences, but we need to listen to them. But a one-to-one discussion like we're having today, and the reason why I'm so happy to be here in person even with half a voice, is because this is critical to true engagement. You're listening. I can see eye contact. I can look around the room and I know that people, even if you're on your devices, you're still, part of you is listening, you're engaged in this. And this is the first time since I've come to a public hearing, and I was involved in lots of them with the guidebook, that there's been so much interaction and questions from the councillors. So I know you're listening, and we value that. So that's what I want to see. I want to see more engagement where city planning, you know, they've got their LAP process, but yes, they're encouraging us to meet in person and not constrict it to an hour and a half and to just what's on the page. But if some serendipity conversations happen that lead us in another direction, that is an opportunity that was never even thought of before, that's what happens when you're talking. It does not happen like that when you're typing on a computer screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I've actually heard some folks say engagement is great, and then sometimes it leads to a administration producing a what we heard report. But I've also heard some folks saying that they still don't know whether or not their concerns, even though they're identified within a report, will be incorporated into the recommendations. So would you be seeking further opportunity to look at what the recommendations are coming out of those what we heard reports, to be able to provide a second opportunity to provide feedback on those recommendations?
Yes, that would be great. It would also be nice to know if let's say city planning has an end goal that they want to achieve, why can't we reverse engineer it? I asked that question, and I thought I was going to be asked to leave the meeting. But if we have an end target, then why can't we work it the other way to find out how we get there? It's easy for us to educate our residents in our communities and help them understand if we can explain that we were at the table and this is what we talked about and this is how we got here. But right now, I don't feel that I have that as a board member.
Well, maybe we think you couldn't handle the truth. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I'm good with the truth. I'm really good with the truth.
Thank you, Mrs. Thorson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, similar question. Would you like to see a process that looks a little bit different to provide that second opportunity for that feedback loop? You've sort of alluded to it, but just if you want to elaborate further or just say yes or no, I'm okay with that too.
Yes, I think we need it. I think you're getting a lot of feedback from a lot of different quarters that it's needed, and I'd like to point out that that is not antithetical or opposed in any way to the need for densification and the fact that the change, I said in my presentation, the change is inevitable. It's coming. And each one of us kind of has our own imagined relationship with what this city really is. You know, it's our own worldview, it's our own perspective. We're all wrong. And it's only when we get together and talk that we start to see where the overlap is and where the commonality is and where the opportunity is. And you know, I talked about fear because fear is what results when you just have unresolved conflict. And people are feeling like the conflict is unresolved. They go to these hearings and they don't feel like they're being heard. So let's find a way to fix that. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions of this panel. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate your time. I'm going to strike another panel, and I'm actually going to go back and see if there's anybody here that may have come late. Do we have Olga Knight? How about Sandra Harper? Calista Wintrip? Oh, hi. You can grab a seat. Do we have Susan Glenister? Do we have Lori Somerville? Brian Weatherill? Hi. Go ahead and grab a seat, sir. Donna Zubkowski? Maria Lilidovich? James Dixon? Jesse Chernell? James McKay? Pichu Kaliniak? David Pickering? Barb Meyer. Okay, then we'll keep going here. Do we have Anila Samji? Jim Edwardson?
I'm here.
Hi. Do we have Donald Shepard?
Hello, I'm here on the line.
Is this Donald Shepard?
Yes.
Great,
Donald
thank
Shepard's
you.
on the line.
Thank you. Do we have Sherry Wong? How about Laura McGregor? Don Blood? Steve Wong? Debbie Palmer? Hi, Debbie, go ahead and grab a seat. Okay, so we've got our panel, and it will go in this order. It'll be Calista Wintrip, Brian Weatherill, Jim Edwardson, Donald Shepard, and then Debbie Palmer. So, Calista, you can start us off.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Calista Wintrip, and I live in Ward 11. I am here to speak on 7.2.1, the Calgary Housing Strategy. I am against rezoning in developed communities classified as RCG. Calgarians living in these communities do not want additional housing created in spaces where nature already exists. Secondly, people like them because they are quiet and do not have to worry about the potential for noise or pollution from new building projects. As well, the safety of our communities may be at risk, creating more crime in our quiet neighborhoods. Parking may also be an issue because people will park on our community streets or in front of our homes if parking lots or underground parking is not developed. Lastly, the value of people's property may go down, and as a result, it will be harder for homeowners to sell in the future. These are important issues that need to be considered because they have a huge impact on our communities. There isn't a benefit to build housing in these areas where there are many families. They have the right to enjoy where they live, and it is unfair to expect these changes of homeowners when they have not had any building done for many decades in these communities. By not rezoning in developed communities, they can remain safe, quiet, and a place where nature can thrive. Therefore, I believe that rezoning in developed communities should be removed from the current housing strategy. Thank you for opening up this conversation to the public and listening to the concerns that we have.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Brian Weatherill, please. And as you're coming up, I'm just going to add Sherry Wong to the list. I think, Sherry, you're in a seat right there? Perfect, yeah. So it'll be a 6-member panel. Mr. Weatherill, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. My wife and I are long-term residents of Calgary's Ward 7 and homeowners in the University Heights community. We agree that there are a number of serious housing issues in our city and have a strong empathy toward those who are currently struggling over those issues. However, we strongly oppose the blanket rezoning as we do not believe it will accomplish its goals and furthermore will create many other negative consequences. In our view, it is not a viable solution. We view blanket RCG zoning of established neighborhoods as being a huge regressive step, as it does not recognize the distinct characteristics and specifics of very specific communities. It dishonors and tosses out the results of many decades of city planning progress, which has resulted from a lot of community input over the years, including working up local area development plans. In this hearing, we have heard a myriad of reasons why the proposed rezoning is a bad idea, perhaps the most compelling of which is that rezoning will not meet the objective of solving affordable housing issues. Developments and RCG lots on inner city neighborhoods is expensive. We've seen that. We know that. They are not affordable to those who need housing today. We have heard proponents of blanket rezoning acknowledge that it is not a silver bullet solution, but then they go on to say that it is a step in the right direction. I disagree. This non-silver bullet solution is regressive. It's a backward step in the wrong direction and will cause a flood of undesirable, unplanned consequences. And we've heard a lot of evidence during this hearing of what those consequences are as they've impacted and occurred in other cities. So I will not repeat all of those reasons now. Rather, I'll focus on one very practical reason which has not had much airtime to date in this hearing. In my community and several others in Calgary, the proposed blanket rezoning will create a legal contradiction with our existing restrictive covenant agreement. It will constitute a breach of contract by the City of Calgary. A presenter in this hearing Thursday afternoon erroneously stated that buying a home does not constitute a contract for security in the future. Another presenter, an architecture student, stated that when you purchase a home, the land title does not give a commitment that the neighborhood will never change. And one presenter this morning used the statement, "You buy your house, you do not buy your neighborhood." Well, I take issue with these false statements. When we purchased our home, it definitely did include a contract for security into the future. And it did, and we did buy into a neighborhood because of that contract. As you're probably aware, in our University Heights community, every single residential lot has a restrictive covenant registered on the land title, which prohibits any development other than a single-family dwelling. The restrictive covenant is a legally binding contract with the city. Our contract was executed by Dr. Grant McEwen, the Deputy Mayor of the City of Calgary, in March 1963. It's a legally binding perpetual contract between the city and every lot owner within our community, every residential lot owner in the community. Well, Madam Mayor and councillors, we are one of those lot owners. 37 years ago, after several years of living in subsidized rental housing and then a very small purchase starter home, we searched many neighborhoods in this city for one that met our our criteria for quality of life. We eventually settled on University Heights and purchased our home there, paying a premium, assured not only by the fact that the neighborhood was zoned R1, but the City of Calgary had entered into that contract, that perpetual contract, knowing that the city would honor that contract, and knowing that under that contract, we would be secured of a future. We expected at that time, as we do today, that we would count on that contract to preserve the historic vision for the community and protect the fabric of the community from undesired changes over time. So those restrictive covenants in our community are legally enforceable. They've been upheld by the Alberta courts and every single time they've been challenged. They cannot be ignored nor unilaterally revoked by the city or any other party to the agreement. So we respectfully submit that the rezoning must not be done in a blanket fashion. This one-size-fits-all solution is a draconian, blunt instrument which will not solve the housing affordability problem and will create a boatload of additional problems and pain to everybody infected.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jim Edwardson, please. Do we have Jim Edwardson?
Sorry, the mute didn't come off. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Gondek and Council, for your commitment to give everyone that wants to speak to this matter the opportunity to do so. Your patience and calmness and sacrifices you're making with time with your family and so on is appreciated. The proposed RCG blanket rezoning has been suggested or was presented as a simple, easy to implement solution to a complicated housing problem. It is our contention that blanket rezoning will not achieve the outcomes that are being pursued or most desirable for our city and will not make Calgary a better place to live. And therefore, my wife and I are strongly opposed to blanket rezoning. RCG, but not opposed to increased density if done in a suitable manner. There is no doubt that RCG is excellent for land developers as they have the opportunity to plan and control the location of each type of dwelling within the community and ensure that all aspects of the community work cohesively to accommodate their customers' demand, the saleability or rentability of the residences, and profitability, ultimately creating very desirable places for individuals and families of all types to live, work, and play. On the other hand, RCG for infill will create more problems than it solves because there is no guide, no plan, or control for the location of higher density projects within the community or control over development by the residents of the community. The outcome of blanket zoning is random, it's chaotic, very divisive, it's opportunistic in favor of the developer, and will result in increased anxiety, conflict, lawsuits, erosion of individual property rights, loss of quiet enjoyment of who knows how many existing family and multifamily residents in the community. Please consider that we are in a very disturbing time with divisiveness and conflict in society and politics, wars, terrorism, financial uncertainty, inflation, high interest rates. The last thing we need is conflict and anxiety in every community in Calgary through the blanket rezoning. Under the current approval process, 5% of applications are not approved. We don't know how many DPs will be approved under blanket RCG that would not have been approved under the current process. We suspect there will be more than 5%. Therefore, taking away the right of appeal is not appropriate, as each affected party should be entitled to due process. Considering all of these issues and many others that have been presented and brought forward by other citizens of Calgary, our request is that Council votes no to blanket rezoning and does complete a rethink of what outcomes we are actually seeking. Begin with the end in mind. Be sensitive to the desires of existing residents, whether they are owners or tenants, just as you are sensitive to the desires of other special interest groups and individuals. There is no need to rezone the entire city when the developers do not have the manpower or the capacity to be doing new projects in every community. There's no rush for mass zoning. Because there are many varied and unique considerations and concern in each community, it would be best to implement a phased community-by-community rezoning process. It is agreed that there is an urgency to provide various forms of housing as soon as possible and as economically as possible. This can be accomplished if the new plan is more focused and concentrated on areas that can more logically and economically accommodate delivery of homes sooner than later, with priority given to areas that are more walkable, close to LRT or bus stops, shopping, and services. In these developments, reliance on cars can be reduced and therefore parking requirements reduced. In areas that do rely on cars, the development should provide a minimum of one parking stall on-site for every unit and every suite. In fact, a suite of any kind should simply be counted as a unit and included in density calculations. Existing density and proposed density of each community should be made public, and the additional density as proposed should be strategically planned and controlled in order that it works well for and is approved by the community. Development on streets that do not have a lane will require front drive parking pads and or garages, but no street parking. Therefore, should have less than...
Thank you, Mr. Edwardson. Your time is up. If you can hang on the line, though, in case there's questions, just hang on. Thank you.
Will do.
All right, Donald Shepard, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to express the reasoning for my opposition to blanket rezoning. The proposal is so all-encompassing and wide in scope that it is fraught with a certainty for unintended consequences. This is why it is important to have meaningful dialogue with citizens to build a consensus that the vast majority of stakeholders can buy into or at least live with. To meet a 5-minute time limit, what I'm able to present only scratches the surface, but hopefully it reinforces the well-articulated and valid comments presented so far in opposition to blanket rezoning. My name is Don Shepard, and I'm representing myself and my wife, Teresa Anderson. I'm a professional engineer, and my wife is a chartered professional accountant. We bought our home in the inner city community of Wildwood 20 years ago. Our property was originally a smallish bungalow built in 1957, which we completely renovated. We made a conscious decision to keep the home as a bungalow, respecting the character of the street and to prevent shadowing neighboring properties. This bungalow allows us to age in place. We strongly oppose blanket rezoning to RCCG. This is not because we are from the Stone Age, or that we fear change, or that we are old and incapable of independent thought. The reason we oppose blanket rezoning is because the proposal is blanket rather than focused, and as such will not solve what we see as the housing problem. Most of us know from our personal daily lives and through our careers that important and critical issues do not get solved unless there is a laser-focused effort undertaken that listens and obtains consensus from all stakeholders. This is the democratic process that people respect and cherish. Most citizens agree with increased density. We all want to be part of the solution. We have empathy for those who struggle due to household income issues. We want to see more housing, but housing issue needs to be focused on solving the current Calgary housing problem. That is, we need to prioritize housing for those with household income on the lower end of the scale. I suggest that at this time, the priority should not be on those households at or above the median household income, as they have housing options, perhaps not in their preferred location initially, but over time, as all of us have had to do. We need clarity on the groups who are of the greatest need and develop a coherent plan that citizens, the city, the province, and federal government can understand and support. It is critical to help the most income disadvantaged. In this case, the housing required is likely sub $250,000 starter housing unit. The type of market housing required for lower household income individuals must be low cost, which is not achievable on high cost lands and RC1 communities. I suggest this means a mix of market housing and non-market housing. Non-market housing needs to be a mix of subsidized rental and subsidized owner-occupied housing projects to address the most disadvantaged. The areas where the city can look to meet an objective of dignified housing for the most challenged household income citizens are as follows. Number one, can investigate around and along all LRT development. Number two, can investigate lands the city holds that now sits vacant. Examples are a former trailer park community and others of prime land south of the Westbrook LRT station. All other city-owned lands and buildings, all provincial-owned lands and buildings, and many others. I'm sure there are other ideas and areas, but even these possibilities I have just mentioned have a huge potential for respectful, safe, and attractive housing for those households at the lower end of the household income. My request to City Council are reject the blanket rezoning in its entirety and develop a plan to address the most disadvantaged and re-engage the local area plan process. Or revise the proposal to address the concerns raised by presenters in opposition to the blanket rezoning process and take that plan to a plebiscite. Or lastly, at the very least, for the Wildwood community, revise the plan to be identical to the City Council approved Westbrook local area plan, which respects discretionary use principles.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Debbie Palmer, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and Council. I'm Debbie Palmer. I'm opposed to blanket rezoning as more clarity is needed around one word in the housing strategy: equity. The fourth outcome of Calgary's housing strategy is to ensure diverse housing choice to meet the needs of equity-deserving populations. The third goal of the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund is to foster affordability, inclusivity, equity, and diversity. Diversity, equity, and inclusion policies were adopted by most levels of government during the pandemic. However, there's been no transparency regarding what equity means and how it differs from equality. Briefly, equality means that all individuals, regardless of race, religion, or other identities, have equal opportunity and is protected in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to ensure that everyone is treated with the same respect, dignity, and consideration. Equity means we are now in identity groups. Some groups have privilege, others are equity deserving. We are all in a transition to equal outcomes as determined by the three levels of government. Today, single-family home neighborhoods are a privilege, and the exclusionary zoning needs to end because of equity. At the Calgary Planning Commission March 7th, 2024 meeting, administration considered implementing the rezoning on a community-by-community basis in alignment with the local area plan. However, rezoning citywide is considered by administration to be more equitable. My concern is that, from what I can find, only Mayor Gondek and 4 councillors, Mian, Dhaliwal, Walcott, and Kara, spoke of equity during their campaigns, but with no explanation of what it means. Equity represents a fundamental change in how governments operate in Canada. Housing is just one piece of the equity transition. There are 13 categories in the federal government's wheel of privilege and power, including housing, citizenship, wealth, race, and gender. Governments are actively rebalancing privilege and power across all 13 categories. Equity is at the core of many Calgary programs, such as anti-racism, gender, climate, and a Calgary Equity Index for neighborhoods. We even have tree equity, as outlined in a Nature Canada report. The first recommendation is to decolonize the urban forest and prioritize equity. Why can't we just plant more trees or build more homes? Equity is all about decolonization, though. It means that our Western values, institutions, and culture will be decentered and replaced with something else. I couldn't find a similar document for Calgary. However, Vancouver's equity framework explains it well. Systemic interventions often have an element of structural change, like laws, policies, procedures, funding, etc. And they have an element of culture change, like how people relate to each other, how power is shared, how much uncertainty is tolerated. When we consider systemic interventions to address inequities, the process can feel frightening because it can bring into question everything we thought we knew and could rely on, including the foundations of our thinking formed by family, religion, and academic or professional disciplines. Why are you doing this? Politicians love to talk of crises like housing or climate, but one unacknowledged crisis is that of grief resulting from the transition to equity. Like me, many are stuck in the first 4 stages. I must reach the acceptance stage, which means choosing a path forward, equality or equity. To do this, I need the full picture of what Calgary will be like if the transition to equity is completed. Are you modeling this on a country currently governed by equity or building something new? Because the vision is not clear, I ask City Council to vote no to blanket upzoning. Instead, focus on increasing density in the activity nodes and corridors using the local area plans. Equity must be an explicit part of elections at all levels. We cannot have any meaningful discussion about the future without first deciding if we're living in a country governed under the principle of equality or by the principle of equity. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sherry Wong, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and the City Council. I purchased my current house in Riverbend, Ward 11 in 2002. I'm against the blanket RCG rezoning. This blanket rezoning is supposed to solve the affordable housing problem, but will it work? Since I am a certified financial planner and used to work as a mortgage insurance underwriter for CMHC, I like to use numbers to illustrate. For the past 12 rolling months, the average price for Calgary condos is $495,787. The reason that I'm using condos as an example because the blanket rezoning is for low-rise buildings. Using the following assumptions, a first-time home buyer with 5% down payment, the mortgage is insured by CMHC at 3.6% premium rate, which is actually yearly added on top of the mortgage. Assuming a 3 years fixed mortgage rate of 5.45%, their monthly mortgage payment will be $2,964. This is the actual mortgage payment. However, in Canada, the lenders are required to add 2% on top of the approved mortgage rate to qualify the borrower. So when we use 7.45% to calculate the monthly mortgage payment, it becomes $3,554. To calculate the borrower's gross debt service ratio, I need to include the total housing-related expenses, using an estimated $300 monthly condo fee, $200 monthly utility, and $2,170 annual property tax. The total annual housing expenses to get a mortgage for this condo will be $4,000. Sorry, that is a monthly payment, will be $4,235 as a monthly payment. CMHC currently use gross debt service ratio of no more than 39%, which means that the buyer's housing-related expenses should not exceed 39% of his gross income. Therefore, the first-time home buyer needs to have an annual income of $130,303 to qualify for this mortgage. My question is, how will the rezoning make this condo affordable? And how can the renters rent this place below cost? Sure, demand and supply curves determine the price, but the housing price is determined not by one set of demand and supply curves, but by many factors. What if the demand of the housing is growing at the same pace or at a faster pace than the supply, even with blanket rezoning? In addition, when the supply of the houses increases, there will that will increase the demand for construction materials and labors, and that in turn will drive the prices of the materials and the wages up, not down. Can't you say that we have a much bigger problem? We must look at the root of the problem. Otherwise, it is like we're trying to fill a bucket that has a hole at the bottom with water. It doesn't take an economist to figure out that what is wrong. High inflation, high interest rate, and high taxation are the root of the problem. You think we have an affordable housing problem? I think we are facing an affordable living problem. Ottawa's policy caused the housing crisis across the country at the first place. Now they came up with this so-called solution to divide us instead of unite us, to tear us apart and let us fight among ourselves. To young students, I feel for you because I was once a poor student myself. But can't you say the blanket rezoning will not solve your problem? Yet, there are solutions. For example, I learned that in Ontario, at least one college helped to pair up the students with seniors who need help around the house and companionship. The seniors let the students live in their houses for free in exchange for helping out with house chores. This is a solution that will unite young and old, renters and property owners. Perhaps the students' associations should explore the solutions like this one. And how about changing that $65 billion climate emergency fund to housing emergency fund and use some of it to subsidize builders to build high-rise affordable student dormitories near university campuses? If the City Council really want to solve an affordable housing problem, how about starting with reduce our property tax instead of increasing it? Stand up and speak out for us. Ask the federal government to reduce irresponsible, out-of-control spending that leads to high inflation and high interest rate. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all for being here. We appreciate your time. We are at 3:20, so we are going to break until 3:50 in just a moment. Let me just tell you who's going to be up next. We're going to go to panel 80. We'll have Jill Hartzell, Andrew Howland, Gord Painter. I think we already heard Gord Painter. Yeah, okay, that's a duplicate. I'll confirm that though. And then we'll go into panel 81, which is Bob Clark, Ann Radich, Bill Quinn, John Stewick, and Monica Campaign. We'll be back at 3:50, everyone. Thanks. Nothing? Okay, there we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Demong.
I am present.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
I'm here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Here. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's assemble another panel. These are people from panel 80. Do we have Jill Hartzell? Hi, you can grab a seat over there. Thank you. Do we have Andrew Howland? How about Bob Clark? Hi. Ann Radich? Hi, you can grab a seat up there as well. Do we have Bill Quinn? Hi there, you can grab a seat up there as well. And do we have John Stueck?
I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. So the order we're going to go in is Jill, Bob, Ann, Bill, and John. So let's start off with Jill Hartzell, please.
Well, on my speech it says, hi, my name is Jill Hartzell, but you guys already know that. I'm a citizen of Calgary, and I oppose my property arbitrarily being zoned. I was born and raised in Calgary in the district of Westgate, and I am a single-family homeowner now in Ward 6. This is the largest proposed bylaw which will affect every person in the city of Calgary. And it seems to be being pushed in too quickly by City Council, without a majority of the citizens even realizing the possible ramifications that this could have on their communities. If Council feels this strongly towards this proposed bylaw, then this should be decided by a plebiscite at the next election. Blanket rezoning would affect me for the following reasons. Number one, loss of choice. The right to choose to live in a single-family district is being taken away from single-family homeowners. I grew up in a single-family district, playing in the privacy of my backyard or on my front lawn with the other neighborhood kids. It was a wonderful childhood that I want to remain as a way of life for my kids and my grandkids. There's no need to force blanket rezoning on every neighborhood. There can still be family districts, and then there can be other districts zoned multi-unit. It doesn't need to be one way or the other. Continue to give people the choice to choose where they want to live, as the districts are currently zoned. Don't force multi-unit housing on every community. Not every family buys a single-family home as their first home. Most first-time buyers purchase a townhouse, a condo unit, or a duplex. After they've accumulated more assets or have outgrown their multi-unit home, they then want to move to a single-family area to raise their children. Please give them the choice on this type of district to live in. Please continue to allow the integrity of these districts to remain as they are designed as single-family districts. The purchase of a home is the single most expensive purchase a family ever makes. If the blanket rezoning comes into effect, single-family homeowners will never have the certainty that at some point in the future, a fourplex, an eightplex, or even more could be built right beside them. That would be nerve-wracking for every homeowner to be in. My second reason to reject the blanket rezoning is loss of privacy. The privacy impact is extremely significant with the possibility of a 4, 6, or 8 unit dwelling, or even more because of the higher density with secondary suites being allowed. With one of these being built on either side of a single-family home is devastating. The privacy in your backyard will be taken away. The large building will block sunlight on your property, which will reduce the ability to grow your garden, flowers, and trees. With the increase in multi-unit, that would also mean an increase in noise. My third reason would be insufficient parking. Not enough parking is being required on new developments. The required allocation of a half a parking stall per unit is insufficient. This puts more parking on the streets, which makes it unsafe for kids to play in the front of their houses, makes parking a struggle for people. Already in some districts in Calgary, parking shortages are resulting in being charged to park on your own street. We live in a cold climate. We need cars. We need cars to take our kids to school, to their activities, to get groceries, to go to doctor's appointments. Not providing adequate parking per unit is a terrible mistake that could cause another level of stress to homeowners and neighbors. Council members, I ask, would you want an eightplex building built on either or both sides of your single-family home? I would think not. Please vote no to the proposed blanket rezoning.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Bob Clark, please.
Mayor Gondek and members of council, my name is Bob Clark, and while I am semi-retired at present, I did work for one of the larger developers in North America, Brookfield Residential, and retired there in 2016 after working at that company for 27 years. During my tenure at Brookfield, I had the opportunity to work on the creation and development of many great communities such as Mackenzie Town, Mackenzie Lake, Auburn Bay, Tuscany, Seton, Edgemont, and Livingston, to name a few. I have therefore developed a little bit of knowledge about the development industry and its workings. Some would say that makes me a dangerous thing. Next slide, please. Today, I'd like to submit to you that there is an alternative to blanket rezoning 311,000 lots in Calgary, and that we can do so in a manner that will avoid unnecessary increases in cost. Next slide, please. The CPC report indicates there is a need for strong capital investments in the developed areas of the city. However, there is no defined action that considers the actual cost of infrastructure upgrades to support additional density. Instead, the report indicates that budget amounts will be developed in the future as need is determined. The likely result of this may be unintended costs for infrastructure upgrades that could be avoided if the existing capacity in the developed areas is properly utilized. Next slide, please. Constructing housing without considering the infrastructure requirements is like flying a plane while you are building it. Administration should look for areas where density can be supported with existing infrastructure before the land use is changed. This also provides certainty for the development community. Otherwise, an investment in land may not be able to be realized if the infrastructure is not available to support the project. Next slide, please. There are potential bottlenecks in the system which could be avoided by examining capacity at an early stage through the local area plan process. Costs of installing upgrades may be overly costly and prove to be unmanageable for a single developer. Potential issues could be identified during the LAP process, and redevelopment levies, if required, could be determined at this stage. Next slide. Traffic impact analyses can be done at the LAP stage to determine where capacity exists in the system. Capacity does exist in TOD areas, and there is likely capacity along existing bus routes. These areas are prime for HDO, and the proposed land use bylaw does recognize this. Next slide. It should be relatively simple to identify locations in future LAPs where there is capacity for community facilities, and to try to locate density in these areas. Next slide. There will be a significant increase in requirements for the electrical distribution system due to future EV charging requirements, heat pumps, and other HVAC systems. Upgrades will have to be borne by the utility ratepayer unless work is done on a strategic basis that ultimately pays for itself. Next slide. Many schools in the developed area of the city are over capacity or near capacity. It may make sense to concentrate development in proximity to schools which have low enrollment. Next slide. The process being suggested here is based on the requirements for growth applications in greenfield areas. LAPs should identify areas with existing infrastructure capacity and focus growth into these areas. Additional capital and operating costs should be identified and be supported by a business case to determine whether the additional costs can be supported by revenues from taxes, utility rates, and levies. The template for the business case has already been developed in the greenfield areas of the city. Next slide. It is requested, therefore, that Council only approve the HGO land uses being considered at this time. These HGO land uses have already been through the LAP process and are located in areas that are conducive to redevelopment. Administration could then take the time to investigate and report on the existing and proposed LAPs to determine where capacity exists to support the proposed RCG land use. Additionally, growth evaluation criteria for established areas should be prepared to show how the proposed growth meshes with the MDP/CTP, market demand, and the financial impact on the city, and non-municipally controlled third parties such as hospitals, schools, and utilities. Subsequently, a business case template could be prepared to show the economic justification for development within a local area plan. Administration could prepare a process which can be replicated throughout the city to support the RCG land use. Next slide. Thank you for considering these requests. I look forward to any questions that you may have at the appropriate time. Lastly, I'd like to take the last 17 seconds to give a shout out to the City Clerk's Department who provided me with the opportunity to speak earlier, and I really do appreciate that. They worked incredibly hard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ann Radich, please.
My name is Ann Radich. I'm a past president of the Mid-Sun Community Association and a recent past executive board member of Lake Sundance. I've lived and raised a family in Sundance since 1986. Our first Sundance home was 20 houses in on Sun Mills Drive, where it ended at that time, as Sundance was only a few streets developed because of the downturn. As GenStar developed Sundance further, it worked with our Mid-Sun Community Association and city planners in our community. When Qualico tried to change the zoning of the land that was zoned for light industrial on our boundary, our community was asked to vote on it. We said no. And today, Fleur Daniel, a highly respected firm, has 970 people who work there every day and live within our neighborhoods. It has successfully operated from their campus within Lake Sundance for 23 years. Here's what a manager told me yesterday. Our employees, executive, office, and contractors greatly appreciate that they can bike, walk to work. Notable is that almost 1,000 workers live within the neighborhood, and instead it would have been less than 100 row houses. I want to highlight this because at that time, City Council worked with community associations and directed city planners to work with us too. What you are hearing from thousands of Calgarians who have written in, commenting on social media, and like myself, when I make the effort to come downtown to present to you, is that you are no longer listening to us. You're acting like you know best for us, like we are children. We live and raise our families in these neighborhoods. Do you think about why? If we wanted to live inner city, we would, but we've chosen to live in the suburbs where street traffic is less, homes are cheaper, we have backyards with 30-year-old trees and schools that can be walked to. My husband and I placed our savings on a house that we wanted. We had 2 mortgages and a line of credit on our home, and we worked multiple jobs to pay it down because we wanted to stay on our residential street full of family homes. Currently, all of our schools in Sundance are full. Take a look at the slide. Our high school is full and closed. In the summer, our lake can have 2,000 people visit in a single day. It's maximized. How could we add even double the number of residents? You've exempted Mount Royal, so why can't lake communities be exempt too? I'm listening to the live feed every day and feel insulted by what developers and some of you city councillors have said to Calgarians who have spoken here. You are not listening because you've already made up your minds to take away our choice by this absurd blanket rezoning, even when every day you are shown real examples of how it doesn't address affordable housing. Shame on you. You are taking away our choice and acting like you know better. Yet you don't live on my street or in my community, so how can you know better? To vote to change Sundance to what's happening in the inner city is absurd. I hear everyone talking about a dying community, yet all of our schools are full. We have over 1,000 people every day visit our lake. 3,500 participate in programs at our community center, and most of those programs are full.
We have big box, medical, government, grocery, light commercial that employs thousands of us within a half kilometer. Statistically, 25% of Sundance residents travel less than 15 minutes to work, which, by the way, is higher than the city stat of 21%. At our last civic election, we held a referendum on fluoride, yet you voted against a referendum for a forever fundamental change to every Calgary home, street, and community. Why? On Monday, I watched a 74-year-old from North Calgary and a 78-year-old from South Calgary disrespected when they were told by a councilman, well, why don't you just move? Really? That's your answer? Yet you had lots of engagement with a group of inner-city developers who refused to answer the real question. What about the $600 family bungalow that had a family of 5 living in it and another in the basement renting it for $1,600, torn down and now replaced by infills at $1.2 million each? Instead, when the developers were asked by one of you what they would do once an entire city is RCG, one of them gleefully immediately answered he would buy all the middle lots in Lake Buena Vista. And your response? You laughed. Nobody asked questions from the senior who thoughtfully spoke about real options for affordable housing in new subdivisions where the city leases the land and on the sale splits the profit with the owner, so when they are ready to move on, they take profit from the change in price. But the land price remains low because our city owns it and not a developer. Did you just discount that? Did any of you write it down or change your mind about this mad rush for our whole city to change into one style of neighborhood? This city council has forgotten to work with communities, the very communities and residents that you represent and that elected you. I hope you ask me questions. I have some real recommendations.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Bill Quinn, please.
My name is Bill Quinn. I live in Tuscany for 22 years. I wanted to come on down and be a face rather than just a voice on the phone or a return address on an email. That being said, I'm scared to death right now. I've been watching the proceedings for the last 4 or 5 days, and there's been a lot of very eloquent and very bright people speaking. And I'll tell you that I'm not going to be one of those. I've learned quite a bit listening to the people and about things I never even really thought about. Things like having to tear up utilities, underground utilities down in some of our older neighborhoods, which is going to cause tremendous inconvenience for those people living there and at great cost for everybody. Those costs for that is going to be, I'm going to be paying for that in my increased utilities and my property taxes, which have gone up every year for the last couple of years, $30 or $40 every month. And for me, as a retired person, that's not really sustainable. When I have to pay those extra costs, I have to pinch my pennies in other areas. Turn the heat down on my thermostat, maybe cancel my cable, get rid of my streaming services, maybe not drive my car for 2 days out of the week. These are really affecting my my quality of life, which is why I moved to Calgary in the first place. A couple of other things that were brought up that I never would have thought about is the chopping down of old growth trees in some of our older neighborhoods. In place of one home on a lot and 6 trees, there'll be 6 homes and 1 tree, which is kind of sad to me. Another thing, which is kind of offbeat, is garbage cans. I barely have room in my front of my house for 2 garbage cans, and somebody brought up the point that some of these areas are going to have maybe 8 to 10 garbage cans in front of their house. I mean, it may seem like a small thing and inconsequential, but it affects the quality of life in the city. Talk about affordable housing, and I find that kind of amusing that the city council worked for 2 or 3 years to get rid of all the mobile home parks in town. These were land that was owned by the city, and they put in the utilities, but the people there paid for the utilities, paid rent to the city, and they brought their own homes. Now, what could be more affordable than that? When I first signed up for this, before I started listening to everybody, I basically had kind of three things that affected me in Tuscany. Parking, traffic, and schools. Parking in Tuscany, street parking, is really terrible. Where there is street parking, the city decided to impose parking passes, so we have to pay for parking in front of our own homes, on top of our high property taxes as it is. The other thing is traffic. Tuscany has 3 entrances, and they're always very busy. And we share one of those entrances, the main entrance, with Rockland. It's being a new development that's being built out there. And when that's done, they're going to have 25,000 more residents out there using that one road, because they only have the one road out. Sometimes it takes me 5 minutes to get out of my driveway at certain times of the day. And schools, our schools are already, like when I moved to Tuscany, there was no kids in Tuscany. I was shocked to see there was no children around. There was one child on my block, and 2 kids lived behind me, and that was it. Now we've got tons of kids, and our schools are at capacity. Our teachers are, overburdened, and where are they going to put another 2,000 or 3,000 kids if they start putting in these multiplexes in Tuscany? Anyways, that's all I got to say. I'm under 5 minutes, so that's perfect. And it wasn't all that bad either.
You were great. Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to John Stewick, please.
I am a City of Calgary resident and taxpayer living in a single detached home in a Ward 14 lake community. I am a professional engineer and I've lived in Calgary for 49 years. I'm strongly opposed to the rezoning for housing application, changing the rules in existing neighborhoods that will adversely affect the property values, the community dynamics, is not ethical, not fair, nor prudent. Like many others, our community is a community of very strong bonds. Upzoning will surely create more vehicle traffic, noise, garbage, and transient populations. You are undermining property rights. Lake Bonavista was created in 1968 and was the first lake community in Canada. It is a unique park atmosphere and a highly desirable place to live. Many other subsequent lake communities have been built using the Lake Bonavista template and are also highly successful, vibrant neighborhoods. We have a very significant investment in our residential property and pay a substantial amount of property taxes. I personally have lived in all quadrants of Calgary prior to making Lake Bonavista my choice. When I first moved to Calgary, I rented and I lived in Pembroke Meadows in the northeast. I lived downtown in the southwest. I've lived in Marlborough Park in the northeast. I've lived in North Haven in the northwest. And I've lived in Whitehorn in the northeast. We have now been in Bonavista for nearly 40 years. Calgary has large amounts of developable land surrounding it. I suggest planning new neighborhoods with the intention of higher density from the start. University District and Seton are well-designed, fabulous new areas. Rebuilding of specifically delegated areas such as Curry Barracks and Garrison Woods are great examples of what can and, in my opinion, should be done. The rules are established beforehand, and then people make an informed decision before purchasing. Downtown conversion of office space to apartment residential is another great option of what can be done to address housing shortages. A question. What happened to so many of the mobile home parks in Calgary? Is that not another viable option of affordable housing which can be fast-tracked? We have a world-class company called Asco Structures who have been in Calgary since 1947. Perhaps it's possible to consider looking at joint venturing with a company like that to build affordable housing. There are so many other viable options available to assist with our current affordable housing goals rather than imposing and changing property rights of all Calgarians. This proposal is objectionable. Calgary citizens were only informed through the city mailout. This is not conducive to making informed decisions. I urge all city councillors and the mayor to consider the best interest of all Calgarians by voting down this unfair and contentious issue. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Clark, please. Thank you. Thanks, Bob. I understand you mentioned you were for Brookfield and did a number of developments throughout the city.
Yes.
I'm going to start with the greenfield areas, and in greenfield areas, particularly communities that were developed, let's say 2000 onwards. And in the area, they're currently zoned as R1s, and recommendations to convert R1s to RCs. In those greenfield areas, given the size of the parcels and given the let's say the nature, the curvature of the streets and this and that, how many properties would you think would be convertible?
Well, that's kind of an open question. I mean, it kind of depends. I guess in those areas, we had started doing more rectilinear subdivisions post Mackenzie Town in 1995, and at that time we started looking at much more of a connected kind of a community. So you would see a lot more laned and rectilinear patterns in those particular areas. That's not to say that we didn't still want to have curvilinear street projects. Certainly New Brighton, which I did as well, and Auburn Bay would have had much more of a curvilinear street pattern with you know, a large collector system that runs around the entire community and various cul-de-sacs and closes and feeding into it. The difference being that the cul-de-sacs and closes were interconnected as well versus just being a dead-end type of a street. So a long-winded way of answering that is after 2000, it kind of depends on who did it at that time. Tuscany, another sort of an example, although it started in 1995 as well, was done on a radio pattern in the central core of it. So it's kind of difficult to say you couldn't do that. Certainly along the collector pattern roadways, you could very easily look at plunking something into those areas in forms of row housing. You'd still have to acquire all the lots, and you'd still have to resurface all of those lots. And it should be noted that the lots can be smaller, and they still need to be. Every one of them will still have to be dug up and acquired to do that. And so the pre-servicing of each one of those lots is a bit of a. It works to be kind of contrary to trying to put in sort of a row house type of an effect on those particular lots. So give you a number, maybe 20% sort of thing. You know, that's sort of a ballpark number. That would be my wild ass guess on it, frankly.
Okay, that's fair. Perhaps unfair to ask the quantity, but I think you articulated that rectilinear, radiolinear, and circulinear have different constraints as to whether or not you could put a RC row house, townhouse on it.
Yeah.
Okay. As you get into the inner city communities, in other words, the communities that were developed 1920s to 1970s, in those situations, would it be more appropriate to see conversions then? If you said 20%, on the Greenfield side, would it be a higher percentage on the inner city side?
Yeah, likely up to, if we sort of start putting into various decades and sort of look at it kind of pre-World War I, and those areas would be very much just a regular grid type of pattern street, fairly easy to convert those, and then sort of between World War I and World War II, it wasn't a lot of development that went on in the city. It was relatively stagnant, and then post, but you still saw, rectilinear lots at that time. Post World War II, we start to move much more into kind of the curvilinear sorts of networks. There's a bit of a transition, sort of when you get into more to the 60s, and in fact, I took the opportunity looking through my father's files. He was a planner at one time, and he talked, some of the planning work that they did in the 60s talked about recovering rectilinear streets to make them more curvilinear. And so it was kind of backwards to how we're looking today, and that was to actually improve efficiencies within communities, i.e., get rid of a lot of the streets and put it into housing, because a rectilinear network has much more street dedication than does a curvilinear network. So you see higher efficiencies in terms of development. So once you move into sort of the late 50s, 60s, and beyond, as we start to move into that curvilinear type of stage of development, then it does get a little bit more restrictive in terms of being able to redevelop those lots into something else, and it's sort of like more 70s type of things when I'm thinking about it. If we go back to some of the 60s type areas like Haysboro, or maybe in Glamorgan, those sorts of things. Still relatively easy to do, but moving into the 70s, the Bonavistas, and then moving into more of the 80s, where you move into Woodlands, Woodbine, Edgemont, those sorts of things. It gets much more difficult to do that because of the curvilinear nature. It doesn't mean you still can't do it. And there are going to be long streets that are able to be converted, but it gets more challenging, shall we say.
Okay, well, thank you for that history and the.
I'm sorry I have to be so long-winded, but
no, that's fair. I think it's important because it's important to understand the number of properties we have, the history, the development diversity associated with that. Because what we're talking about is blanket rezoning all residential, and it may not necessarily be applicable to all residential. So thank you for that. The other question is that we've got R1s, RC1s, and RC2s, semi-detached and duplexes. Would you think it'd be appropriate to increase densification by making the base where it fits just RC2s?
Well, I mean, I've heard that question before, and I still, I think it actually starts to impact the character of the neighborhood, and I'm talking architecturally here, not necessarily the character of who's living in it, and I know we can't talk about who's living there, so I am talking specifically about product. And so I want to indicate that specifically. And we start to look at, again, it depends. There are going to be areas, and we can determine these through a local area plan process, which are going to be conducive to putting in duplexes or semi-detached units. There's going to be areas where it's quite possible to put in row housing, and those areas will likely require capacity to be able to service the increases in density. And therefore, it's my contention in my presentation that we do have to look very seriously at where is the infrastructure capacity available to provide the servicing for that increase in density. And I appreciate one lot is not one different house for in a semi-detached. It's not a lot, but if we start replicating that and we end up doubling that density throughout the entire community, our communities were never designed, the older ones, for that kind of increase in density. So we have to look really carefully to see where is capacity available within the city. Where does it make sense to actually see those increases in density occur? It's not a one-size-fits-all, and that's the subject of my presentation. And I firmly believe that the local area planning process is probably the way to go to figure out and expand the local area planning process to figure out the infrastructure requirements. We've been planning based on planning theory for a lot of times, but I don't see a lot of input from the infrastructure side of things, and that's one of the four legs of development of looking at a plan. So,
just on that point, the four legs. What would you said? Infrastructure is one leg. What are the other three?
You've got infrastructure, policy, market, and finance.
Okay, thank
you. So if you look at each one of those, right now we're just looking at a plan. It has, it respects the MTP, CTP. It doesn't necessarily respect the market, nor does it respect the finances, which is going to be driven by the infrastructure. And that's really where I'm coming from, is that we really have to look at all four legs of the planning process to determine where it makes sense to build additional density within. And it's just like any other plan. You look at those four things before you start any plan, and we have to make sure that we are respecting that when we do the work we're looking to do here.
Okay. Is it fair to characterize when you say looking at the LAP and defining capacity, when you do the LAP process and estimating the amount of infrastructure or capacity infrastructure, is it fair to characterize it as the cart before the horse?
Yeah, I like the flying the plane analogy, but yeah, the same thing. We are putting the cart before the horse here, and that we really have to do the work to figure out where capacity exists within the system. The plan, as I mentioned here in my presentation, looks to see where where development is going to occur, and then we're going to start throwing money at it. Well, that's really backwards in terms of planning. And anecdotally, I've heard that you can be working your way down a street with row houses or semi-detached, whatever the use is, and you end up having to stop because you've reached the capacity of the system. And it's usually governed by sewers, but it could be governed by water, it could be governed by the shallow utilities, but or even just the fact you have to go and put in a new set of traffic lights. Sooner or later, you have to pay for that. And we have to make sure that whatever we're paying is being recovered through the revenues that we're achieving from that. And that's why I'm saying, right now we have a process in the greenfield communities that looks at a business case to identify whether those costs that we're putting in place are going to pay for themselves through the revenues that are generated in terms of taxes, utility fees, and levies.
Okay. The last thing is your recommendation. Proceed with just HGO?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I put that out there simply because the HGO has been through the process already. We've been through, and that's what the report indicates, is that we're zoning everything that is, or the bylaws indicating HGO zoning in areas that have already been through the LAP process. So my thought here is, fine, let's zone those at this point in time, and we'll still get 3,000 an increased inventory of 3,000 units, but then go back and look at the LAPs that are in place and strategically understand where capacity could be built to allow RC1 to be put in areas that make sense in terms of infrastructure capacity and finance. And I think the market is pretty much, there's a lot of market right now, but it's going to change. I mean, we've seen that happen time and time again, so it will change in the future. The process I'm thinking about here, instead of just simply putting together a local area plan and then allowing people to come in and rezone piecemeal basis, is to say, fine, let's put our local area plan in, and concurrently with the approval of that statutory document, let's also rezone those lands to make in concurrently with that. So we're not sort of just picking and choosing things and doing the piecemeal sort of rezoning. Let's rezone those lands that make sense.
Okay. Now, it's not part of your presentation, but being you've developed communities throughout, the concept of blanket rezoning for low-density residential, as opposed to taking a look at TODs and Main Street nodes and corridors, which would give us the greatest housing units?
Which would give us?
The greater housing units?
Well, you know, I like to think that, and I guess I don't have anything but empirical thoughts to back this up, but I like to think that by putting in the units in those nodes and corridors, that we will actually start to see the development community get attracted to those areas. Currently, we haven't zoned those areas yet, so we're not signaling to the development community that this is where we want you to go specifically, and so therefore we get kind of an ad hoc sort of a process whereby we're putting in we've seen lots of examples of we're putting in a semi-detached unit or 4 or 8 homes adjacent to somebody else's single-family lot, and you get an architectural mishmash. Frankly, it doesn't look great. It doesn't serve the community well, and if we start to signal where those lots are going to the development community, certainly they will start to acquire land in those areas and look to develop in areas where we, as a city, strategically want to see density occur. So, I like to think that I'm right and that there will be more people starting to look to invest in those particular areas. I don't have anything to back that up. However, I do think that it makes a lot of sense to give direction to the inner city builders to say, this is where we want you to go.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday I complimented a young fellow with wisdom. Sir, your contribution. Thank you for your wisdom as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. Mr. Quinn, please.
Clark. Oh, Quinn.
Oh, Quinn. Mr. Quinn. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Bob, not you. Come on up.
Gonna put me in front of the...
I'm going to put you in the hot seat, but first of all, thanks for coming all the way down here. I know it's a bit of a trek from Tuscany, and I appreciate your time. I'm going to quiz you. How many people lived in Tuscany when you moved there?
I'm not too sure, but it was not a lot.
How many people do you think live in Tuscany now?
I think it's probably about 20,000, 21,000.
There are more people that live in Tuscany than Bowness and Rocky Ridge combined.
Yep.
How much infrastructure do you think the city would have to put forward if we did blanket zoning that include in Tuscany, considering the issues that you guys are already having with parking? Because Tuscany is like a town. Would you foresee this being an issue to your tax bills?
I'm having a bit of a hard time hearing you.
Okay, would you say that increasing the density in Tuscany there would be a major increase to like infrastructure and amenities, correct? You had said that before. You've heard some of the presentations that some folks had put forward about some amendments. Do you think that if we moved forward with some amendments, including increasing the parking, that residents like yourself in Tuscany would be more amenable to that? Or do you just completely disagree with this 100%?
No, I'm amenable, to most anything, but it's just that I just don't see how in our neighborhood specifically it would work. I would be quite disillusioned if my neighbor put in a fourplex next door to me, and there's not enough parking as it is, and it's crowded in Tuscany as it is. It's a crowded neighborhood, and it's not all that large. A lot of people there. We have a lot of apartments and condos and townhouses in there now, and that's great. When they were built, they were very affordable. My house was affordable. I paid $175,000 for it. It was very affordable then. And now those houses, are multiplied, exponentially for the cost of them. I just, I don't know. I just think that it would affect my quality of life. I think,
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a lot of people there now, and having that many more. We only have one pub there.
I know.
And it's crowded as it is.
I know, right? Like, I knew that when I was door knocking. Not enough pubs in Tuscany. That's next on the agenda, everybody. Okay, well, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it, and you represented Tuscany well tonight, so I hope you know that. Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I'd like to pull Mr. Clark up. Mr. Clark, I would love to vigorously debate some of the things that you said there.
We all realize you cannot debate at this juncture, but I'm happy to do so over a beer with you later.
Looking forward to that. I will, but I will ask you this question. With regard to a lot of the wisdom and what you shared with Councillor Wong and his line of questioning, can you respond to the idea that maybe administration understands all of that, and just the simple proposition before us is that RCG is such a nominal change in density that it doesn't trigger all of the things that you were warning, and that consideration, the considerations you're speaking to, are what we look at when we're talking about non-R related land uses?
Well, you're asking me to change my entire presentation, so it clearly is not something that I would believe, and everything I've seen, and I'm sorry to say this to administration, but because I know a lot of these people, but I do think that when I looked at this, that the infrastructure considerations had not been given due consideration, and it's for a number of reasons. When you look at the report, you see that the infrastructure people were only informed; they were not consulted. They did not approve. And so you look at that and you say, well, just a second, something's missing here. And so, and we're not debating. So I want to mention to you that if we're looking at seeing a substantial increase in density within the city of Calgary, in the inner city of Calgary, and you're saying, well, it's 2,000, 1,500 units a year, so what's the big deal? But it's year after year, and at some point in time, we're going to hit the wall, and developers like to congregate with each other in the same way others do, and that's why you see, a lot of things happening in Altadore, a lot of things happening in Marda Loop, for instance, and sooner or later you hit the wall in terms of infrastructure. So you will see, and it's not going to be just the city infrastructure. There's also schools, and we've seen that happen in the inner city. I showed that slide, and thank you to Councillor Walcott for actually bringing that to our attention. That some of the inner city schools, certainly in my neighborhood, are full. Western Canada is full. The Alboya, where I went to school, is full. So we have to start looking at strategically placing density where we need it.
I hear your argument, and my question to you was, your suggestion is that administration has not considered the infrastructure. My question to you was, what if they have? And this is that. So we will ask administration that, and I'll just note that, we are down 22 schools. Like, we're building communities on the edge that don't get schools. Schools are a huge issue. All of this is a huge issue.
I would totally agree that we need new schools. However, we do have schools, as noted here, that we have schools that are underutilized. So that thing on that picture on the right shows, certainly a cluster of schools down in the south that might make sense for us to look at where should we put density to take advantage of the existing infrastructure. And this is beyond the city's purview. This gets to the school board in the province.
Yeah.
But having said that, you look at the south. There's a good cluster.
Like with an abundance of respect, you've made that point. My question to you is, what if all of what you're saying has been duly considered, and that's what an LAP goes after, and the question that's before us is whether RCG even trips that in the grand context of everything. And your argument,
my argument is that I think that you have to look and place density where it makes sense, and not do it on an ad hoc basis. And the report specifically says in the recommendation, if you actually, can you just scroll through past my questions thing there? Next, just keep going. So this what it says in here is that you are looking to track where things are going. You're not looking to you haven't looked. And I would say that administration, based on this, and this is out of the report, based on this, you have not actually looked at where the infrastructure is available. What you're looking to do is put funds where the density is going to go. So yes, and I would welcome, I'm sure administration would be only too happy to answer that question, but that is what's written in your report. So we're not debating anymore, but we will go for a beer at some point in time and talk about this.
Absolutely, and I will also say that I will ask administration this question because I think this is a pivotal question, but I suspect they have a better answer than you're giving them credit for. But we'll see.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay then, thank you very much to this panel. There are no further questions for you. We appreciate your time. Let's see who we've got now. Do we have Monica Campaign?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Do we have Ehren Rebmann? Hi. Do we have Gita Ersch?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Anthony Imbrogno? Hi. And do we have Paul Judd? How about Derek Medituk? How about Noel Holmes? Do we have Joanne Lennon? Do we have Bernadette Butler? Patricia Cuckman? How about Sushma Mahajan?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So we will go with Monica, Ehren, Gita, Anthony, and then Sushma. So if you could go ahead, please, Monica Campaign.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me a chance to provide my opinion on this very important issue. My name is Monica Campaign, and I have lived in Calgary my whole life. This city is very near and dear to my heart. I am here to speak against the blanket rezoning on behalf of my family, including my children who are in their 30s and also own a home. I feel that City Council was hoping to push blanket rezoning through before the general public truly understood what it meant, because they knew the majority of the citizens wouldn't agree with it. I have talked to people before this public meeting began who didn't understand this was going on. When I told them that if this goes through, their neighbor could sell their property to a developer who could put 12 units with minimal parking on that lot, they were shocked. Their response was, "No way, that's crazy. Who would ever think that is a good idea? It's over the top." So why is this proceeding so quickly, considering how this is going to totally change the fabric of Calgary? Why are you against a plebiscite? Is it that you just want the federal money Justin promised you? Are you willing to sacrifice our city to get it? I have a few points. Number one, developers are the winners in blanket rezoning. They will build on these properties whatever makes them the most money. It won't be affordable, and they won't care about the look of the street. On Monday, there was a group of developers who presented how they support the rezoning. At no point did they talk about building affordable homes. In fact, they talked about how they will only build if it is financially feasible, i.e. makes them a nice profit or what makes them the most profit. They won't care what the neighbors think or how it will affect them, be it shading or privacy. I know this from experience as I saw row houses and fourplexes go up in Capitol Hill, and I know the quality wasn't the greatest either, as we would watch these developers put these projects up as quick as they could. If you open up zoning, I feel the developers are basically rubbing their palms together in anticipation of the money they will make as more lots are opened up to them thanks to this rezoning. Also, my husband and I worked hard and sacrificed a lot to afford our homes. So we are invested. It is a priority. We worked hard and long hours for 4 years, giving up a lot like eating out at restaurants, going on vacations, to afford a house in Ranchland, which at that time was on the outer edge of the city. We then worked hard for 16 more years so we could finally move into the neighborhood we desired to live in, which was Capitol Hill. We loved the feel of that neighborhood back in 2005. People choose to live in certain neighborhoods because of the feel and the fabric of that neighborhood. We chose to live in Capitol Hill and lived there for 15 years and loved it for a while. As time went on and the city allowed and encouraged denser housing, we no longer enjoyed our life there. The fabric of the community changed and it no longer appealed to us and the stage of life we were in. We made the decision to move to a neighborhood with RC1 zoning specifically, and we love our new old neighborhood. Now we hear the city wants to blanket rezone this neighborhood. We bought this property based on how the city had it zoned. Now, a few councillors feel they have the right to change that, even though the majority of Calgarians don't agree with it. Have some of you councillors forgotten that you sit there to represent the people of your ward? We all know we need to increase density. I don't think anyone is arguing that point. We want planned rezoning in each community, not just what works for developers. I believe we need to deal with this on a community level, not blanket. Every community is different. We do not want diverse communities. We want choices in community, not every community feeling the same way. We moved out of Capitol Hill as others moved in, as they wanted to live in that community. I feel if we proceed with community involvement, where you actually listen to the community, we can all be happy. Sorry, my voice is going. Isn't that what you as City Council want? You seem to be pitting citizens against each other. Did you ever think there may be a way to handle this affordability issue that brings us together? It may take a little more thought, but in the end, wouldn't it be nice if we could all somewhat agree? The homeowners of Calgary deserve to be listened to, and their opinion should matter to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ehren Rebmann, please.
Hello, my name is Ehren Rebmann. I live in Signal Hill in Ward 6. I am opposing the blanket rezoning of the entire city for many reasons, but we'll focus on one or two of them here. Blanket rezoning is neither environmentally green nor cheaper. A 3-story, 12-unit building on a zero clearance lot will kill any plants that are left alive after it's built. First, the building casts a deep shadow over the surrounding properties. Less light means less to no plant growth. Second, the buildings leave no room for trees to grow. A tree cannot survive in these conditions. The only thing to survive is a concrete jungle with 36 garbage bins for decorations. I believe no thought whatsoever has been given to the positive impact of the urban forest on both climate and air pollution. The elimination of it will mean more pollution and a continually worsening quality of life for the people forced to live in these crowded conditions. This is a recipe for slum living. By the way, are you people ignorant of the scientific studies done over 70 years ago on the effects of overcrowding on physical, emotional, and psychological health? Some of the effects found were increases in drug use, increased violence, gangs, increased despair. This is not a new idea. You state that our young people want to live and rent apartments. Over 70% of them want to move to a home they can own. But over 40% of those see that home as a dream in the rearview mirror of their lives. You also state that new immigrants need cheap places to live while they get on their feet. So did we when we immigrated. But as soon as we could afford it, we moved to a home that we could own. So our children could play in a yard with trees, grass, garden, and raise a happy, well-adjusted family. These mega complexes that you're speaking of remind me of the high-rise slum debacle built in Chicago. They will make that dream even less affordable, driving the price of a family home sky high and increasing the prevalence of homelessness, addictions, and violence. A book I would refer to about that debacle in Chicago was My Day as a Gang Leader. Very good book, well written. I have no problem with people who prefer apartment living to a home. Some are more interested in a lifestyle without children where they can come and go at will and whimsy. But that is a choice. Your blanket rezoning will make it a requirement. Calgary has a lot of room for rationally planned mixes of homes, row houses, apartments. Build those places in the downtown core areas, higher density clusters, and closer to the C trains, making life easier for those who prefer that lifestyle. Then Calgarians can continue to live where they prefer instead of where they have to. Federal grants for housing are deliberately vague, but seem to include the demand for no gas heating or appliances. Our electrical infrastructure is already bursting at the seams, as witnessed the electrical brown and blackouts during the coldest parts of this winter. Add to that the short-sighted requirement for electric vehicles, which have already proven to be up to 1,800 times as polluting as gas vehicles. And you have a recipe for a perfect storm for social and environmental breakdown. Only someone with net zero intelligence, a very lazy mental attitude, or inimical intent would go ahead with this type of a program. As an aside, I believe Trudeau's intent is highly inimical. Ms. Gondek, I strongly suggest you cancel your alignment with the United Nations Covenant of Mayors and with the World Economic Forum and Trudeau, and realign with your oath to serve the citizens of Calgary. One cannot serve two masters, and we, the citizens of Calgary, are the ones you swore an oath to when you became mayor and councillors. Or did you? If not, then step down now. You will be held personally liable. As an aside, about the net zero stuff. One tree absorbs 48 pounds of carbon dioxide per year. Canada has 318 billion trees. That means 15 quadrillion, 318 trillion pounds of carbon can be cleaned in Canada per year, which equals 7 trillion, 155 billion tons of carbon per year. Canada produces 598.46 million tons per year. Canada cleans 10 times more CO2 than it produces right now.
Thank you, Mr. Rebmann. You're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Great. Let's go to Geeta Ersh, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak today. My family and I are very proud and privileged to be living in the beautiful community of Lake Bonavista, and I am very much against blanket rezoning. No amount of money from the federal government is worth the devastating consequences that what blanket rezoning will do to Calgary. As a Canadian citizen, I believe in democracy, and this municipal action is indicative of communism. I was born in the former USSR, and my family immigrated to Canada, believing it's a country that places merit on what is best for the majority, and blanket rezoning goes against what this country, province, and city stands for. I agree that housing in Calgary is in crisis, but infiltrating existing communities is not the answer. Why not build on city land or reconstruct industrial property? If this proposal goes through, it will drastically change the lives of thousands of families in all aspects. As previously spoken, all the way from parking, garbage management, to decrease green spaces and trees. The community resources are not built for this expected rise in population. Let's face it, those who buy million-dollar homes in lake communities do it because they value what those communities offer, such as space, wide roads, spacious front and backyards, and the ability to park their cars without having to infringe or ask for space for their vehicles. Rezoning will suffocate our community with houses, cars, garbage, and noise. As stated previously, no amount of federal funds is worth the devastation rezoning will cause to the people who voted this council into power. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Anthony Imbrogno, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a volunteer with Bridgeland Riverside's Planning Committee as director, and I'm here to provide community feedback. First, I'd like to start by thanking everyone in what has been a remarkable exercise in civic duty and civil democratic discussion. As a former professor of politics, it's a lesson in the importance of local democracy. Now to my comments. The blanket rezoning proposal makes many assumptions, treating a diversity of communities as one oversized unit. I've lived in downtown Montreal, Dublin, and Ottawa. I've lived adjacent to the Beltline, and now I own in Bridgeland. I selected the community for its heritage, walkability, and downtown proximity. Many would like this lifestyle, and we do need to provide an acceptable amount of choices, especially for younger residents, as you have heard. Some community members have noted that rezoning may take some of the development burden off of our community, allowing it to maintain its attractiveness. But I don't think pitting communities against each other is the way forward. I don't want to see the problems of density spread throughout the city. I and many others chose to live in Bridgeland because it balances density and livability in comparison to other areas, some with higher density, some with lower. It's increasingly a precarious balance. The feedback on rezoning in Bridgeland has focused on the burden of development and increased uncertainty with regard to livability. Rezoning is adding higher levels of uncertainty around changes. Now, fear and uncertainty can be reduced with active community involvement in development. One way this has occurred is at the land use amendment stage, which rezoning eliminates. Another way to engage has been with the city on ARPs, LAPs, and master plans. But are any of these documents helping Bridgeland to grow reasonably and supporting our choice to live here? There are problems with the planning process, as you have also heard over the days, and rezoning has every potential to make the situation worse. It further erodes trust. I spoke of civic duty and democracy, and this will only be diminished after rezoning. The pro-rezone testimony at times has claimed that no position is really about not wanting change or not wanting difference, or there is conflation with increasing affordable housing, or they think we're discussing hypotheticals. Please understand this is not the case. In Bridgeland, we have real experiences, and we are seeking reasonable change with reasonable input that is heard and accepted by planning department and seen in final builds. It's an ongoing dialogue between communities, planners, and developers. Taking away a critical step in the planning process is not to be taken lightly. We want affordability to return, and there are other ways to build affordable housing. Bridgeland has seen plenty of change without this blanket, and we are increasingly seeing the cost of density. Blanket rezoning adds fuel to this fire. It creates a higher level of uncertainty. While we have seen benefits from density, certainly, there is a point where the community declines and risks ending up looking like, for example, Ottawa's Lower Town, or Calgary's Lower Mount Royal, where I lived and left due to their complex density issues, safety concerns because of increased interactions on smaller streets, a reduced urban canopy, social decay and loneliness, and inadequate city services. And you've heard examples of that, whether it's garbage placement, park maintenance, water sewer capacity, or recreational options. You are hearing these concerns because they are real and are occurring under a planning system and development process that is trying hard to balance all our interests and seems to be barely keeping a pace as is. Please consider policies that address Calgarians' concerns about development. I'm pleased to see communities taking an active involvement in planning, and I encourage Council to put in place a process that creates opportunities for development while considering its costs. This must include local area plans that are effective and respect community engagements. That includes eliminating perceptions of box ticking. In sum, densification is occurring in many areas and the process is difficult. One problematic aspect of rezoning is taking away a chance to address Council, the time to exercise civic duty and hold true to the principle that we are a self-governing people in which individuals must see a role for themselves in how their street, neighborhood, and city are changing. I am relatively new to community volunteering, and I have greatly appreciated the times I have been before you to share comments. Do not take this away from residents without providing real options to participate meaningfully in development. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sushma Mahajan, please.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Oh, okay. My name is Sushma Mahajan. I'm a long-time resident of Ward 11 and a community board member also. In a city grappling with an affordable housing shortage, the proposed residential RCG blanket zoning will not increase the availability of housing in a timely manner. Fixing our long-standing housing shortage will take years to fix. Blanket zoning model is unproven. It's a hit and miss. The researchers at Washington, D.C. think tank Urban Institute analyzed zoning reforms in hundreds of cities across USA and impact on rent prices. The finding was the upzoning leads to about 1% increase in housing supply within 3 to 9 years. Majority of new housing created is at the high end. Blanket zoning is not a silver bullet as many of us have hoped for housing prices. The jurisdictions around the world have followed Auckland, New Zealand model for densification. Examples are California, Minnesota, Vancouver, Oregon, and many more cities. The city gave consent to 21,808 housing units in 5 years after rezoning. But when demolitions were taken into account, significant housing units did not materialize. Approvals were not turning into construction. Influx of housing has not been able to rein in runaway real estate prices. Auckland is ranked 7th most expensive city in the world. Certainly, our most dense Canadian cities like Vancouver and Toronto are the least affordable. Look at American cities like Austin. It is undergoing a development boom, yet housing is not getting cheaper there. In fact, home prices have risen steadily in the past 5 years, near doubling. Our city, hello?
Hi, we can still hear you.
Our city and federal government have provided no evidence that upzoning supports affordability. I would like to know the source of your belief that upzoning creates affordable housing. Consider the serious concerns that cast doubts on the effectiveness of upzoning. Pricing, for one. Adding more housing units are intended to improve affordability through increased supply. There is no guarantee that new developments will be accessible to lower-income households. Exponentially higher value for developed properties. It benefits developers and flippers. Second, high-density placements in inadequately equipped areas for such growth. This includes areas with undersized sewer and water mains as well as narrow streets ill-suited for increased traffic. On a single-family residential lot, multi-family developments of up to 8 times would undoubtedly overload sewer, water, power system for a whole neighborhood. Have the cost implications been considered for upgrading the infrastructure? Upzoning usually leads to traffic congestions, parking shortages. Our streets will have to accommodate more cars. Calgary is a winter city. Most residents keep one car, at least even if they are using public transport. Car parks on both sides of residential streets in winter months are hazardous. Narrowed residential streets do not even conform to street width for fire trucks. It doesn't address the requirements for EV charging. Parking is an essential element of good planning. Why is the city downplaying the issue of 0.5 parking stalls per unit? Increased lot coverage means less green space and permeable land, which is a sponge for groundwater. Many mature trees will have to be cut down, damage to our watershed and green infrastructure, reduction in sunlight and privacy for neighboring lots, light-starved spaces and shadows, disregard for community design covenants, cookie cutters, row houses all over the city in every corner, loss of every neighborhood character. For me, character is an amalgam of what you look for when you buy a house. It's like land use, urban design, socioeconomic, traffic, noise, crime, violence, income, density, quiet streets, trees, closeness to amenities. These issues should be sorted out before any decisions are taken. suggested places for densification should start with, in my opinion, with city-owned lands around Ring Road, transportation routes near LRTs and commercial centers in affordable areas, and not start with deep in the neighborhoods. Densification should first occur in communities which have an ARP or LAP in place.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mahajan. You're just at time, so thank you very much for your presentation. And I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for being here. We appreciate the time that you took today. I will now assemble the next panel. We're moving on to panel number 84. But before I go to 84 and 85, is there anyone in chambers right now or on the phone line that was called earlier and is only just getting here? Okay, it doesn't seem like it, so let me go to panel number 84. Oh, sorry, yeah. And what's your name? And tell me your name again, sorry. I don't have you on panel 82, but just give us a second. We're going to find you. Just bear with us. I'm going to assemble the next panel and we'll find you. Okay. Let's go to Wayne Saunders. Or Sanders, sorry. What about Bruce Sutherland? Great, you can have a seat, sir. Jerry Petrus? Simonetta Atkinson? What about Brent Skadaris? Okay, I'm moving into panel 85. Do we have Malcolm McKean? How about Lyman Zollinger? Do we have Lenore Mills? Hi, was that somebody on the line?
Yes, this is Lenore Mills.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Please stay on the line. Do we have Mary Jensen from panel 86? How about Michael Colborn? Do we have Ronald Kelly? Do we have Renee Edwards?
We're going to find you.
Hi, you can come on up. Thank you. Okay, now
Lori
on panel 8.
Somerville,
Oh,
panel
hi.
77. Hello?
Hi, okay.
Lori Somerville, panel 77.
Hang on one second. Lori Somerville from panel 77. I'm going to get you onto this panel. And who else is on the line?
Jerry Petrus, panel 84.
Panel
This is
84.
Patty Cookman. I'm panel 83.
Okay. Who's the last person?
Patty Cookman. That's panel 83.
Okay, I've got Patty Cookman. Someone said panel 85.
I said panel 84.
Panel 84. This is Jerry Petrus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got Patricia Cookman. I've got Jerry Petrus. Who's on panel 85 that said something? And can everybody else mute, please?
Panel 77, Lori Somerville.
Yeah, Lori, I've got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
Hello there.
Hi, who is this?
Hi, I'm Malcolm McKean. I'm phoning in. I was going to try and get there, but you jumped ahead way too quick for me.
Okay, Malcolm, you are panel 85, right?
Yes.
Okay, and who else just said something?
I am Joanne Lennon.
And you are panel 83, right?
That is correct.
Okay, we got Joanne, Patricia.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Home, trying to get in for panel 83.
Sorry, say that again.
Noelle Holmes, trying to get in for panel 83.
Panel 83, Noelle Holmes. Okay, gotcha.
I had the wrong code, sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry. We got you now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, everybody, just bear with me for a minute. And Madam Clerk, we've got another person or not?
Thank you, Mayor Gondik. We're unable to locate the registration. We did find the written submissions, but not the registration. So maybe once this panel is concluded, I'll be able to get to the bottom of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so this is how we're going to do this now that I've got about 7 or 8 people. We're going to start, and can I ask everyone that's on the line, could you please mute? And when I call your name, you can unmute yourself. Otherwise, we're going to have some disruption. So we're going to start with Laurie Somerville, then we'll go to Noelle Holmes, then Joanne Lennon, then Patricia Cookman, and then Bruce Sutherland. That'll be our panel of 5 right now. So, Ms. Somerville, could you start us off, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Laurie Somerville, and I'm representing myself. Hello, Council. Who is the City of Calgary? The people who reside in Calgary and pay taxes are the City of Calgary. We citizens need to have input on how to best approach more density in the city. I reside in Parkdale. One of the most obvious measures of density in this neighborhood is, as a homeowner, I have to pay to park in front of my home. I have to pay for family and friends to park in front of my home. No spontaneous visits. This may cause the person to get a ticket if I am not home to quickly input their plate into the system. Parkdale is in the vicinity of the Foothills Hospital and is saturated by the infrastructure surrounding it and all the cars associated with the current home density. Adding more cars to this district will only amount in increased parking frustrations. To crowd existing neighborhoods with blanket density will put a tremendous strain on the city infrastructure. If neighborhoods are not wired to accommodate more than 1 or 2 EV chargers per block, how will the power distribution system in our neighborhoods handle many more homes per block? Will the water supply lines in our neighborhoods be sufficient to supply water to substantially more homes than originally planned? How will water pressure be impacted? Will the sanitary sewer system have the takeaway capacity for substantially larger populations? Who will pay for the substantial cost of upgrading all the utility infrastructure? We purchased our home, the most expensive investment we will ever make, with thought, care, and attention to a home which suits us. Some people paid a premium to live where desired. If densification reduces the value of our homes, doesn't that demonstrate a confiscation of our home equity by the city? If densification reduces the value of our homes, will the city reduce the assessed value of our homes and therefore our property taxes? If the city were to reduce our taxes, how will they pay for upgrading the city's infrastructure mentioned previously? It is disturbing a plebiscite was not held. I speak on behalf of people who have occupations wherein they cannot attend a hearing during a work day. If this blanket turpitude goes through, what happens if the immigration and economic climate drastically change? We will be left with a complete mess, wherein our neighborhoods have been destroyed. I am not opposed to building more homes for Calgarians. I am for doing this in a controlled, thoughtful, responsible way. In other cities in the world facing this similar challenge, it has been determined the best solution to accommodate density is in new neighborhoods. I would recommend the city build new developments on existing vacant city lands as identified by a Panel 5 gentleman. A mix of apartments, duplexes, fourplexes, etc. can be built, and residents may choose which dwelling best suits their current living situation. There may be an efficiency of scale utilizing this city land. If the blanket rezoning were to go through, there are actually no provisions for the backyard suite and carriage house to have any parking. Madame Mayor, Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Dollywall, Pootman, Carra, Mian, I implore each of you to think about your family managing without at least one vehicle. We live north of the 49th parallel. It gets cold here. I ride my electric bike all I can, but when it is charging, I need my car. I am not going to take an inefficient, unsafe method of transportation, city bus, to go and get groceries. This public hearing on blanket rezoning is the largest in the city's history. This is not something monumental in a heroic sense or indicative of an issue well managed by City Council. Please, let's do this properly. If 900 people are imploring you to listen, on top of 5,500 written submissions, plus a lawsuit filed related to the plebiscite not happening, hopefully you won't be so obdurate and irresponsible to bulldoze your agenda through. Thank you all for your time today, and thank you, Councillor Wong, for listening to your constituents.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Noelle Holmes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Noelle Holmes, and I am from Sundance, and I am against blanket rezoning. Blanket rezoning will eliminate zoning for single-family communities throughout the city of Calgary. Every single-family lot will be rezoned to a multifamily. As a realtor, I know this will affect property values within neighborhoods. Most Calgarians do not know what exactly is being proposed, let alone the ramifications to their property value. If they were educated on what this blanket rezoning indicates, the consequences of it, and given a chance to vote on it, then that would be a fair proposal in this case. However, that is not what is happening. City Council is proposing this way too quickly without thinking it through. It does not address our immigration problem or housing or inflation. Builders will still ask prices that are not compatible with people who can't afford what is available now. What makes us think they will be able to afford the asking prices of these new builds. It puts a Band-Aid on the issue without consent of the people. And furthermore, if you were to ask residents who street park, which I've heard many residents bring this up, the availability of parking, they would tell you there's not enough parking in residential areas as is, let alone build an 8-plex with no parking in the middle of a single-family neighborhood. With lower income housing, there comes different problems that have to be considered. It is far vast a proposal with little thought to actually of what it will do. That gentleman earlier that spoke about finance, infrastructure, marketing, and planning had some great points on what considerations should be thought through, as well as I don't disagree that we need different or more housing. Right now, we don't even have enough single-family detached houses on the market. It's crazy. Like, you have so many multiple offers because we don't have enough of just those kind, let alone cooperative housing would be something to look at, low-income housing for affordable rent. We have commercial buildings downtown that are sitting empty. Those could be possibly repurposed for affordable rentals, or commercial properties elsewhere that are sitting empty. Since there's so many of them empty already, we could maybe use those. But I think that because we have a shortage of single-family homes and there's a lot more to consider until this is thought through and brought to the attention of every Calgarian maybe to vote on, that I'm opposed to blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Joanne Lennon, please.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm here. Okay. I am just representing me. I strongly vote no to blanket rezoning. Thanks for allowing me to finally speak on this very hot topic of blanket rezoning. Here's a totally different angle on this topic. I feel that by approving this RCG policy and reducing the red tape that should keep developers and builders in check is problematic. Developers can not be trusted and will push the limits on building bylaws if they are so inclined. I actually submitted some photos, so I don't know if they want to bring those up or have them.
We're just going to look for them.
I don't know if we have. Sure.
If you would like to keep going, I'll let you know when we have them up.
Okay. Developers cannot be trusted and will push the limits on building bylaws if they are so inclined. Why I distrust developers? Well, an example of this is a picture that you might see if it comes up. It's a completed new build in Lake Bonavista Vista already, where bylaws and building restrictions were not followed. Several neighbors contacted City Hall to voice their concerns. Eventually, this build came to a standstill, and then it started again. City Hall is not serious about holding developers accountable to follow the bylaws. Apparently, the builder was fined for bylaw infractions. I checked to find out what that fine might be. It states not to exceed $10,000 for not following bylaws. Okay, if that is still the amount, get serious. To a builder, that is a cup of coffee. They pay the week fine and carried on building. This lot has a huge structure, maybe 15% green space, 0 trees and plants. This structure is some monstrosity compared to any other home on that street or in the neighborhood. Developers are actually in it for profit, not for community goodwill and low-cost housing. I guess that is the new now, and City Hall is okay with more of the same. Something about 40% green space. This house has maybe 15%. Without Big Brother, neighbors watching over these businesses, they will go as far as they can to build as they wish. They should be required to pay a punishing fine or tear it back to where the point it enters into an infraction. Everyone agrees there is a problem, but the concept of blanket rezoning for the whole city will not solve this problem because we don't even truly know what the problem is. At least I don't. I feel that City Hall is playing the game squirrel with us by putting so many topics out there for various names. Blanket rezoning, upzoning, affordable housing, increased housing, low-cost housing, yeah. How about we try and figure out the direction and plan the City Council has in mind before we blow up the city? This is complicated, but ruining our various communities that are trying to help is counterproductive to solving affordable housing. Developers say some neighborhoods are not conducive to multifamily. Then exclude them from the blanket policy. Sounds pretty easy, actually. The City Council does not have a plan, so let's pause this rushed concept until you know where you want to go. There have been so many amazing thoughts and ideas brought forward. Mayor and Councillor, use your time to hear and listen to your people. 80% no, 20% yes, are looking to move ahead in a democratic way. We all believe that anyone should be living in a car. Living longer with your parents at home is not a crime. And an example of that is my husband. He was 27 years old before he moved out of the parental home. So, blanket rezoning, no. Finding a better way forward, yes. Maybe we reduce the red tape, but not remove it. Clear communication between city planners and taxpayers needs to be had. Let's band together for the best way forward. And I hope you listen closely to Mr. Clark. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Patricia Cookman, please.
Hello. This is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Patricia Cookman, and I'm speaking against the blanket rezoning, and I'm speaking for myself. So many articulate people have spoken and made so many really important points, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to focus on one thing, and that one thing is that one size does not fit all. And sometimes in our lives, one size doesn't even fit us. I started my so-called adult life living in the top floor of a private home. My landlord lived downstairs. It was actually quite a lot of fun. I moved to Calgary in 1977, and I lived on the 27th floor of a downtown high-rise. It was a one-bedroom apartment, and I would put my daughter to bed in the bedroom, and when she was asleep and it was time for us to go to bed, I would move her onto a little cot in the living room. Then we rented a duplex in Hillhurst so that we could walk to work downtown, and it was perfect for them. And then in 1978, we bought our first single dwelling, and I jokingly said when I came to work the next day, I just bought something I've always never wanted. But at the time, there were 4 houses on the market in our price range, so we chose the one with the least detractions. It was about 14 months after that we were able to move up, and chose an infill in Mayland Heights, our mortgage rate was 16%. So it meant a lot of scrimping and saving and a change in our lifestyle, but we did it. And then we left the city to move to Houston and lived in one of those satellite suburban communities where you couldn't do anything without getting in your car. You couldn't buy a bottle of milk without getting in your car. And then we moved into the inner part of Houston, which was really interesting because you could walk someplace to buy a bottle of milk, but you didn't want to. And when we came back to Calgary, we moved into Maple Ridge, into a small house, and we liked it there, but it wasn't filling all our needs. And so eventually we were able to move into this wonderful neighborhood of Lake Bonavista. And it was when I moved into this Bonavista house that I understood why my parents stayed in their house for 60 years. It was because it was everything they needed. And that house, the house that I live in now, really does fit me. And so that one-size-fits-all really is not a solution to complex problems. One-size-fits-all means that there are many forms of government throughout the globe because countries need different things. There are many forms of communities within a city because people need different things. And then on the lowest scale, one size just doesn't fit all. Even within my family, I'm 4'10" and I weigh less than 100 pounds. My baby brother is 5'10" and weighs just under 300 pounds. He can't wear my pants. And not to make light of it, but it is that example that at every fractal, one size just doesn't fit. So it's primarily the reason why I'm against the blanket rezoning. And I've gone through the emotions, the range of emotions, and I've heard a lot of the speakers go through these emotions as well. If you're familiar with Sarah, it's that coping mechanism that's used for people who find themselves in a trauma. First it's shock and sadness, then it's anger. There are a lot of people who are still there. I'm not angry anymore. Then there's resignation, that sense that, oh, it's hopeless. And then there's acceptance. Oh, no, it's not hopeless. I don't have to be resigned to it. I can accept that this is something that we can manage. And then the last thing is hope. And I have a huge amount of hope because I've seen Mayor Gondek and this council sit patiently day after day and hour after hour and pay real attention to the citizens of this city. And I applaud that. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for the kind words. Let's go to Bruce Sutherland, please.
Your Worship, councillors, my name is Bruce Sutherland and I represent myself and my wife Jill. There have been many more erudite speakers ahead of me who have more clearly stated my objections to this proposal than I ever could. So instead, I'm going to speak to the impact of blanket rezoning at the highly personal level. If I run out of time, let it be clear that I want affordable housing for all our citizens, but I am strongly opposed to the proposal for irrevocable blanket rezoning of single detached home areas and giving away to the unimpeded development of multiple unit or row housing. Please note that the key word in my objection is blanket. What I'm asking today is that you do not take away my ability to improve or to object to change. I have deep roots in this city. My great-grandfather arrived here in 1884. My grandfather was a City of Calgary architect that designed the Centre Street Bridge in 1912. In the 40s, the Calgary Herald headlined my father as the Calgary and Canada's greatest all-round athlete. And finally, to me, I was born in the Holy Cross Hospital. Pretty rare these days, I guess. And I later attended Western Canada and Henry Wisewood High Schools. Where's my personal history leading? After over 60 years of continuous employment, it leads me to retirement. And to the obvious choice of retiring where my heart is, Calgary. 1 month before the last Calgary election, my wife, with 56 years of continuous work and at 72 starting a successful online business, we chose a neighborhood and we chose Oak Ridge. Why? Because She and I returned to our roots, and after a combined total of 115 years of working, scrimping, saving, paying taxes at all levels, paying 17% mortgages, contributing to charities, actually starting a branch of the Make-A-Wish Foundation in Halifax, we felt we had earned the right to choose the kind of neighborhood we wanted and could afford. So we bought in Oak Ridge with the understanding that we had a contract with this city. A contract that meant that this multi-generational residential area with single-family neighbors living next door and for blocks in every direction would not change. Objecting to this proposal has nothing to do with the insulting stereotypical terms NIMBYism or worse, ageism. It has everything to do with trust, security of property value, and more importantly, both our financial and psychological stability and well-being. Somehow, some of you have convinced yourself that you must make an irrevocable policy change, handcuffing not only Calgary citizens, but its future councillors. If approved, the genie will be out of the bottle, and gradually over time, developers, for their own financial gain, will rid the city of these unique residential areas. Our immediate fear is that the lot next door will end up with a multi-row windows looking into our manicured backyard with a complete loss of privacy and light and a crushing loss of property value. With my 30 years in senior military positions and a further 25 years as program manager of billion-dollar aerospace programs, I can find no logical or measurable connection between solving Calgary's present housing crisis and a blanket rezoning of Oak Ridge or similar areas. From a program management view, there is no definable end goal, i.e., are you aiming for a city of 1.8 million people? How will you achieve it, and how will you measure it? Please delay implementation of this proposal until you have educated us all to a level where a majority would reach the same conclusion as you. Mayor Gondak, councillors, please know that although I disagree with you on this, I do respect anyone who has thick enough skin to put in the time and effort to be an elected official at any level of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That rounds out our panel. Thank you all so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time. We are going to get one more panel in before we break. This one will be Jerry Petrus. Do we still have you?
Yes.
Perfect. Do we still have Malcolm McKean?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Do we have Lenore Mills?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Renee Edwards? Thank you. And folks, I'm going to ask around the horseshoe. We need to do something, I think, that is appropriate. Beverly Rebmann is here. She's the woman that put up her hand in the audience. She did submit a public submission, and I think perhaps that was felt to be the registration as well. If no one's opposed to it, can we add her to this panel, please? Okay, I don't see any problem with that. So Ms. Rebmann, you can come and grab a seat as well. You'll be number 5 on this panel. Thank you. So let's go ahead with Jerry Petrus, please.
Thank you. I'd like to tell you that Jerry Petrus was just at the dentist and his mouth is frozen. So is it okay if I read his statement?
Only if you talk like him.
Okay, I'll talk like him. Actually, I don't know how I would freeze my... Anyway, it's laughable. Away I go. Thank you for this opportunity to join in this important procedure. I am heartbroken to see my city so divided. I came to this country and city after escaping from a communist country where no choices or rights were provided to its citizens. The majority never ruled. It was terrible as a young boy, knowing that parents could be taken away during the night if it was revealed that a Christian religion was practiced in the home, let alone a difference of opinion on the, quote, system. In Calgary, I have thrived. not only with my freedom to get an education, but with the freedom to earn money by working both hard and smart. I have been a tenant and then later a homeowner and landlord for decades. My wife and I have tenants that have rented the same home for 36 years this September 2024. Tenants and landlords can have mutually beneficial relationships. This mayor and council have pitted young people against the established, and this is alarming. If this proposed RCG blanket rezoning passes, is this council and mayor going to be here to help with the fallout of those who think that their lives will suddenly be better? To think that developers are going to provide well-built units in a crazy pace is foolish. Some developers are here today and gone tomorrow. Dismantling communities to allow developers to jam in too many units on one lot will not solve this housing crisis. Better planning on vacant lots can help, especially close to rapid transit. Allowing suites in older homes is wonderful and allows homeowners to control their neighborhoods. Please do not damage the heart and soul of Calgary's communities with blanket rezoning. A plebiscite would be best to hear from the people and help you lead the way of governing for all Calgarians. Living under communism is no joke. People come to our city and country to live under the promise of democracy, to seek prosperity. Everyone has an equal opportunity to thrive. Please honor this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just stay on the line in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Malcolm McKean, please.
Good evening. My name is Malcolm McKean, and I'm talking as an affected landowner. I'm opposed to blanket rezoning. I live in the St. Andrews Heights, and I've lived there for the past 20 years. Lived in Calgary for a total of 42 years and watched the booms and busts as this city transitioned to a large metropolitan area. St. Andrews Heights is a hidden gem that was developed in the late 1950s and was originally zoned as a single-family residence on 50-foot lots, no subdividing, no infills, and no secondary suites. Because of the age, it has established trees, a nice balance of parks and green space. We chose this neighborhood because of the location and what it offered for a quality of life for myself and my family. Obviously, every Calgarian makes similar choices on where they live. That decision is based on availability, affordability, with some paying a premium for the quality of life infrastructure and benefits they desire. I am talking about people making a freedom of choice. I listened to the presentation of the city administration at the start of this hearing. The aim of the proposed blanket rezoning is to achieve two goals: add housing and make it affordable. Now, nowhere did I hear city admins say they wish to create an opportunity for any inner city developers to have a feeding frenzy of newly accessible properties, but that is exactly what is going to happen. I struggle to understand the logic of this plan. Does this council really think that upzoning is going to provide affordable housing? The city's own definition of affordable housing is housing, which includes rentals, offered at rates approximately 10% below market rates. I don't need to give you a lesson in economics, but I think a relevant question to ask any developer who comes before you speaking for this motion: are they willing to drop their profits to provide that affordable housing? The reality is developers and land speculators will take advantage of this opportunity. Developers don't charge based on their costs, but on what the market demand allows, and they will take advantage of this high demand market. What scares me is by increasing the density on the whole city, you're destroying the character of neighborhoods and taking away the opportunity to choose the type of community people wish to live in. Now let's talk about parking. I heard the city administration mention in their presentation that parking is a public resource. Well, that resource for me now comes at a cost. I have to pay to park on the street in front of my house. I live 1 block away from Foothills Hospital and the soon-to-open new cancer center. I live 5 minutes away from McMahon Stadium. Our street now has free 2-hour parking. In the past, we applied for and obtained permit-only parking because we are tired of being unable to park on our street due to people accessing the hospital. That is only going to get worse with the cancer center. The city recently removed this permit for our street and then imposed paid parking. To be honest, the required half parking space per unit is inadequate and ridiculous for this bylaw change. Calgary was designed with a car as the primary method of transport, and that is not going to change in the near future. I respect people who can live without a car, but anyone who claims they can live without a car has never put a child in hockey. Let's talk infrastructure. I know when the neighborhood I live in was built, and know many communities closer to city center are in that same era. And as you add multiple units per lot, the demand goes up. That infrastructure is going to be maxed out and need upgrading very quickly as this transition takes place. You better have a plan to fund these upgrades, because when that upgrade is needed, we may be tapped out for more tax increases. That upgrade comes not only as a cost, but as a disruption to the whole neighborhood as the upgrades are completed. I have a question on how this infill process works. Dividing a lot to 4 row houses with secondary suites and adding several back alley suites, how small a lot are we practically subdividing down to? And who will get ownership, or will there be arguments over the half a parking spot that's going to be provided? So, blanket rezoning is not going to provide affordable housing, has the potential to destroy adjoining land, forced change that potentially removes the choice for single detached living that apparently the majority of Calgarians have already chosen, will stress the existing infrastructure and require expensive upgrades, and create havoc with parking. I worry that this hearing is an exercise in futility, as you have already decided the outcome based on your rejection of a plebiscite. So if you're voting for this, what are you really hoping to gain? Respectfully, I ask you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lenore Mills, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Mayor, councillors, and fellow Calgary residents. Thank you for your attention to the proposed rezoning of Calgary residential neighborhoods, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lenore Mills, and I am opposed to the RCG rezoning that excludes Upper Mount Royal. I am an affected landowner who has lived in Lake Bonavista for 25 years. How many residents of RC1 neighborhoods ask their aldermen to rezone their neighborhoods to increase density? The root cause of Canada's housing crisis was caused by the federal immigration policies. Calgary is not going to fix that problem. Once again, the federal government is dividing the residents of our city. Can City Council guarantee that the row houses they're proposing will get fire insurance? What kind of easement will a new row house be built on? There will not be affordable housing in Lake Bonavista. That's ridiculous. Why has the city removed and denied low-cost housing until now? There was once a trailer park in the neighborhood, and in 1999 it was removed to build a group of car dealerships. Where did the people living in the affordable trailers on Blackfoot Trail get moved to? The Bonavista neighborhood has a private lake that is supported by funds associated with the title of the property. Will this rezoning project split the single title 4 ways? How is that fair to other existing residents? For many decades, the City of Calgary Council denied the RC1 homeowner the ability to build safe, affordable secondary suites. Realtors explained to me that there was not enough parking available on the streets for a secondary suite in an RC1 zone. Now, Calgary City Council wants to put 12 suites on the same 50-foot lot. So they will now allow 12 cars to park on the same street that they would not allow 1 additional car. And there will be no limit to the number of 12-unit properties that a street-zoned RCG can have. So the parking on our streets will become a nightmare. Will this be another opportunity for the city to ban all street parking and then only allow for paid parking on our streets? Is this going to be another tax on our car ownership? It is not a green policy to destroy and dump single-family homes into landfills. Lake Bonavista is already a mixed-use neighborhood with single-family homes, group homes, condos, assisted living facilities, and commercial zoning. I have watched 3 homes within my neighborhood get replaced that had a renovation permit. And the city planner told me that that was okay. We were not given any notices of what was going on, and all of a sudden, a house is replaced. I understand that the rezoning task force had 2 developers on the committee. How many RC1 residents were on this committee? Developers are not increasing affordable homes. Why does the land vacated by the Heritage Drive YMCA sit undeveloped for over a decade while council wants to build a 12-suite row house in every street? How many other vacant lots are available for affordable row houses? What does council plan to do with the Housing Accelerator Fund from the federal government? What is the term used to describe that federal funds will be provided in exchange for official policy change? I urge council members to vote no on the RCG rezoning proposal that has excluded Upper Mount Royal. Thank you.
Lenore, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Didn't know if you were pausing or if we lost you.
Sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Renee Edwards, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and Council. My name is Renee Edwards, and I'm here to speak as fast as I can in opposition to blanket rezoning in hopes of getting through my presentation. Over the years, as a citizen, I have on occasion contacted Council and the Mayor's office to express a concern or voice an opinion on various issues, but I've never felt compelled to appear at a public meeting before today. For some background, I have lived in established communities my entire life. I grew up in the community of Eltador and now live in Ward 11 and another long-established community, Lakeview. We made a choice over 40 years ago to live in our community for a variety of reasons, such as space afforded by living in a predominantly single-family neighborhood that was developed in the 1960s. Our community does have a mixture of housing, options such as side-by-side houses, townhouses, and a few low-rise 3- to 4-story apartment buildings. These mixed housing options were planned as the community evolved and seamlessly fit into the overall landscape. My community is nearing 60 years old and has seen renewal and a welcome influx of young families. This has been a natural evolution, and we haven't needed blanket rezoning or intense densification to revitalize our neighborhood. Families have chosen to move here for the character and amenities that a primarily RC1 community provides. While I am supportive of a number of the initiatives contained in the housing strategy, I'm very concerned that the blanket upzoning will forever change RC1 communities and not in a positive way. I have many actual examples of redevelopments that have occurred in the communities of Eltador and Marda Loop, and it is a cautionary tale of redevelopment and densification at its worst. Despite numerous objections and written submissions made to the city, these developments, almost without exception, have been allowed to occur. I will give you one recent example, one that was referenced earlier in the day. Imagine you're living in a single-family home and you live next to a corner lot. There was a couple who lived on the corner lot, and they resided in a bungalow with a double detached garage, 1 vehicle. They had created a magnificent back garden over the decades, which they opened to the public for viewing on numerous occasions throughout the spring and summer. Life circumstances dictated the couple sell their home, which was instantly purchased by a developer. What is being proposed for this lot now is 2 3-story buildings that include a total of 8 townhouse-type units and 8 secondary suites and minimal green space. These units are intended for the rental market. Doing the math, a lot where 2 people previously resided could now see a minimum of 16 people and likely upwards of 30 plus people living in these units, with the provision of 8 parking stalls provided as part of the development. If you are the owner of the home next door to this development, you would likely be very upset, anxious, and concerned about the impact on your property value, increase in noise and traffic, and the loss of privacy to enjoy your backyard space. This development is not contextual or sensitive to the current streetscape. These building scenarios will undoubtedly benefit developers who will profit from being able to put up to 16 units on a lot that previously had 1. This enhances their profit per lot and adds substantially to the city's tax base, but at what cost to the character of the community? Also, I saw I'm going to have to start really speed up here. I'm not going to get through it. Also, a document I saw on the city website states street parking is for everyone. But if you densify a community without a requirement for adequate off-street parking, you will force more vehicles onto residential streets, which will further exacerbate the traffic congestion issues that a number of communities already experience. Also, where are upwards of 24+ waste, recycle, and compost bins going to be stored? Furthermore, comments on April 22nd by some individuals who represented developers who primarily build in established communities is cause for further concern. They likened lots in established neighborhoods to a bowl of Smarties, with corner lots being red Smarties, which implies the most desired lots. They then stated if blanket rezoning occurs, virtually every lot on the street could be viewed as a red Smartie. Again, I'm interpreting this to mean that any 50-foot lot on the street could be viewed as desirable for row housing with up to 8 to 10 units. The city has said homeowners will still have the ability to voice their concerns over proposed development applications, but when 95% of RCG applications have been approved in the past, it's quite obvious that these words ring hollow indeed. And as long as the RCG application fits within the guidelines, it will be approved. To younger individuals who have articulated their genuine concerns on being able to afford to continue in Calgary, I hear you and have much empathy for the current economic environment we're all in. You are a much needed and a welcome part of the puzzle that makes our city such a great place to live. However, blanket rezoning with increased housing options and established communities will not provide you the affordable options you're hoping for. In closing, this is not about a not in my backyard attitude or being afraid of change. The unprecedented turnout to speak or provide written submissions, I believe that the silent majority have chosen not to be silent, but to voice their opinions in the clearest possible terms. This is I see my time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to Beverly Rebmann, please.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to share my ideas, and even if you think you know what's best, please be open to hear my ideas. My name is Beverly Rebmann. I'm a senior and an affected landowner. I am opposed to RCG blanket rezoning. I am not opposed to more housing. I am vehemently opposed to building in this haphazard, chaotic way of building where everyone succeeds in harassing a homeowner to sell. Many districts have already worked on and know what is best for their community. RCG blanket zoning gives no respect for the time, effort, and collaboration community members have made to develop these plans for densification and for community building in their districts. Local area plans not completed should be accelerated, not dismissed. My husband and I have owned our home in Signal Hill for 24 years. Prior to our marrying and being able to buy our home with 2 incomes, I rented in homes, a 4-plex with a mold issue, a duplex, and in co-op housing. My children enjoyed living in Sarcee Meadows Co-op. Co-ops are family-friendly and affordable. One idea that would be to use city or federal land to help tackle housing. Curry Barracks in the old trailer park off 16th Avenue would be excellent sites to build family-friendly, affordable co-ops. And some of Curry Barracks land could also be used to house students and others. The points in favor of rezoning are not really accurate. There was minimal increase in housing in Auckland, and attempts to increase density drove up prices, compounding affordability. More supply did not mean lower prices. Auckland abandoned this. It was their failed experiment. Stop this failed experiment to be, and do not add Calgary to the failed experiment list. This blanket rezoning gives the community and individuals living near to the proposed building no ability to give meaningful input. Do not cancel your constituents, muzzle us, silence us, and our district's ability to give input. Any council members who did not vote for the plebiscite on this contentious blanket rezoning issue is not respecting your constituents. This may well be your last term. If you want to make things go smoother and faster, do the paperwork faster, cut out wasting time sending information to the wrong departments, consider yourselves working for us and stop acting like dictators. Listen to us and collaborate with us. The executive summary of Calgary statistics is good. 71% home ownership, that's a success. 29% in rental housing, that's a success. 0.3% cooperative housing. Families would benefit from this being a higher number, as I previously mentioned. One monster house built near a bungalow in Calgary currently boasts 2 one-bedroom, 1-bath units to see. One asks $1,700 a month and the other $1,600 a month. This is an example of adding 2 unaffordable housing units to the market and 0 affordable housing units. It also may cause insurance problems for existing homeowners, as these monster builds on or close to their property line will be a fire hazard, not just a privacy disaster. The densification units in Calgary will not be affordable housing, but simply more unaffordable units. It won't help the shelter and drop-in staff to find housing for their vulnerable populations. Federation of Calgary Communities is against blanket rezoning. Many community associations are against blanket rezoning. The Calgary Real Estate Board is against blanket rezoning. Do what I and your constituents desire. Vote no to blanket rezoning. Act on better, thoughtful alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just see if there's any questions for this panel in the queue. And I don't see any. So thank you everybody for joining us. We really appreciate the time you took to be here today. Now, as we're about to break, I'm just going to set us up for the next panel. We will go to panel number 87 when we come back, and that's Michelle Cario, Danielle Goulet, Jim Lavery, Adam Phillips, Humera Paladroba, and and then we get into panel 88, which is PJ Dunn, John Harder, Jeffrey Rogers, and Robert Smith. So we will see you all back here at 7:15. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean. Here. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans. Here. Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Here. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to assemble the next panel. I'm just going to go through some of the names that might have come in late. Do we have Ronald Kelly? Do we have Michael Colborn? How about Mary Jensen? Lyman Zollinger? Brent Skadaris?
Yes, sir.
Is that you, Brent?
Yeah, that's me.
Perfect. You're just a little faint, just so you know. Do we
Okay,
have...
I'll adjust.
Thank you. Do we have Simonetta Actison? How about Wayne Sanders? Bernadette Butler? Derek... Oh, is that you, Bernadette?
I did get through.
Hi, who's that on the line? Okay. Derek Medituck? Paul Judd? Andrew Howland? Steve Wong? Don Blood? Laura McGregor? Jim Edwardson? All right, how about Michelle Cariou? Hi, thanks. You can come and grab a seat at the front here. What about Daniel Goulet? How about Jim Lavery? Adam Phillips?
I'm here. I'm on the phone.
Excellent, thank you. Humera Palabroda? Hi, thank you. You can grab a seat at the front there as well. And PJ Dunn? Hi, thanks. Okay, so our panel will be Brent Skadaris, Michelle Cariou, Adam Phillips, Humera Palabroda, and PJ Dunn. So let's get things started with Brent, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak during these hearings. We heard a lot from students and their concerns that they won't be able to purchase a home. My wife and I are both teachers, and upon graduating university, we were nowhere close to purchasing a home. Instead, we rented, we worked hard, saved money, and after several years, we were able to purchase our first home. We eventually sold this home and moved to our current house in a community built in the 60s and 70s. We built our home, we picked our home because of the character of the neighborhood, its mature trees, green areas, and the home has a nice sunny yard for our kids to play in. Our home is our largest asset and was chosen carefully. The zoning of our neighborhood did factor into our decision on where to purchase. We support increasing density in the city, but we are against blanket rezoning. Council has declared a climate emergency, and on the city's climate program website, installing solar energy is at the top of the list, right behind buying green power. We plan to stay in our home, and we installed solar panels on our roof this past November. However, we are concerned that new developments will shade the panels that we just installed. The RCG zoning allows structures as tall as 8 meters or 11 meters to be built, which would tower over our home and block sunlight. The system has been sized based on the current access to sunlight. If rezoning is to take place, new rules and bylaws need to be implemented so that new developments cannot shade solar collectors in residential neighborhoods. Calgary is now the new blue sky city due to our new rebranding, and the residents value sunlight in their yards and now on their rooftops. Blanket rezoning to a minimum RCG is the most extreme option possible. So I'm confused why Council feels this is necessary when Calgary currently has land within its limits that is undeveloped. If land needs to be rezoned to RCG, it should be close to public transit and should have infrastructure that can support it. Rezoning neighborhoods needs to be done carefully, purposefully, and is not something where one size fits all. Through these hearings, we have heard concerns about existing infrastructure constraints, school capacity, parking, and existing tenants being evicted. I have also concerns that rezoning in all neighborhoods will not help with affordability. Developers will look to develop in sought-after neighborhoods, with profit being their primary motivation. I believe that blanket rezoning is lazy policy decisions, and it's being pushed through without a mandate from Calgarians. When council had the opportunity to have a plebiscite on the issue, council voted it down. The mayor and each councillor has a web page on calgary.ca where some of you have posted your voting records that are easily to see. Most of you have not. Your voting record should be easily accessible, recent, and should include the rationale for your voting decisions, especially on hot-button issues such as blanket rezoning. Councillors Wynas, Meehan, Dollywall, Postman, Walcott, Cara, Cabot, Penner, and Spencer, the electorate deserves to know why you have voted against the plebiscite. You must own your decisions and actions. Your decisions not to hold a plebiscite was disrespectful to all Calgarians. It will take until 2027 to adjust local electricity access fees, yet we can rezone a city in a matter of months. Why are we rushing to do this so quickly? And why did some of you vote against a plebiscite to help inform your decisions? Blanket rezoning is not something that anyone campaigned on. However, it will be an issue in the next election, and you will be held to account. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skudars. If you could mute and just hold for questions. Next up is Ms. Carew. It's over to you. You have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Cario, and I've been a Calgary resident since 1995 and a Calgary homeowner since 1997. I've moved communities in Calgary once already, due exclusively to an RCG zoning exception that was granted on my on the RC2 lot directly adjacent to mine in the community of Killarney. On the corner of my RC2 zoned and developed street, an 8-unit complex was approved and eventually towered over my property, eliminated privacy and sun exposure, and completely changed the streetscape, the traffic and garbage volume, and my personal enjoyment of the property that I owned, renovated, and developed. My option was to sell, and I decided that I would seek out a home in an RC1 community in Calgary, one where I could reasonably predict how my community would develop around me. As a property owner in this city, I feel I deserve the right to make real estate investments in an informed manner. Here I am again at a public hearing addressing a council who is contemplating a vote that, if passed, removes all predictability from the development process that happens in the communities in which we purchase our properties. I really would like the City of Calgary Council to stop changing the rules on me and vote no to this irresponsible proposal. This proposed land use change will not address the housing affordability issue. My experience in Killarney taught me that increasing density in established, particularly inner-city neighborhoods does not necessarily result in affordable housing. In the case of the 8-unit complex that was built beside the Killarney home that I previously owned, each individual lot listed for more than the sale price of the original single-family dwelling on that same lot. Row housing in inner-city Calgary is not affordable. The developers next door to me did not build affordable housing, they built to maximize their profit. By voting yes to this proposed bylaw, I actually believe that you act in opposition to the goal of affordable housing development in this city. Approving a bylaw that creates more but higher priced housing options than what we have today is not serving the needs of Calgarians. I also believe that significant council-imposed land use changes require voter approval. Blanket upzoning, if approved, would absolutely be the most significant change to land use policy since its inception. And I don't remember any councillor sitting at this table campaigning in favor of this drastic land use change in the most recent municipal election. And what's worse, when this council had the opportunity to permit wide public input on this issue, you voted against the via plebiscite. The majority of you rejected this potential method for data gathering. Those of you who voted against the plebiscite on blanket changes to zoning bylaws displayed a profound disregard for the views of Calgary voters and Calgary homeowners. Blanket rezoning throws out the window all the decades of work that went into the creation of municipal development plans. What happened to the concept that the City of Calgary is thoughtful, collaborative, and intentional about how communities get developed? This blanket rezoning indicates that you, as a council, have decided to wash your hands of all responsibility as it relates to how communities grow and develop. Calgary residents and city planners have spent years in discussions about optimal local area plans. Maps have been drawn, feedback has been requested, study groups have been formed. What happened? Who on your team decided that the collaborative local area planning roadmaps generated through meaningful public consultation are no longer worth the paper they're printed on? I find this to be so disrespectful of my time, of my tax money, and my viewpoints that this council should sit here today and contemplate a vote that would allow for complete and permanent disregard of all local area planning activities that have taken place to date. We had the Main Streets Initiative. We had the Westbrook Communities Local Area Planning Project. You kept telling us that there was a master plan, that there's a right way of increasing density along our community's main corridors. And now what? All that effort was simply a make-work project for dozens of salaried city planners and thousands of interested Calgarians like me? Vote no and convince me that you weren't completely wasting my time in the community development engagement initiatives that I have participated in over all the years that I've lived in Calgary. Blanket rezoning gives all the cards to the developers in terms of how this city gets shaped into the future. I thought we elected you to do that. A no vote is the only way of indicating you have some level of care in how Calgary evolves moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Carew. Next up is Mr. Phillips. Over to you. Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Adam Phillips. I'm representing myself, but my neighbours are of the same opinion. I've realised listening over the past few days that this entire issue is about people and how they want to live. Different zones work for different people. That's why zoning works. This entire hearing has demonstrated that individuals impacted by this are different in their own way. One size does not fit all. I chose a single-family detached house for a reason. I like my neighbours, but I don't like living in each other's pockets. I like my space. Alternatively, other people love condos, the hustle and bustle of city living, others prefer the quieter suburbs, much the same way some of you councillors prefer to be there in person and others remote. It works, it's choice. You can't throw a hybrid of people together and expect it to work, and nor does it have to. Of course, you cannot provide each individual with a tailor-made home, but you can generally satisfy the masses. It's not to say that all the people in favour of blanket rezoning wouldn't be amazing neighbours. Those individuals who've come down or called in this week to speak are great people. My concerns are the ones who haven't showed up, the people who don't care, the nightmare neighbours, the lazy, obnoxious, disgusting, noisy neighbours. You can perhaps manage one home occupier each side, but potentially 12, 4 each side and 4 at the back. Remember, change is not always a good thing. Also, property value. This blanket statement about no evidence to support property value reductions is ridiculous. Value will be driven down, as I certainly wouldn't pay the value we paid for our house if there are 8 families living right next door and another 4 at the back. This will leave homeowners in negative equity. I would expect if this rezoning is approved, homeowners will be compensated for having invested in one thing and sold another. I'm not even sure if this rezoning process is legal. You cannot destroy our homes and neighbourhoods for free. There's also a clear weighted split between being in opposed and in favour, which someone mentioned is 70-30. However, the 70% live here and the 30% do not. So I'm unsure why they're having a say on other people's homes and neighbourhoods. Also, is this a democracy or a dictatorship? Since the people are largely against this, if the city vote in favour, that question will be answered, and the 30% should be aware of that also. There's also a high risk of merging 2 very diverse demographics. This could create a risk of anarchy, and we all know how the public can react when there's injustice. The people in favour are only on board because this is the only vehicle available to them. And I think they would agree, and some have, this is still a bad proposal, and other alternative options should be made available. One lady mentioned utilising vacant office blocks. Let's be honest, I think we all know where this proposal has stemmed from, and if there is a carrot being dangled from the government, then I suggest we take that money and put it towards building low-cost housing in other more appropriate areas and not ruining existing neighbourhoods. As for the developers' boys club in on Monday with a why always me attitude, they only see dollar signs, not people, and are simply taking advantage of the situation. The lawyers in favour clearly understand there's a risk of lawsuits, so I feel they're just securing future work. If people can't afford a condo now, how will they afford new developments within this proposal? This proposal only kicks the problem down the road and doesn't resolve the issues. Additionally, as our homes will be reduced in value, then we will be at risk of losing our homes, which will only add to the problem. Rezoning is not the answer. Laws to cap interest rates, inflation and landlords on a federal level is what's required. Homeowners are not the reason others can't afford housing. Banks, governments and landlords are. I also look at the originators of this proposal, the council members, the alleged strongest leaders in our city who, rather than work towards a feasible solution, have just thrown together an idea which I feel is short-sighted. And from Thursday's hearing, let's not start a Let's Build optimism campaign, which is just political fluff and ignores the realism. Come up with a proper solution that doesn't transfer the problem on to me and my neighbourhood. It's not my job to solve the city and country's problems. If the council is adamant it will work, then trial the idea on your own houses and let me know how that works out. This is a dangerous door to open, and I wonder, given how ridiculous this proposal is, what comes next? Will there be a day when you can just build a tower block anywhere? You might scoff now, but just you wait. Do not open this door, keep it firmly shut, and look for a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Humera Palabroda, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Humera Palabroda. I'm opposed to RCG blanket rezoning. I'm an immigrant from Karachi, Pakistan. My mother's decision to immigrate to Canada with my sister was rooted in us achieving a globally recognized university education, to be part of a society that enjoys transparent legal and political systems, providing avenues for individuals to advocate for justice. Public participation and hearings are the essence of legitimate decision-making. It is the foundation of democracy. Unilaterally imposing blanket zoning is creating a great uncertainty and anxiety in homeowners across the city and compromising their single largest investment. I've diligently worked all my life. I've lived with family, extended family, rented illegal basement suites, sacrificed, saved, and earned my quality of life. It is surreal that one stroke of your pen could erode my investment. After graduating from university, I did not expect to live where I wanted to. I knew I had to work 3 jobs sometimes and save toward that goal. I'm disheartened by those who scoff homeowners. Passing the blanket rezoning law eradicates homeowners' right to weigh in on what is built next to them and in their communities. It is not a sound decision and abdicates planning. It effectively disregards the very essence of the established streetscapes, architectural guidelines, and the scale of new homes to existing homes. I suppose administration will have to rename planning and development to development and development. As a realtor and landlord, I can tell you, people make housing choices based on the characteristics of the district, density, schools, and amenities. My husband and I have bought and renovated many older homes, which preserve the existing housing stock in the respective neighborhood. We live in a 1930s bungalow within Crescent Heights, RC2, and we did a second-story addition. It has not expired. It will not go to the landfill. I've also legalized suites in 1950s bungalows on 50-foot lots, which became part of the rental stock in Calgary. Detached homes make sense. They are affordable. They can offer communal and shared housing and yards which help with food security and mental health. They can be reimagined. Blanket RCG and unchecked RCG zoning approvals will effectively unplan these thoughtful, nearly 100-year-old valued communities. As mentioned by previous panels, the laboratory communities of Altadore, Capitol Hill, and Crescent Heights are a testament to this. It is inevitable. Established communities with aging infrastructure and utilities will be the recipients of the most development because they're the ones with the large rectangular lots, back lanes, most amenable to the homogeneous 8-16-plex row housing product, which most developers regurgitate. Why? Because more creative and thoughtful designs come with an additional cost for new blueprints. Even more adversely transformative are the mid-block developments I have seen with not a speck of green or permeable space, a serious concern for our climate emergency. With the Development and Development Department, no checks and balances from invested residents, you can be sure developers and speculators won't be thinking of permeable spaces, quality plantings, preserving trees, least of all their neighbors. Why? Because they won't be living there. With no public voice, who will be responsible for regulating how much density in our community is enough? Who will be the gatekeepers on the cap? It is certain if unsustainable immigration levels remain, we won't be able to harness enough housing, let alone affordable housing. Since the rampant approval of RCG developments and the impending blanket rezoning bylaw, sale prices have skyrocketed on speculation. This week, sales in Killarney for 50-foot lots broke the $1 million threshold. It is certain the developed product will not be affordable. The price tag will also be intensified with the increase in capital gain effective June 25th. Please unpack the wealth of knowledge presented by well-informed residents here on how to strategically increase density, involve yourself in targeted diverse housing, and use the communities as the compass, as your compass. Please guide the legacy of the Gondek administration toward a more curated and meaningful response to the housing issues in Calgary. This is a pivotal moment. With a stroke of your pen, choose no for blanket rezoning. Choose yes for a plebiscite. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to PJ Dunn, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is PJ Dunn, and I'm an impacted landowner in Meadowlark Park. I'm a proud, born and raised Calgarian in my mid-30s who has gone from engaged to married to first-time homeowner and soon-to-be father in less than a year and a half. Like many Calgarians undergoing this transition, my wife and I specifically sought out a RC1 community for the context of well-planned, stable communities focused on single-family detached dwellings, access to good schools, quiet streets, mature trees, sunlight, and our blue sky skyline access. We have spent the last 12 years post-education renting while working and saving to afford the right to call our mature RC1 community home. Blanket rezoning eliminates all this context behind our lifestyle selection and hard efforts to afford this. Of even higher concern, it eliminates the process that supports homeowner rights, influence and control over their lifestyle choice, and investment in a lower density RC1 community. Should blanket rezoning go through, our elected members of council, yourselves, no longer required to listen to homeowner voices and concerns on specific development in our community away from the RC1 context upon which we specifically purchased our property. Homeowner concerns and input would then be limited to development permits and pushed to administration, bureaucrats who are not accountable to voters. We need you and you need us. To those open to persuasion, I urge you not to abdicate your responsibility as our elected representatives. Elimination of this fair process, homeowners' ability to heard, and council's obligation to listen to them is hidden behind urgency culture and the catch-all housing crisis. With blanket rezoning, council promises to increase affordability and density. Let's start with affordability. Knocking down single-family homes and replacing them with more units marketed at the same or higher purchase or rental prices does not increase affordability. We just bought an older bungalow where one community over from us, newer, higher density duplexes sell for more than the purchase price of our home. Not all areas in the city are the same, and neither do they need to be. The blanket application of RCG does not solve affordability. Housing supply, second to density. Housing supply is a result of market forces, and developers build when and where they can make a profit. There are only so many developers, contractors, and tradesmen out there, and as anyone who has looked up for one recently knows, they're in short supply. Change will take time. Blanket rezoning does not accelerate the increased density it is claiming to achieve. However, what is guaranteed is that the proposed 2, 4, 8+ unit properties interspersed within our existing RC1 communities will first remove existing affordable rentals from the market for 12 to 18 months while development takes place. Second, forever disrupt the character and context of the well-planned RC1 communities hardworking homeowners have invested in. Do not get me wrong. My wife and I are proud supporters of increased density within the city of Calgary. We embrace, not fear, change. However, there are so many well-planned ways to accomplish this that complement the character and diversity of our existing neighborhoods without a blanket one-size-fits-all approach. Target main thoroughfares, transit hubs, corridors. Target lots or rows adjacent to existing multi-story or higher density development that complement the character and context of that area. Not a community like Meadowlark Park, for example, which is 90% plus single-story bungalows and facing with this 3-story developments with 25% greater lot coverage, haphazardly interspersed throughout the community. For a city that experiences low sun coverage through long winters, target aspects and grades that limit sunlight impact on offsetting lots and support solar development. Above all, let's get back to engaging our communities and existing homeowners. Finish what you've started with the local area plans and move densification forward responsibly. Blanket rezoning is not the answer to the affordable housing crisis. It abdicates the city planning responsibility in favor of developers who will be free to build anywhere they feel they can maximize profit in the city without consideration to strategic planning or the best interests of its citizens. No members of the council ran on a blanket rezoning platform in the last election, and therefore you do not have the mandate from the people on this important issue. The city held plebiscite on issues of fluoridization and 2026 Winter Olympics. In my opinion, blanket rezoning dwarfs both those issues and clearly should be put to a plebiscite as well. In conclusion, if this rezoning proposal goes through without proper democratic process, this council, in my eyes, will forever hold the legacy of removing the right of due process from homeowners who made specific lifestyle investment choices to live in RC1 communities. I strongly encourage council to vote against blanket rezoning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My question is for the first speaker, Mr. Brent Schroederus. Mr. Schroederus, are you still there? I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong.
Yes, I am still there.
Okay. You were mentioning something about a plebiscite, and you named off a bunch of names. And I'm not sure whether you named my name in there or not, but just want you to know that, first of all, plebiscite, as I'm not sure if you know, is non-binding. Even though I voted for us going to plebiscite, I do also recognize that a plebiscite is non-binding, and I'm not sure if you knew that.
Yeah, I do know that, but I don't think that you should also vote for something that you might support something that you still have questions on.
Yeah, no,
that would be my position.
Yeah, and which is why I voted for the plebiscite.
Okay, good to see that you voted for the plebiscite. I missed that you had switched your vote.
Oh, no, I didn't switch my vote. I was always voting for the plebiscite. I seconded the motion. Anyways, that's besides the point. Are you supportive of concepts around local area plans looking at putting in density in very strategic locations?
Yes, I am. I'm in support of that.
And would you be willing to participate in that process should the opportunity arise?
Yeah, I could be a participant in that as well.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had for you. And I wanted to take an opportunity to ask the other lady who presented, who is Michelle Cariou. Is that correct, that pronunciation? Yeah. Thank you. So you say you participated in a local area plan?
Yes.
Which one? Do you mind my asking?
Well, the Westbrook Communities local area planning, and we were we provided feedback on the Main Streets initiative as they were planning around the 36th Street corridor and the 17th Ave corridor. I live quite close to those areas, so we provided feedback on those.
Cool. That was a while ago, right? The Main Streets?
Main Streets 2016, I think, 2016, 2015?
Yeah, my previous tenure.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, thank you for that. And did you feel that engagement was meaningful and that you felt like you were heard through that process?
Well, it always feels like there's a plan that's put in place, and then with what happened to my property in Killarney, we thought we had a plan. We had a very specific map of the R2 sector in Killarney where it butted up to RCG, and then all it takes is developers requesting exceptions to those plans.
Amendments.
And as soon as an exception comes into place, then it's really hard to stop the train of exceptions showing up on every corner of every lot or of every block. So I guess we were hopeful when we started providing feedback on the Main Streets program, and then when it started being disregarded, it did really feel like a waste of time.
Yeah, and I think the intent of the local area plans is to look at things more comprehensively so that we can establish those kind of areas that we would prefer certain types of developments to occur. So appreciate the fact that you participated in that. And yeah, I can't say I disagree with you with the idea of amending ASPs and ARPs to accommodate certain developments. I'm not overly keen on that concept. I prefer the LEP process. So thank you for your contribution.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Oh, thanks. Ms. Palabroda?
Yes.
Thanks. So I just want to get a clarity. You're a real estate agent?
I am.
Okay, awesome. So you mentioned, and you said a few statements that caught my attention. So you said that with the stroke of a pen, we will devalue properties. Is that correct? And I just want to...
Yes, potentially, yes.
Potentially. Okay. And then is there anyone else with the stroke of a pen that in the real estate market that would be able to, with the stroke of a pen, devalue property?
Not in my...
Bank of Canada, if interest rates go higher, won't that devalue property?
Actually, long-term interest rates are very affordable. I assumed a mortgage at 12% when I first bought. So right now, long-term interest rates are 4.74, which are excellent. That's for a conventional.
I know, but if we, even just Bank of Canada hinting that interest rates are going to go down, we see the inverse of prices of house sell higher because lenders get access to more capital, which bid up property. But
actually,
if they increase interest rates...
is if, sorry, I interrupted you.
But if when interest rates go up, we see either a stabilization or trying to cool off the market through control of interest rate.
Well, it's not that simple. So when interest rates go up, or down, well, they go down, there will be a actually frenzy of buying. So, because a lot of people have been waiting to buy. So the people that are going to have lots that are available to sell, normal folk are not going to be able to compete with developers.
What about people from Vancouver and Toronto that are purchasing houses in Calgary right now?
Not to the degree of developers. We have developers from Vancouver and Toronto. Yeah, so I've just experienced that with a land assembly in Connaught. So, it's something that you have to make sure that you insulate and you represent the homeowners here as best as you can by not giving way to a hullabaloo of developing and speculation.
And that was kind of another thing that caught my attention is you mentioned that there were single family, I forget what neighborhood, that were being sold for over $1 million.
In Killarney, yes, just this week.
So that means the homeowners, probably families that are getting that, right?
I'm not sure who resided there, but yes, it was a bungalow with a double detached garage on both cases. Yeah.
So then was that higher probably than what they purchased it for?
I don't know what they purchased it for, but I have a rental mid-block home that has infills on both sides. It's a bungalow, suited legally, and it was worth probably about $700,000. But, you know, this new threshold that we've broken.
So then it's going to go up, right? Or is it going to go down?
No, it's going to go up. Yeah, especially if you allow RCG, and then I can build a monstrosity there if I like, you know, for the benefit of the existing infills, which are okay. Like they're just semi-detached homes.
See, and that's my confusion, is you're telling me it's going up in price, so the seller gets to make more money off of the zoning that's currently happening, but then you're saying it's going to make people make less money on the sale of their house. So I'm confused by that. I'm just trying to understand it.
No, so you're confused about whether the price will go up and it will benefit the seller?
Yeah, you're giving me examples of increase in housing cost, but then saying that people are going to lose out on money from RCG zoning, and I don't see how those connect.
Because what will be built there will not be a bungalow, will not be something that's affordable. They could be possibly rented, that could be suited, that could have a garage with a laneway. That's a bungalow. Or 1.5 story. Killarney doesn't have any of those 1.5 stories or 2 stories. It was built as an RC2, predominantly bungalows. So Councillor Wyness, if you take that stock out of the equation, you have now said, okay, Mr. Developer or Speculator, come in here, build your little or monstrous RCG, and then who will rent it? And they have stairs. You know, that's not sustainable. A bungalow is sustainable. My mom aged in place across the street from me in her bungalow because I was able to retrofit it for her. So it's a very real sort of consideration in terms of how much stock is out there that is actually available for people who can afford it.
Yeah, and so for every tear down, you increase the value of a single family lot in the real estate market, because supply and demand results in constrained supply of single family makes it more valuable.
So you're saying that just because it's more valuable, it's the right thing to do?
No. I'm just saying, like, there's some interesting arguments that are saying this decision makes houses worth less, but they're a valuable piece of the housing continuum.
If I get an RCG built next to my house, which does not have currently, like if there is a tear down next to me, and if I get an RCG built to my house, yes. You heard Steve Zacher. He was here I think the last couple of days, and that's very relevant in Mount Pleasant. There are huge, huge buildings that are going up that extend with the 60% coverage back, and they shadow, and there's privacy issues. There's no respect for windows or anything. And that's when your house that you've bought will get devalued. Yes, absolutely. Why would I want to buy that?
So would you like to see like amendments where there would be for the contextual clarity on where windows are placed in redevelopments and how they fit into what is
I would like clarity or a reduction of the lot coverage. Not 60%. I heard that Edmonton is doing, I think, 50 or 55, I forget which one. But I would like that. I would like the ability to have a setback, a side setback. I would like a better front setback. So streetscapes are more aesthetic, more within, especially with, if you're going to allow mid-block developments, you can't have that.
And then, because we're seeing so much migration to Calgary from across Canada, do you think that other municipalities that are already doing zoning, where this is kind of becoming a base zoning of inclusion of single-family duplex row townhouse across Canada of major cities, do you think that will be an expectation of the buyers who are coming from other cities or moving around, or will they even think about that?
No, because if we set ourselves apart, we will be the leaders of actually reimagining how we do our city, not what's dictated to us. And we can do that. If we work with communities, they know. everyone has said this here. They know. They're the perfect conduit of that information.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, it's actually for the same speaker, and Councillor Weines got most of the way there. But I just want to follow up on one thread that I also wasn't entirely following, which is the notion that you said, like you were talking about land speculation and that people will come in and buy up these sites. And right now, if there's a site that people speculate would be approved by council as an RCG, it's really a hot commodity. And so a lot of people will come in on bid on it. And so I'm trying to follow how, if we were to lift that floor of zoning, and now there are more potential sites for RCG, how that wouldn't, at least in theory, like put downward pressure then on that speculation, like how it would drive speculation further.
Thank you for the question. I think it would drive speculation further is because where these people or developers are coming from, they don't have access to cheap land. We're still considered cheap, and so, or affordable, according to, you know, Vancouver and Toronto. So that will drive it up, absolutely, because they're in the business not to think, oh, is this going to make a good home for someone? They're in the business of, you know, producing these units and selling them. Did I answer your question?
I think I understand where you're coming from.
So for each home that's sold, that's something that's gone out of that stock and that variability of product that we had. And that I have tenants who love my yard. And that's what I'm trying to say is that not just because you're a tenant, that doesn't mean you want to live in a row house. They want things.
It doesn't. Thank you. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. And I do have a response to that, but I'm not going to debate. So I think there's a little bit more to it. But I really appreciate your perspective of what you're saying about other buyers coming in from other markets, and that this will drive that level of speculation. I hear your point on that. But thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
You might as well stay there. Come on out. Thank you, Mayor. Just, I'll make it quick, because you're a realtor. I've talked to tons of realtors about this. Councillor Sharp and I even went and spoke with Sotheby's, and we got all their input, and I think everybody I think what you're saying is, like, medium house prices have been increasing, and if we were to upzone the whole city, I think the common consensus then, or not the whole city, okay, just if we do this bylaw, that would increase prices of homes across the board, like you said. Is that what you're basically saying, right?
Yes, it would increase the cost of homes and the variability of the available homes.
Yeah, we've heard this argument before. If you have single-family homes are the most desirable product, and as those reduce and we take more and more off the market, then they become more affordable, or else you have the speculators are more expensive. So I think then, do you think then if there's a lot of studies showing that where this has been done before, that maybe it has increased the price, do you think the affordable homes, calling this a product that would make things more affordable, is disingenuous then? Or would you say maybe if there was conclusive evidence that this actually increased prices of homes, maybe more people that want affordable homes would not maybe agree with this because it would make more homes more affordable?
Absolutely. This is not going to make homes affordable. All the other panel members that have spoken before me, much more intelligent and much more, lots of graphs, will tell you that the affordable homes will come from actually setting up or curating that development, a particular development, and that's how we will address that, and unhoused, and all those different markets that we need to fill for our crisis.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I've heard from realtors is that there's the uncertainty of when you're actually showing homes, to somebody when they're buying in a neighborhood. That's a pretty real concern as well if that neighborhood changes.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they ask us all the time, what do you think is going to happen here? What do you think is going to happen there? What's being developed, on a main street? I mean, why people have said people don't buy neighborhoods? They do.
Yeah.
They buy neighborhoods.
Yeah, I can see it being tough for your profession, but anyways, thanks for coming down today and presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Still for you, Ms. Palabroda, as well. I'm admittedly having a hard time following the math. One of the conflicts that we've had for a long time with regards to housing prices has been that we both need people advocate for policy that will continue to perpetuate the increase of their own property value, and at the same time advocate for policies that drive affordable market pricing. And those two things clash because, for example, the comment around if my housing price goes down, that's a bad thing, therefore I don't want anything to happen that'll bring my house price down. But then arguably that actually is good for affordability if house prices have exceeded kind of a threshold of approachability, right? And you think about things that are, when you think about your Toronto, Vancouver markets, things are appreciating at such a pace that it's not realistically that value is now a part of a market evaluation and not actually about the structure or the land in the same way. And so when you're selling a bungalow that's been reduced in price theoretically by a development that's happening beside it, are there any positives to the fact that it's now open to a larger segment of society to be able to purchase that home?
Yes, but you always sell a home before you buy it. So if you buy a home and it's already got some negatives,
what about a first-time home buyer?
They think the same way. I deal with a lot of first-time home buyers. They always think, everyone thinks of the upside, Councillor Walcott. They do. They always think, what is the upside? And actually, I think it's an incorrect assumption to think that homeowners only think of values going up. Actually, I know my home is not...
Sorry, I'm very confused. You just said that, though.
Sorry?
You just said everyone thinks about the upside.
No. When you're buying, you're thinking of the upside.
Yep.
But when you own, you don't necessarily think, oh, my home is going up in value, my home is... Yes, you think that. But you also think of living there, the quality of life, enjoying it, and what the certainties that it affords you, and where you bought because of the certainties it afforded you. That is the quintessential difference in everyone being upset about this. I've had so many calls about this, and it's because of that. And it's knowing, we are not everybody's a greedy, value monger. People want to enjoy where they live. They like their communities. But at the same time, they also, when you're buying, a seller and a buyer are different. So when you're buying, you are thinking, okay, I can buy here. Oh, but I don't get any sunlight here, and that'll never change.
Good. Maybe let's pivot, maybe let's talk about selling, because so much of the conversation over the last 2 days has been about people's conversations around homes being their retirement investment. Frankly, the language around in general, right? Like my home is an investment is a language that suggests perpetual increase, right? Because that is the hope when we invest. And so when people are selling, is the outcome of most sales that you experience about also maximizing profit?
Absolutely, you'd want to maximize your profit, but values go up and down, especially in Calgary. You can just look at the city tax map, their assessments.
I have, and for the most part, I think another realtor yesterday or earlier this week specified that housing prices haven't really gone down since 1984.
No, that's not true.
I was just
No,
quoting
no.
the realtor.
2016, 2017. No, that's not true.
And so when you're thinking about, so when does the value of your property come into your thought process then?
When you go to sell it.
So, and this is Councillor Wyness's kind of, I believe, I don't want to put words in her mouth, where she was kind of going, is that the value of your land is tied to its productivity, just as much as the structure that's on it, and actually more so its productivity than the structure, depending on how old it is. And so, if it is upzoned, and if it is, even if it is beside another RCG, do you not think there's a market to get the best possible price for it anymore?
You know, I have to say that would be a moral question, Councillor Walcott. It would be, you would have to think about that. You would have to think about who is buying, and you'll be surprised. Sellers make a lot of moral decisions. It's not always about the price on the contract.
I think so too. And so I raised the last question is that why does everyone assume that everyone's going to sell to a developer?
Because there's a lot of seniors, there's a lot of people, if you've got something that's next to you that's adverse to your quality of life, you'd want to leave. You'd want to leave. I would leave if someone was next to me.
I think maybe my question might be misunderstood. If people are willing to make a moral decision to accept a lower price to sell to someone who's not a developer, because that's something that many sellers do, as you're stating, what is the concern about the belief that all people who will sell to a developer?
I can't comment on that. I don't have line of sight to people's moral compass. I mean, I can tell you that my clients think that from time to time, but I can tell you that some clients think completely the opposite, right? But it just depends on where they're going. It depends if they're going to be living in the city. It depends on their plans, if they're cashing out, if it's an estate sale, right?
So I'm actually really happy you went there, because I guess my final question is, are both of those not both positive outcomes? Because you have the one client who has the choice to sell at a lower price to a family that can now access an affordable bungalow, and then you have someone else who was able to cash out on their investment into the maximum profit. Are those both not positive outcomes for your clients?
Well, how long have they had to live there with a monstrosity next to them? That's what I would ask.
I'm more so asking about the sale. Like if
you know, the sale comes at the end of a decision-making process. It doesn't come when you're living there. I think we're talking about real people living where they live. They're not thinking of selling. I mean, people living in Lake Bonavista, people living in Meadowlark Park, they want to enjoy where they live, and we are just talking about an end goal.
I apologize. The reason why I have to ask the question is because we are technically talking about people selling, because we're talking about redevelopment. And I know that you're talking about the people who live beside the redevelopment, but as a realtor, you're actually the one selling the property that people are afraid of being redeveloped. And that's kind of the space that I thought I'd have this conversation, just because it is a little bit of a unique one from the rest of the conversations that we're able to hear. So that's to Councillor Chabot's point. I was asked and answered. I just wanted to clarify why I was asking the question I was asking of you. But thank you so much.
I didn't know you did math. I thought you were an English teacher.
Social studies as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Palabroda, sorry, thank you. You're a popular person tonight. Just kind of lead on where Councillor Walcott left off, but just as a realtor, when you're dealing with a client that's selling, do the clients typically know, or do the clients typically care who they're selling to?
Once in a while.
Isn't it usually blind as to who your buyer is?
They can ask. Okay. I've had people ask, and they've actually sold to others that because they wanted to avoid a certain type of buyer. Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
And if that's disclosed, then that's fair game.
Okay. The question was not so much going to be around selling price, more so that as we have more supply, more demand, and right now we see a demand marketplace much more stronger than the supply side of the equation. That's just going to perpetuate the escalation of cost, right? If people are buying it for investment purposes, and you got financing, you got carrying charges, all that built into it, but their intention is to rent it, does it not drive the rental price up?
Sorry, can you explain
What I'm saying
the
is,
process behind before they went to rent it?
what I'm saying is, if the price of the product that you're selling keeps escalating, the investor's jumping in and buying at a price point that keeps escalating, and their intention is to rent it, won't the rental price be higher than what it is, say, for today or yesterday?
It would depend on, what they have invested, their equity.
Financing and everything.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a lot of equity or if they've put a heavy down payment, then obviously, I'm sure they would want they'd want to service their debt, essentially, right? And so would the price go up? Yeah, possibly, depending on what they bought it at, what their interest rates are, what kind of financing, yeah.
Okay. I presume as a realtor, you also do rentals?
No, I just have something I manage for myself and for my parents.
Okay. In the broader context of the real estate market and in the rental marketplace, are we seeing rents going up?
Yeah, some rents have gone up, yeah.
Okay. And I guess the point is that what I'm trying to get at, whether it's purchase price or rental going up, do you see a tipping point where it actually plateaus and starts to come back down?
Always.
When?
I mean, it'll depend on immigration. It'll depend on how many people here are leaving, like, the permitted people, the refugees, the people escaping all sorts of other circumstances, and it will impact that, yeah.
Okay. I guess one of the reasons I asked the question is that when we're talking about blanket densification, one of the attributes of that was supposed to be affordability, but if affordability is not going to come for the next 2, 3, 4 years, right, I'm wondering if this is the right housing strategy to deploy at the moment. So that was my reason for question. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, and that's it for questions of this panel. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your time. Let's assemble the next panel. First, let me ask, is there anyone that was called earlier today that's here now? I don't see anyone in the chamber. Is there anyone on the line that was called earlier and is just appearing now?
Sorry, Mayor Contact. I'm not sure what panel we're at, but I was panel 87.
You were panel 87. What's your name, sir?
Danielle Goulet.
Okay, I'm going to put you on this panel then. Thank you. Do we have John Harder? Do we have Jeffrey Rogers? Do we have Robert Smith? Hi, you can go on up and grab a seat, sir. Do we have Sharon Purvis? Hi. What about Michael Reed? Great. And do we have Wendy Bolin? How about Amber Stephen? Claudia DeMaio? How about Joan Karlowski? Hugh Stewart? Hi, come on up, sir. All right, so we are going to go with Danielle Goulet, Robert Smith, Sharon Purvis, Michael Reed, and Hugh Stewart. So please go ahead, Mr. Goulet.
Okay, thank you, and good evening. My name is Danielle Goulet, and I'm speaking on my behalf. I've been a resident of Calgary since 1985, and since that time, I've been both a renter and a homeowner. I must admit that I was taken aback and quite frustrated when I heard that the City Council was rejecting the idea of holding a plebiscite on this proposed blanket of zoning bylaw. why council would choose expediency over thoroughness and broad-based public engagement when it comes to upending one of the most fundamental city bylaws is mind-boggling and shows, in my opinion, a profound disrespect to the people who elected you into office. So today I am, as a homeowner, having to come before you to plead my case and ask you to vote no to the proposed bylaw. First, I want to be clear that I am in support of increasing density and that Calgary needs more affordable housing. I've got kids in their 30s, and I know the pain that they're feeling. But under the proposed bylaw, how this density is developed and achieved is a major concern. A blanket of zoning is a remarkable about-face against municipal development plans and local area plans that have been built or are in the making in cooperation with city communities.
Yeah.
These plans have been drafted at enormous expenses and have used thousands of hours of city planners and the public to ensure housing densification and community growth, to actually quote the city website, go in the right place. So with the removal of most residential zoning application requirements under the proposed bylaw, laws of economics dictate that development will go where development is the most lucrative and not where it is the most needed. Citywide upzoning will remove any certainty as it relates to land use, and the need of predictability is imperative for landowners for whom, in the vast majority of cases, their home is the biggest financial commitment they will make in a lifetime. So I'm also strongly in disagreement with council housing strategy that infers that densification will create more affordable housing. Removing older and more affordable bungalows from the rental market in favor of building row housing is simply the wrong approach. There is nothing affordable about inner city row housing. When looking at the typical list price of row house units, which is in excess of $500,000 in inner city communities, it is obvious that these units do not meet the City of Calgary definition of affordable housing. According to the city website, your target population for affordable housing are those residents who earn less than $60,000 per year or pay more than 30% of their gross income on shelter costs. Any mortgage calculation tools will tell you that the typical row houses being built in established Calgary communities do not come close to meeting the housing needs of this population. During a housing crisis, the last thing City Council should be doing is ending off densification decision-making to private sector developers, whose primary focus is profitability. This proposed bylaw will in fact drive up housing prices, so you cannot in good conscience support such a proposal. By allowing developers to dictate where the densification will take place in the city will be reactive to the resulting random growth that will occur. How will you adequately plan for school, libraries, utilities, all infrastructure when it's the developers driving the densification plan? This way of managing the city will result in higher operating and capital expenditure with no overarching roadmap of where growth should and will occur. The change that is being proposed is significant enough that it should be brought forward via a plebiscite, by which one would have a practical way of giving one's opinion. The public hearing will involve, at the end, will only involve a handful of Calgarians in the constructive process. It is reckless to impose such a drastic change in such a rushed manner. You've been given no mandate to do so, and all responsible councillors must vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Robert Smith, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councillors, and other attendees. My name is Robert Smith, and I am a resident of Lake Bonavista in the City of Calgary. I understand Calgary City Council is trying to deal with a housing issue, including the availability of affordable housing. I support efforts to increase the supply of housing as well as the availability of affordable housing. However, I'm here today to advise that I'm opposed to the citywide rezoning proposal and to explain why. First, I would like to give you a very brief background on my personal life experiences with respect to housing. I moved out on my own when I was 18, and initially I had nowhere to go. I lived rough in a tent on the outskirts of Winnipeg for several months. A friend eventually approached me and told me he had an apartment with 1 bedroom, 2 single beds, and that I was welcome to move in with him and share the rent. I had started employment with the railway and worked nights and weekends to get ahead. Eventually, we were able to rent a shared house with another friend and each have our own bedroom. I continued to save for a few years until I had enough for a down payment and bought a small 1-bedroom house in Winnipeg. That served me well until I got married and started a family. My wife also worked nights and weekends as a nurse to continue to save and to be able to provide childcare. And we were able to eventually purchase a modest, larger house to raise our family. I have lived the challenges around housing, and I find it demeaning to be referred to as privileged or entitled. I would also like to mention that my father volunteered extensively with Habitat for Humanity, and one of my daughters is an urban planner dealing with affordable housing for another major Canadian city. I want to reiterate, I understand Calgary City Council is trying to deal with a housing issue, including the availability of affordable housing, and I support efforts to increase the supply of housing as well as availability of affordable housing. But I am specifically opposed to the proposed citywide change in zoning. It is a major issue for myself and an overwhelming number of residents in our community. When I moved to Calgary 28 years ago and purchased my home in Lake Bonavista, I paid a premium to live in a lower density community with smaller homes relative to lot size. For the same amount of money I paid, I could have had a much larger house in a community with higher density. However, the amount I paid and possible impacts on resale value are not the issue for me on the rezoning proposal. I believe Lake Bonavista is one of the nicest communities in Calgary. And at this time, I would like to give a shout out to Lesley Cosman. He was the lead engineer for Keith Construction, responsible for the design and construction of Lake Bonavista. Lesley Cosman passed away earlier this month. A blanket approach of removing existing zoning is not an appropriate or fair way of dealing with the housing issues. To my knowledge, no city councillor ran for election with a stated plan to change zoning in this manner. Accordingly, council does not have a moral mandate to proceed with such an extreme solution that has so many negative aspects and is opposed by so many residents. By proceeding on a major issue like this without it being part of a clearly stated election platform or addressed with a plebiscite is completely undemocratic and seems to indicate council believes it knows better than what a majority of residents would want. I do recognize that a number of councillors have been respectful of resident concerns, and their voting on matters related to this proposal has reflected that. Thank you for standing up for us. When looking at different options for dealing with any issue, one should do a cost-benefit analysis, including recognition of indirect and long-term costs. Cramming more housing into our neighborhood would result in less greenery and trees, with the loss of environmental benefits that brings. It would also lead to more crowding at the lake, with increased negative health and safety risks. I do not believe that allowing developers to build multi-unit housing in communities like Lake Bonavista is going to deal with the housing issues in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You're just at time.
Pardon me?
You're just at time.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're just a little bit over. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go to Sharon Purvis, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and council members. I'm presenting on behalf of my husband and myself. We're opposed to the proposed land use changes because of the manner in which it will enable increased density and disruptive housing form options that will significantly and negatively impact our neighborhood and community. We are not opposed to targeted realization of increased community density and creating affordable housing solutions and options. Until a couple of days ago, I had a different presentation, but I want to speak more to a few points and offer some ideas. Firstly, I reiterate that the information and regulations are too complex for many citizens, and the graphics used are misleading and do not show the real potential magnitude of what can happen on the lot next door. Further, the information use of may require a permit and might allow for input is also misleading. I find it somewhat disrespectful not to have had an honest layman's interpretive document to assist citizens. The opposition is greatly about how blanket rezoning without community, neighborhood, and neighbors involved, and that it will not be a gentle transition for some. This is the first time that blanket rezoning with such significant change has been so broadly applied. I would like to share that those in the inner city and surrounding communities were vehemently opposed to change in their communities decades ago. They too were against lots built out with bungalows, split levels, bi-levels, and two-story homes, characterized by deep front and rear yards and significant green canopy, being replaced with monster homes, as they described it in the day. And city leaders and administration of the day listened and protected them against what RCG can do to us. Our bungalow will potentially have a huge block of a building next to us, towering almost 12 meters over our yard, due to our slope down our street, projecting 6 meters in front and 10 meters behind, with 60% coverage and maybe a garage unit in the rear yard. The mature trees will be gone, which were protected by regulations in the past. They would never have been allowed up to 9 units with parking for only 4 cars. And there was no solar energy in the day that required sunlight for it to work. There is nothing positive or gentle about the impact of what you are proposing. To date, communities undergoing redevelopment have seen change over time, guided by co-developed community plans, local area plans, area redevelopment plans, infill residential guidelines. 3+ decades of city staff and council time have been dedicated to making decisions ensuring communities changed in a respectful manner. Community planning processes and regulations were developed to allow for gradual, respectful change in their community and to the block fabric, while still providing developers and builders with expedient processes and a surety of process. And some folks are criticizing us for wanting the same approach and respect. This legislation is not affording us the right to be involved or to come up with solutions that would achieve the opportunities for more housing solutions and increasing density, that it would also work for us. You're telling us to accept a redevelopment of housing forum on a piecemeal basis, piano key development that would never be planned from the beginning by any developer or many planning authorities. After listening to days of speakers, I am so sad that blanket rezoning has been proposed. I am sad that it has caused so much division in our city and communities, and I don't know if we will heal. But I'm also pleased so many have spoken, and anyone listening cannot help but understand more about the housing needs and how this affects everyone, for or against. So what can be done? We request that you reject blanket rezoning and that you engage us all to work towards a solution. If you did, we would say, address our feelings of not being respected or consulted by developing an efficient, replicable local planning process with communities, for communities, and for housing needs. Address extreme concern about the allowable size of building form and placement on the neighboring lot by working with us to replicate the modest building envelope approach afforded the established communities of days gone by. Address concerns around increased density by allowing 2 units within a new modest form parameter, which we think would go a long way towards gaining comfort for a semi-detached or secondary suite or a backyard suite. Then it can be a gradual and acceptable change. Calm the density concern and anxiety by requiring that more than 2 units will require a discretionary development permit and afford us input. Develop an initiative focused on increased participation in the secondary suite opportunity. And promote. Get creative. There are seniors that might create a suite but feel it's insurmountable for them to figure out how to do it. Include a garage unit or secondary suite as a unit, especially in many calculations. address the need for more housing by working within our community on what is already possible. There are still 2 lots adjacent to Canyon Meadows LRT station that are undeveloped.
Thank you for your
There's a grassy
presentation. You're
slope.
just at time.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Let's go to Michael Reed, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors.
Mr. Reed, just before you start, I'm just going to do something. There's someone on the phone line who's not muted. If I could just get you to mute, please, so we're not interrupting presenters. Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Mike Reed. I live in Britannia. I'm not an urban designer, but I am a professional engineer with experience in data-driven analysis, forecasting, and planning. Rather than blanket up zoning, I propose an alternative approach similar to Bob Clark's and many others. Use the local area plans to plan densification. Currently, RCG row houses and townhouses are being built on an ad hoc, unplanned, lot-by-lot basis. But at least this is being governed and approved through the rigorous, thorough district redesignation approval process. However, if blanket up zoning is approved, all future planning and the redesignation process will be eliminated on over 200,000 lots in developed Calgary. This is a foundational change in Calgary's city building design process. Blanket up zoning eliminates all low-density land use bylaw districts except RCG. RCG allows row houses and townhouses to be built anywhere within the RCG district. If blanket upzoning is approved, a property owner or developer will only need to get a development permit. A development permit does not look at where a dwelling will be built. A development permit application does not go through the rigorous redesignation approval process. Neighbors are invited to submit comments, but comments are no way the equivalent of consultation or engagement. Based on my personal experience, if a DP application complies to the land use bylaw, it will be approved. If a permitted use application, like the HGO dwelling unit, it must be approved. The developers will decide what gets built and where it gets built. And this decision will be done by individual developers with no overall planning. I suggest blanket upzoning should be rejected, and the local area plan should be used to plan densification. MDP policy should be complied with, and and local area plans used. Once the local area plan is approved, the administration could use targeted city-initiated redesignation to guide planning redevelopment. They could use targeted city-initiated redesignation right now for the HGO areas that have been approved in the approved local area plans. This targeted redesignation would achieve the same outcome that blanket upzoning is aimed at, but also encourage the implementation of the LAP policies regarding where densification should occur. I would suggest the LAP process should be revised, though, to include some of the features from the area redevelopment plan process, especially with respect to consensus-seeking public consultation and detailed data-driven analysis that made the ARPs so successful. For example, the 50th Avenue Area Redevelopment Plan approved in 2013. The ARP should be, or the local area plan should be data-driven. They should include infrastructure and transportation plans. The revised local area plan process should be codified in a proper statutory developed area guidebook as required by the municipal development plan. I believe this approach will achieve the same goals as blanket upzoning, speed up and improve the implementation of local area plans. It would respect the different housing choices of all Calgarians, and it would provide the certainty, predictability, and peace of mind that I believe is the root cause of many of the objections you have heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Hugh Stewart, please.
Okay, my slides are up there. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and passionate and eloquent presenters. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for meeting with many of the Community Association representatives last Saturday. And Councillor Penna, thank you very much for responding to our questions from the OCA. However, tonight, I want to talk to you about my personal perspective and my family. So just very briefly, I only moved to Oak Ridge in 2012. Two of my daughters sequentially lived in our basement, and last year my son moved to Calgary and lived for several months on our main floors until they found a home in the southeast, while myself and my wife lived in the basement. My elder daughter lived in Kensington until her rental agreement was terminated, and she since then has moved closer to the 16th Avenue. My younger daughter moved to an apartment in Inglewood. So you've heard plenty of achievements, as arguments for and against the citywide rezoning, and anticipating many consequences. I want to discuss some suggestions on how I can help with some examples. I have lived, next slide please. I have lived in Europe and UK in apartments, houses, and similarly in North America. However, let's focus on the area I now know best, which is Oak Ridge. And I wanted to just go through 4 examples. So there they're located in the northeast, southeast, effectively almost in the southwest, and almost in the northwest. So next slide, please. Oakside Plaza is at the northeast corner of Oak Ridge, across from Glenmore Park. It's a lovely spot. It is a large site with multiple retail outlets, over 15,000 square meters at a lower elevation than existing 3-story townhouses. So you can see the 3-story townhouses on the left. On the right is just 1 story, and it's a huge area. Great spot for housing. Next slide, please. Co-op development, southeast corner of Oak Ridge, includes apartment blocks and other retail outlets. And as mentioned somewhere else, they're developing while occupying, so the businesses aren't having to relocate. And they've progressed that with support from both local residents and the Oak Ridge Community Association. The photo on top is a land adjacent to this area, which could be used for apartments. It is close to public transport, and unfortunately will have some impact on adjacent housing and would need to have some dialogue with the impacted residents. Next slide, please. This is the 3rd location. Oakfield Drive and Southland Drive has significant retail outlets, but no accommodation. It could be developed into a several-story apartment complex with limited shadow impact on adjacent properties. It has public service, and the reason it wouldn't have an impact too much on adjacent properties is the whole site is north-south orientation. So the main shadow would be onto either the road or into the northwest. Next slide, please. Palliser Drive retail strip. Many of you have maybe even passed by there. They've just opened a coffee shop, and it's a great spot to stop and is now really quite busy. However, it's just 1 strip and no accommodation. So we think there's potential for several contextually appropriate accommodations over this facility. It again is on bus routes. It's located in such a way that any shadowing effect would be onto the parking area and the roadway, and so would not have some of the problems that other locations have with respect to impacting privacy and shadow. Okay, next slide, please. So, brief comments. What is the purpose of these examples? They're just to show that we can help. And There's a few things there, but I'm not in favor of proceeding with blanket zoning. I do think that there's an opportunity to take what we've heard here and improve the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel. We will start with Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Purvis, Sherman.
My apologies, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm silent most of the time. Sharon, if I may, you were with the city before you retired, correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Your academic background, if I remember, you were a planner, urban planner? Okay. So the qualifications of what you presented here are because of your academic background, as that, but also at the same time, you're a former director of our corporate properties, including housing and land?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to put that in context. You started a statement earlier by saying that some of the presentations, charts, photos were not genuine. Can you just explain what that meant?
Some of the graphics that were shown do not show an 11-meter high building next to a bungalow. Some of them show raised bungalows, which is not common to some of the suburban suburban communities. So there was nothing that actually I could find that showed what is the maximum parameter of a building that could be built next to me. I also didn't see anything that spoke about if there was a change in grade. And if I missed something, I apologize, but I searched for information for a long time.
Okay, thank you. Second question, you talked about engagement, and again, the City of Calgary went through a corporate reorganization in 1999-2000 timeframe, and it created the birth of the engaged policy, and you were part of the corporate reorg at the time, correct?
I was, yes.
Yeah, so the engaged policy, as it is today, 24 years later, are we abiding by it?
Sorry, can you rephrase? Can you say?
Are we abiding by the engaged policy? The original intent? My
personal feeling would be, I don't know the policy and its requirements specifically, but no, we do not feel engaged. And I think the important piece is that this middle part that is being spoken about has not seen the kind of change that other more central communities have. And so they're much more refined, much more organized and mobilized, have development reps on their committees, their community associations, and we're just starting to see the kind of development that woke those communities up, and city and everybody worked together, and eventually it created the kind of communities that there's a lot of people espousing we should be aspiring to in like in the established communities. But it took time, and I think it potentially doesn't have to take as much time. You have a lot of great templates, and I think that if we could be engaged in the same way as some of the gentlemen before me spoke, there are parcels, there are ways we can do it. I think that the presentations have made people more aware of the very much need to do it and to move off the, where we stand and try and think of other ways of getting things done and being part of the solution, if we would be engaged.
Thank you. And then the last question to you. About 2015, 2016, the city went through a housing study. There's a report online that depicts that. You were the director of, at that time. The approach that we're taking today to deal with the housing, compared to your background and knowledge, are we taking the right path to address the housing crisis?
I need to know a little bit more about which part of the housing question you're talking about.
In this particular case, we're talking about the blanket rezoning, redistricting of low-density residential to create more units, more choice, more flexibility, ideally affordability.
Not supportive housing and non-market housing, but affordable market housing.
Yes.
And so I would say that this is not likely going to achieve, in my personal opinion, what you would like to see in a time frame that is possible. I question why we have parcels sitting next to transit stations that remain 10 years later to be undeveloped if we have such a demand. We have limited trades. If you're a trade company, are you going to go build a couple semi-detached or a row house, or are you going to go to a parcel and a contract that enables you to build many more units? I think that's where we hopefully could achieve something if we could get a process that worked for developers to get going quickly. So I don't think blanket rezoning is going to achieve what we need in this time frame, and I think there's a mix of needs.
So the last part you said is getting a process working with developers and builders is what we need.
Pardon me?
Your last sentence was that we need a process working with developers and builders in the city to move forward.
Yes, and I know we have processes, but my question is, with such unprecedented demand, why are we not seeing things built? We're seeing things built, from my limited travels as a retired person, in the established communities in some of those areas. We're not seeing them built in this area that you're addressing with blanket rezoning, especially the inner suburbs, the late 60s, 70s, 80s. And I wonder why. There is land there. And we as community people know where that land is. We would support its development. So that would be my answer.
Okay. I didn't get a chance to say happy retirement. Hopefully you're enjoying your retirement. And too bad we have to bring you back here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reid, please. Michael. Thanks, Mike. We've been together on guidebook conversations and in LAP conversations that you spoke about participating in LAPs, and I heard one thing, which was to say to enhance the LAP process. As it relates to this particular conversation about blanket rezoning, what specific thing can we improve on the LAP process?
I'm on the Chinook Local Area Plan Working Group. The local area plan process that we're using now, first of all, I'd like to shout out to the planners themselves. They're professional, well-educated, well knowledgeable, but the process is abbreviated, it's simplistic, there's no data provided, there's no analysis of what's there, what's needed, there's no discussion of infrastructure, and it's too much too fast. We've had 6 meetings, so 6 times 2 hours, and we're just about to the phase where we're looking at the residential areas.
Okay. When you talk about data, having data, we're obviously different inputs of data coming in. Are you presented with any sort of targets of what density could look like in a Chinook plan?
Well, that's what we'd like to see. We don't know what density is there now. We've done a lot of work on the LAP on the nodes and corridors, McLeod Trail, Elbow Drive, Manchester. There's lots of density there already. There's lots of density in El Boya along McLeod Trail, but we don't have any quantitative data to say how much is there, and we don't have any quantitative data to suggest how much we want. I mean, you could look at the 33% over such a period of time, but it's not translated into how many units we actually need and of what type units.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor DeMong, please.
Yes, if I could ask Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, you had commented that you consider Buena Vista to be one of the nicer communities in the city. I happen to absolutely agree with you. Do you believe that if there were to be gentle densification and to be involved with the community association and other volunteers, that there would be locations in Buena Vista that could be appropriate for an RCG here and there? If done in collaboration with the community and the community association, the volunteers?
I think so. I think there are some opportunities there. I have to admit, off the top of my head, I can't give examples, but I
can think of the one where I used to live, right on the corner of Buena Vista and Canyon Meadows, where across the kitty corner from the Parkland Rock. But
yes, yeah.
But having said that, so you do think that there are some locations that would be suitable in this, if done in an appropriate manner, in conjunction with the community and volunteers?
Yes. Oh, certainly.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks.
Mr. Stewart. Sorry, I just know you as Hugh. I appreciate showing the opportunities for redevelopment in Oak Ridge, and some that are underway. So, how do we compel those landowners to redevelop? Is there like a lever that we need to pull as a city?
I think developers will always be interested in sitting with individuals, other stakeholders, who can communicate with them about increasing the value of their property. So I think there is an opportunity, and that's really why some early discussions during a sort of, well, it's maybe a phase 1 LAP process, is that you get stakeholders around the table and you can actually have that dialogue.
Okay. And until that happens, because we have hundreds of these sites across the table or across the city, so how do we do this? I guess what I'm getting at is we've heard a lot about developing on nodes and corridors, but we know that most of the nodes and corridors where these sites exist are individual landowners who, for one reason or another, may not see the need to do it. And so the question before us today is in residential areas, if we give that lever, do we support pulling that lever, yes or no? And so I guess what I'm asking then on the flip side is, if not this, then what is the lever we need to pull on the other side to get those nodes and corridors going?
Well, I think the nodes and corridors in the area I'm semi-aware of, which is District 32, as you know, those are fairly clear, 24th Street, Anderson, Southland, so they all have different opportunities along them. I do think that where there's land, especially larger segments of land, that it is easier to get significant increase in units of accommodation than in smaller townhouses. You know my opinion a little bit about, excuse me, but this document, which basically the city sent out, and basically, and I know it's low probability maybe, but when I read it in a city document and it says my neighbor can actually have 4 units if it's 50 feet wide, 4 units plus 4 basement suites plus 4 backyard suites, that's 12 or 11 new neighbors. So that's what causes quite a lot of consternation. I think and that's what I was trying to encourage with just showing you some opportunities that might alleviate more rapidly the achievement of some of the goals of densification. I also recognize that some of those locations are going to be very convenient for older people because they're adjacent to shops, they're adjacent to public transport. So even in our neighborhood, some people prefer they can't age in place, like I'm going to have trouble aging in my home. I need more of a bungalow than what I've got. But maybe one of these developments would be suitable. So I think it's engaging with the I'll call them property developers or major property owners. It's engaging with local stakeholders, probably as represented through the community associations. I know some of them function better than others, and that's just, sometimes one functions better than another one. But that way, at least, there's dialogue in the community, and there's an appreciation of what the city is trying to do. We don't like to pay high taxes. We'd do anything, especially if you're on a fixed income. It becomes challenging. So that's what we're looking at if you're at that end of the spectrum, age spectrum. If you're at the other end of the spectrum, which, like my daughter, trying to move into Inglewood, she wants a property that you can't buy them, so she's in an apartment, but that's where she'd like to live. So, and they had a local area plan, and I went off the rails, I think. I don't know where it went. But, maybe Councillor Carr can advise us. But in any event, those are the opportunities, I think, that would create much more collaboration and alignment with residents than what you've got at the moment. And that was really the purpose of my example of the 4 sites. Picture is worth quite a lot of words, and I did cycle round to get all those pictures, just so that you know.
I know you like your bike. As for aging in place, I hear about this great new development nearby coming up. Might be a little tall, but we could talk about that later. Just kidding. Can I talk to Ms. Purvis for a second?
I don't want to climb 36 stories.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Purvis, you talked about timeframes a little bit around redevelopment, and so you talked about the timeframes that the projects that could be completed under an RCG land use couldn't meet the timeframes as fast as multi-story development. So what I understand is an RCG, from the time a development permit or building permits are issued, can be constructed in 9 months, whereas some of those tower projects are 2 to 3 years. So how can you help me understand your time frame rationale a little bit?
Yes, and I think I'd like to make a couple of points in that regard. I think first, we've had high demand for a while, so why are those large projects still sitting there? And I think it's really something that administration and council need to take a look at. So directly to the RCG, and I'm going to say RCG that maybe we can have that works better for these communities. So I referenced the modest infill guidelines, and what was done there in the established communities around the inner city was to find something that was built with developers, builders, community representatives, and administration. And they developed a more contextual size that could go, perhaps when permitted, but why couldn't it go today with a bylaw check and straight to a building permit if it fits it? If it's more contextual, I think one of the key concerns and anxieties and fears is about the magnitude and the lack of contextual that RCG allows next to our bungalows, bi-levels, split levels, 2 stories that have 8-foot ceilings. So that's part of the solution. I think there is a middle ground that could be developed that could go faster, and it would enable then some more local community planning that could then hopefully move some of the larger sites. I just think it's a lot more respectful. I think it enables trust building. So that's how I think you could get RCG, maybe not row housing, I wouldn't propose that, but you can get semi-detached, suites, backyard units that is much more respectful, as was designed in the inner city and established communities to get the growth that we had.
Okay, so to follow up on that, right now we have a permitted use, in RC1 and RC2 that arguably often isn't contextual, height-wise even. I represent a community like Haysboro. Most of those bungalows are anywhere 6 to 8 meters. We'll just call it 7. And we're going up to 11 where, when you look at the streetscape, it's almost doubling it. So that contextual is totally permitted and the community has no choice. We're now moving to a process where we're encouraging RCG, the row home form, to be discretionary to do just what you're asking us to do, which is to evaluate the projects and to then come up with guidelines before we move to permitted. So are you supportive of a discretionary approach then?
I'm very supportive of a discretionary permit required for a certain mass, that's not contextual and for a certain number of units beyond, we're a single family community. I think if this plays out right, you'll get more citizen support for a second unit on a property, a semi-detached unit. They can be built in a form that works in with the community, and we get to gently change over time. That's the way I think it should go if you're going to be respectful.
Do you think any, like single detached or semi-detached, should ever have moments where they should be discretionary and not just simply permitted?
Can you repeat that?
So when we're looking at the land uses we have right now, permitted through single detached and semi-detached, do you think that some of those, from a massing, height, lot coverage perspective in comparison to their neighbors, should ever be discretionary, or should those stay as permitted as well?
I think they should definitely be discretionary. That's one of the challenges that we have. We have in our community, and I have photographs, but it's just too complicated for me to bring them and show them to you, but I have a couple of examples of total knockdowns in new builds that are quite respectful to their neighbors, and they're higher, and their mass is a bit bigger. Their design is a little bit more complementary, but I don't think it's fair to really be picky about design. And I have an example that is absolutely ridiculous. And so what happens is then community members start to say, what's going on here? And for us in our communities, that's just started. And then all of a sudden, people say to me, well, they wouldn't do that. That can't be happening. We don't have a development rep in our community association. We don't have 3 decades of knowledge and experience. We're not informed people, citizens necessarily, and I don't mean to be rude say that rudely, but we haven't had the experience that wakes us up. And so all of a sudden, we're having something imposed that many residents would never think you'd jump from A to W that quickly. And so I think it's about affording steps along the way that get to where you want, and having support for council making further changes down the road. Having support for the other 88 actions that you have, that some of them will require a public hearing again. Let's work together, and let's all try to get more housing.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Ms. Purvis, please don't run away. I'll start with you. Yeah, no, I did get a chance to say goodbye, so thank you. Thank you for being here and for sharing some of your knowledge and wisdom, because of your previous involvement with the city for, I don't know, can't remember how long, decades, I'm sure. Some of your submissions, you talked about contextual sensitivity, and as Councillor Penner pointed out, currently you can go to 10 meters, not 11, but you can go to 10 meters for a single-family residential next to an existing home, but there is a contextual requirement associated with it. Now, I don't know how permissive that contextual sensitivity is, but one of the recommendations that came out of RCG was essentially the elimination of the front yard setback, contextual sensitivity, to allow you to go to within 3 meters. So, based on what you said, as far as looking at something that's more contextually transitional in nature, it almost sounds like you were suggesting we create a new land use district that had some additional components that would create that transitional component to what is currently acceptable with the single-family residential with a basement suite by right, to something maybe to have not only those, but maybe a backyard suite as a discretionary use, but that would require either creating a new district or a new element of an RC1. Is that something you think we should look at as far as trying to go towards something that's a little more contextually sensitive to the adjacent single-family residential?
Yes, I do. If the goal here is increased density, and if there is a goal to have it work for residents that this is being applied to, then I think that there is something that is more amenable, more amenable in terms of how it affects adjacent homes over time. And we've done it before. The city has done it before. And I think that it's something that is a middle ground. And I think it moves us without having us either for or against. I think it provides an opportunity to move forward, working together, saying we heard you. We don't want to ruin your quality of life. My home, third home in my community, it is not an investment for retirement. I'm in retirement. It's not my investment for my kids. I've told them that. It's my investment in my quality of life. I plan to live a long time, and I plan to do everything I can to make it easy on the environment. Just invested in solar. I don't think that's going to work when I've got almost a 3-meter difference between the lot next to me and my house. If there's a 10, 11, I thought I read that it was 11 for RCG.
RCG is 11.
Yeah.
RC1 is 10.
So I think, yes, we need a middle ground. Could it be designed fairly quickly? I think it could. We have templates from the past. Will it help us move forward and get you more housing for especially those who maybe can't afford to buy the prices we have today? Maybe it'll, and how will it help to slow, it would help to slow down a bit, to move fast, to get more housing, and keep citizens feeling like they have a say, they're part of the solution.
And you raised some interesting points as far as plain language and some of those communities that aren't typically engaged in this process, especially if they haven't seen a lot of redevelopment. And so to just introduce this to them is like foreign. It's like a foreign language to them. They don't even know what we're talking about, let alone whether or not they should be engaged in the process. Kind of goes to our idea around taxation when we give people their assessment. They don't typically understand the implications of it towards their tax bill until they get their tax bill, and then they go, what the heck, I want to appeal my tax assessment, but it's too late. And so I see this as similar to that, in that if we impose this RCG blanket zoning, there's many folks that may not understand the implications of it until after the fact, when it does actually occur next to them. And then I don't want to create a situation, I wouldn't want to create a situation where sometime in the future somebody comes and says, how dare you, what the heck is going on? How can this possibly happen next door to me? How can I not have any say in it if they only understood what their previous land use was? And I know a lot of people get stuff in the mail, but typically when you get stuff in the mail from the city, it's like, okay, file 13, especially if I don't understand it. So appreciate your perspective on the plain language and the transparency around what potentially could happen, because I don't know that we did such a great job on that. So appreciate your input on that. That's not really a question so much as
a great question.
As much as you think we should have probably done a better job in that.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes, I do feel I'm going to expose how much I've left behind in my head as I've retired. I tried to go through the land use bylaw and find out what exactly each rule and parameter and cross-reference meant could go on my property, or on my property or the property next door. I've not finished that. I couldn't cut and paste it properly to get it all in one document so I could follow it and understand it completely. And I wouldn't expect people to necessarily have to do that. People think you've got their back. But if you actually laid out in a more honest graphical fashion about the minimums and the maximums and this and that, and then they would know. They wouldn't be happy because they have no input to it.
Right.
But if you had something that was more in between, and like in the established communities, changed block by block over year, and got bigger and bigger, and allowed more semi-detached, then it would be over time, but you'd get, I think, cooperation.
So do you think the LAP process, local area plan process that we're currently undertaking in a larger format, not just one or two communities like in our previous area structure plans, but including a whole bunch of communities and maybe some industrial and commercial areas, and looking at it comprehensively to identify locations where higher density type development is suitable, and then potentially applying sort of a city-initiated redesignation into those areas that are identified as suitable for that higher intensity of use would be a better process?
Yes, I think I think it needs to be something that is replicable and can be expedited. I don't think that all these communities are exactly the same, but I think you probably can find about 3 different groups of communities that are fairly similar in their existing built form, likely because of when they were built, in which ring. And I think it's fair, if you're going to listen, if you're going to work with citizens, to expect them to be working quickly. Don't think it should take years and years. I don't think it should be decades of your time and planning time to get to a place where there's a mix of opportunities like there are in the established communities. So my answer would be yes. I think some kind of a local area plan format that could be applied broadly would go towards expediting it.
Yeah, and established neighborhoods has different context depending on how close you are to the inner city, because some of those communities are very engaged as far as from a planning perspective, whereas some of the communities further out maybe don't have as much of an engaged planning team because they don't typically see a lot of redevelopment. Anyways, again, I appreciate your wisdom and your being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael Reid, please. Mr. Reid?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Penner and to a certain extent Councillor Chabot touched on some of the areas I wanted to pursue with you. You caught my attention with a really interesting notion of bringing more process and procedure to the local area planning process to perhaps identify the properties, negotiate and bring them forward for consideration. Could you expand on that a little bit further, please?
I guess I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at. If I could, my understanding is that the area redevelopment plans were a lot more detailed, a lot more consensus building engagement with the public. And I think that's the kind of process improvements the local area plan process could be improved by adopting.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood then. I thought you had something purpose-built in mind to help out looking for opportunities to build more homes.
Well, from what I understand, the area redevelopment plans were very successful. They generated consensus consent approval. For example, the 50th Avenue area redevelopment plan, the tri-communities, Britannia, Alboya, Middle Arc, or Windsor Park, were intimately involved. It was great detail, and all of those communities supported that area redevelopment plan.
In my experience, unfortunately, area redevelopment plans are 1- and 2-year exercises. They take quite some time. Those documents predictably take at least a year or 2 in my experience.
Well, the local area plan is taking longer than that.
Fair enough. Okay, I was hoping you were thinking of something else in terms of how we could find opportunities to build yet today and tomorrow.
Well, use past success to guide future plans.
Okay.
The area redevelopment plans were successful.
Fine. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chu, please.
Just stay there, please, Mr. Reid. Please stay there.
Sorry.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for being here. And I have 2 questions for you. The first one, you have been very involved in discussion about the guidebook and other community planning project. Do you see similarities between this blanket rezoning proposal and previous planning proposals?
No. The citywide blanket anything was never considered in the discussions about the guidebook. Guidebook was always the guidebook for creating local area plans. The focus of the MDP is using local area plans to implement the MDP policies. So this change, blanket citywide upzoning was I don't think ever even thought about.
Thank you. Here's my second question. Do you think there has been enough engagement and that people understand the blanket rezoning proposal?
I don't think they understand the impact. I don't think they understand the loss of review of the decisions of where and what will be built being purely driven by what the developers want to do. That's, in my mind, that was never clearly presented in any of the city-generated engagement in material that I saw.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. That's it for questions for this panel. So thank you all for joining us. We appreciate the time that you gave us today. We've got about 10 minutes left. Let's see if we can get through a couple more people. Do we have Nancy Bozek? Do we have Stephen Shannon? Please come on up, sir. So I'm on panel 90 right now, just calling to see who's here. Do we have Gordon Rouse? Please go on up. I think you two gentlemen will probably be our last speakers today. So let's start with Stephen, please.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Steve Shannon, a third-generation Calgarian, and my lovely wife Val and I live in Altadore. I graduated years ago from the University of Calgary with a commerce and economics degree. I've been a financial planner for over 25 years, and I operate with my son our own financial service business. My son graduated from USC as well, and we are proud dinos. I'm also a very proud Calgarian. My wife and I are strongly opposed to this blanket upzoning. This is nothing more than a knee-jerk reaction that will not help solve the problem. The generational and socioeconomic divisions it has created in our city is very disturbing. It isn't necessary. I've never seen anything like this in the city before, and I'm sure my parents and grandparents would have said the same. There was an article today in the Globe and Mail written by Tony Keller. It was titled, "The Trudeau government's promise of 3.87 million new homes is next to impossible." I would encourage everyone to read it. The two main takeaways from this article is that we will be nowhere near having the labor and capital to get this done. We will not be able to build our way to affordability. With that said, why is this City Council wasting its time on this blanket rezoning? They need to focus more, way more, in identifying the numerous city-owned parcels of land available to them, which would be suitable for residential housing development. Sites near LRT sites or underutilized commercial parcels would be considered first before RCG densification is permitted in established neighborhoods. I believe this blanket upzoning is in violation of the municipal development plan. It does not respect the existing character of low-density residential areas. We purchased our home in Altadore in 2005, a large newer built home on a 50 by 125 site lot that was built in 1997. We wed in 2004, sold our homes, and this helped make our new home in Altadore an affordable purchase. When we bought in 2005, most of the homes in our street were single detached old bungalows. The majority of those bungalows were rented out and had basement suites that were rented out as well. We put up with a lot of party noise, poor home and yard maintenance, and litter. One of those homes for 10 years was rented by prostitutes and the Hells Angels. In the middle of the night, we were often awakened by loud noise from the choppers. The street was being constantly patrolled by the police and the Hawks helicopter. It was a security concern. Through the years, the community in our street have transitioned. There are only 4 bungalows left on our street. Mostly attached or semi-attached infills have replaced them on what is designed R2 land. Fine-looking, beautiful homes with great homeowners who do a wonderful job maintaining their properties. This is what we bought into. We had the vision and the patience that our street and the community around us would change positively. It is a great location and a wonderful place to live. As well, that our house value would appreciate and we would be rewarded with our initial purchase. On the southeast corner of our street, there were 2 bungalows torn down by developers. They are now in the progress of building 16 homes. These are all going to be rentals. This is not what we bought into. We all understand that housing is an issue and some densification is needed, but this is overkill. A more incremental approval might have been acceptable on a corner lot, but what has been done here is out of character in our community. Now the city is proposing to take this a step further by allowing this kind of densification in the middle of our street. There's a bungalow beside us and a 75-foot frontage bungalow behind us. That could be potentially 20 more homes surrounding us. This raises serious parking concerns, the number of City of Calgary pickup bins, environmental concerns, infrastructure concerns, and home ownership maintenance concerns. It would be detrimental to the very character of the community. We are not selfish people. Recently, we housed a Ukrainian family of 4. They were from the Donetsk area, and for them, the war started in 2014. They lost their home that they built with their own hands. The expectation was that they could live at our house for a month. We did better than that, and they stayed for 5 months. We helped them find a place to rent, even though the parents were not earning much better than minimum wage. No expectation from them that they should deserve to live in our community. Our house is where we chose to raise our family. It is now where we get to entertain our grandchildren. It is sacrosanct. This land use change is nothing less than an assault. This blanket rezoning change makes no sense. It is political and is being ideologically driven, a perverted view of what is fair and not fair in this world. Calgary is largely defined by its wonderful communities and the character each of them represents. If this blanket rezoning passes, it will destroy that.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. You're just at time.
Okay.
Let's go to Gordon Rouse, please.
Thank you. Best for last, right? Okay. My name is Gordon Rouse. Our family live in Ward 11, and we own a house in Maple Ridge. And I'm speaking against this policy for 3 reasons and 4 if I have time. First, local area plans. I gave myself a bit of an education on how these things are derived, and actually the submission from El Boya Britannia was quite helpful, pointing out that there's the provincial document, the Municipal Government Act. It guides land use and planning. The 350 or so municipalities in the province make their municipal development plans from that. Inside those plans, they speak to local area plans, and this, I think this is working. And I'll give you the following example. In a letter that was sent to the council on April 4th of this year from a former senior planner with the City of Calgary, Roy Wright, he quotes, "There is presently land zoned in greenfield and established areas to accommodate 440,000 more units that follow the plan principles." So I thought, well, that sounds like a big number, and I looked into how many homes are done each year in Calgary. In 2022, I think it was around 17,300, and last year, 19,600. Even if it was 20,000 and you divide that into 440,000, it sounds like there's many years of backlogs of areas that could be built on right now if you changed nothing. So I would encourage you folks to keep going with your local area plans. That's a great way to add density. It's happening, and it's respectful of the I guess you call it the character that's inherent to an existing community, and it helps new communities as well. And don't ignore the central tenets of the municipal development plan. Local area plans, they're negotiated in good faith, and I think you need to keep that in mind. My second point is consultation. So with the Willow Ridge Community Association, I'm their civic, I work on the civic affairs as their director. I volunteered nearly 3 years helping to evolve and revise the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan that was approved last September. If it hadn't been for the pandemic, maybe 2 years would have been enough time, but the city did a great job, and we got through it. The city mailed the pamphlets to everyone, I think in February, maybe 50 days ago. So to me, that's when the consultation period started. And when this happened, our community association organized an open house, and we had all sorts of folks there. The city planners weren't able to come. Councillor Penner wasn't available. She sent one of her staff. Then on Monday, April 8th, Councillor Penner organized a 1-hour online Q&A, and it was on a Monday, but it was from 4:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon, and I mean, that's rush hour, and there's 25 people online. So, you know, in Ward 11, I think there's 102,000 people in 44,000 homes. I went to Councillor DeMong's, one of his Q&A sessions at Lake Bonavista, and there's over 500 folks, and you know, it was a bit disorganized at the start, but it kind of fell into a rhythm, and it was quite organized, and folks were able to actually ask questions and get answers. And so I think you guys owe it to, like, I mean, I can't speak for all the divisions. I only know about those 2 wards, but you know, if you're not going to allow a plebiscite and you're taking away the ultimate democratic tool, which is a plebiscite, you need to consult more, especially given the local area plan took nearly 3 years. I was part of Saturday's session with the mayor representing our district. We were one of the communities that signed that joint letter. You know, the mayor spoke about misinformation and sort of building language versus plain language. And I know in the first presentation you saw was examples, I think, of contextual discrepancies, we'll call it. So, you know, you look at the poster boards and you look online, you think, oh, that looks all right, and that makes sense and everything else, but there's lots of examples shown to you of, I think, where the context kind of got lost, right, in RCG, like the C is contextual. You know, if you look at, I believe there's an 8-plex row house mid-block between 2 bungalows on 52nd Avenue, just east of Elbow Drive. I think it looks terrible, and I feel for those folks on either side of that. Because I have 20 seconds. What was I going to mention? I guess that's it, really. Yeah, that's enough. You get my point. You know, I think you need to just work through the local area plans. It's a process that's in place. It's been in place for a long time, and it adds density, and that's the objective, right? With respect in the community's traits, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions for the 2 of you gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate your presentations and your time. We just need to do a couple of procedural things, Council. So is anyone opposed to suspending the 9:30 close time so we can just wrap things up? I don't see anybody opposed. Madam Clerk, please go ahead with the procedural.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gondek. Members of Council, as the first week of the public hearing is starting to draw to a close, we're looking to make plans for the following week, for the week of April 29th. So for your consideration, I have prepared 2 motions. The first one is with respect to the Community Development Committee meeting that is scheduled to be heard in the morning of Wednesday, May 1st. I am proposing that Council revise the start time of the May 1st meeting of the Community Development Committee from 9:30 in the morning to 2 p.m. that same afternoon in order to continue this public hearing in the morning from 9:30 to 1 o'clock. Thank you, Mayor. I'll introduce the second one following.
Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Spencer. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor DeMong, question.
What does that mean?
So it doesn't mean we're going to go from 9:30 to 2. It means instead of starting it at 9:30, we're starting it at 2.
Okay.
So the Community Development Committee meeting is actually a Civic Partners meeting.
Oh, got it. Okay, that's what confused me. Thank you.
Okay, so e-scribe?
E-votes, voice votes. Fine.
Voice votes, okay. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that's carried.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gondek. The second motion that I am proposing is with respect to the Emergency Management Committee meeting that is currently scheduled on May 2nd, and I am proposing that Council cancel the 2024 May 2nd meeting of the Emergency Management Committee. That means that the public hearing could then proceed on Thursday, May 2nd from 9:30 in the morning up until 9:30 p.m. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor Wong. I don't see any debate on this one. Thank you for being the Andre whisperer. Okay, voice vote on this one. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Anything else, Madam Clerk?
No, that's everything. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, so before we wrap up, let me just say where we are, everyone. We have gotten through 331 folks. So we have about 415 or so people left to go. We have completed panel 90. Tomorrow we will be tackling panel 91. That will be Susan Fox, Denise Gibson, Sharon Huddle, Regina Verdolin, Louis Dufresne. Panel 92 will follow that. That will be Chris Hilty, Yvonne Hilty, Holly Bauer, John Raddick, and Trudy Robson. So we will see you here tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you everyone in admin, on the clerk's team, all of the public who came out, and thank you council.